Game on.
I'm coming to get it. I'm coming to get it. My name is the headline. Clutch me in the front line. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. Had yours, that was my time. Hit different like a fine wine. Hands up with the V-sign. Victory's gonna be mine. Stamets takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again and welcome to Malta and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's the final table of the 5K main event and there is the prospect of making history today. Can Alexei Boyka defend his title from 9 years ago and become the first player to win the same EPT twice? It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And thank you for joining us for our final table coverage on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Please use the live chat to get in touch and stay across the PokerStars X, Facebook and Instagram accounts. Just 5 players remain from a starting field of 848. The Ukrainian player Mikhailo Ostach leads with more than 120 big blinds. Boyka second in chips with close to 90 bigs. Tomasz Brzezinski, who's made back-to-back EPT final tables, has 67 big blinds. Adriat Kalonge playing 44, and the short stack coming into this 5-handed final table is Tom Axel Bedell with just 14 big blinds. With 5 players remaining, they are all guaranteed €200,000, more than $250,000 for 4th place, nearly $340K for 3rd. The runner-up will claim nearly €500,000, and the winner of this year's EPT Malta main event will win €760,000 and be presented with the championship trophy. Inside Casino Malta, the stage is set. We are ready to continue level 28, blinds 40K, 80K, with an 80K big blind ante. And the players arriving for action. There is the defending champ, Boyka.
He does seem a little giddy, pretty fun to watch.
A new outfit today for Tom Axel Bedell.
He had his grubby mitts all over the trophy already.
An incredible accomplishment for Tomasz Brzezinski. Back-to-back EPT finals. Only 11 players have done that.
Pretty wild.
New kid on the block, Mikhailo Ostach. First ever EPT and guaranteed a huge cash.
Got a great anecdote about him for later.
And Adriat Kalonge, also relatively new to the live circuit, but definitely making an impression. One of these 5 players will get to lift that trophy tonight and win that huge first prize. They're in their seats, ready to get cards in the air. Mikhailo Ostach, just 25 years old, from Ukraine, sporting the Ukraine Poker Federation hoodie. His previous live earnings total just under $20,000. He's locked up €200,000 in this event.
That's insane.
Tom Axel Bedell, just 14 big blinds, retired, previously ran a hotel and numerous restaurants in Benidorm. Alexei Boyka won this tournament in 2016. That was worth $355K. The win here could net him $760. Tomasz Brzezinski lives here in Malta because he works in the sports betting industry. He is not a poker pro.
I'd forgotten about that. Back-to-back final tables for a non-pro. Well done.
And originally from Spain, now living in Andorra, Adriat Kalonge playing in his 2nd EPT, cashed Barcelona, has made the final table here in Malta. So yes, we have 15 hands left to play on level 28. Blinds are 40K, 80K with an 80K big blind ante. And here we go, hand number 1 of the final day of the final table with the action on the short stack, Tom Axel Bedell.
First to Axel.
Action now, Brzezinski, he folds. Ostach on the button. Passes. Boyka in the small blind. The Dolly Parton, 9-5.
Kalonge, will he get a walk on the first hand?
Boyka's not the kind of player who gives that many walks.
280.
And he is going to raise small to big.
Did he say 280?
Goes with the larger sizing.
Well, this is not a hand that you would typically be folding in the big blind.
Do we get a call from Kalonge? We do. And we do see our first flop of the day on our first hand of the day. King, Jack 5, top pair versus bottom pair.
This is why I like to give walks.
For spots just like this.
For spots just like this.
These are always tricky because, of course, we have improved in a way which might give us the best hand. Having the betting lead, though, do we want to continue barreling when we've connected with a pair here? I think on King Jack 5 we probably do. So far, Boyka has been playing such a rock-solid game. If Boyka agrees, I tend to think that's probably what we should do most of the time. Nice and small, though. 160K into about a 640, about a quarter pot continue.
Just to echo your point, Nick, since he won Malta, I don't think we've seen him play live much since.
Yeah.
Just not been on feature tables or not gone deep in events that we've covered. But we have seen plenty of him playing online in the last 5 years, and he always impresses whenever he's at the table.
Solid, real solid.
Absolutely stone cold.
So Kalonge made the call. We get the ace on the turn. 960K in the middle already.
Is this a double barrel card?
It's a tricky one, though, right? Because now we're still beating clubs. We're still beating maybe a hand like 9-10 or something like that. But
not beating all the clubs.
True. The flush draw, I should say.
But isn't an ace-high flush draw going to make up a fair amount of the clubs, or no?
I think blind v blind, it's much wider, right?
Got it. Okay.
If it was a player in position versus under the gun, then it's way more, high card clubs.
So Boyka barrels and sizes up 750K.
Second bar.
And Kalonge does not look happy about this. I mean, I know that's his generic face, but
No, and that's why I asked, is this a two barrel? Because if you can fire on this ace here, you can make things real uncomfortable for Kalonge.
Yeah, and, in the modern game, I think King 10 does probably call the turn quite often, but we're on final table. We're final 5 players here, guys. So it's high pressure scenario.
And ICM is real.
Yes.
Big
Yeah.
jumps with every elimination. And we've got a player who is approaching the danger zone. Bedell hovering around the 15 big blind mark. But Kalonge's hand too good to fold at this point. Calls the bet. The pot now 2.5 million. The river card, the 7 of clubs. Does Boyka empty the clip?
Yeah, I don't know if Boyka has the kind of hand that wants to triple here, especially when we could have been winning, but now we're not with a club. There are combinations that improve on this river, of course. However, how does Boyka feel?
Time bank cards being played in this hand by both players. 6 new cards given to everyone at the start of play today, along with the cards that they bagged from previous days. That 30-second shot clock is a factor in every single decision.
I don't know how you can triple barrel rip it on the very first hand of the final day.
Yeah, waves the white flag, checks it to Kalonge, who can just check this back, right?
I think you got to check this one. Yeah, I don't. There's actually a number of combinations that bet the turn for value that now have to slow down because of the clubs. So I think it's pretty straightforward. Very brave 2 streets from Kalonge. Nice work.
He wins the first hand of the day. Adds more than $1 million to his stack. Is now playing close to 60 big blinds. 4.7 million.
Great start to the day there.
Boyka's still second in chips with just shy of 75 big blinds.
To be confirmed, the pronunciation, is it Collonges or is it Colonia?
I'm told that the G is pronounced like a J.
Okay.
By our Spanish colleagues.
So, Colonja.
No, they said as in Juliet. They specifically gave an English word.
Juliet.
Senor Collonges, lo siento if we're pronouncing it wrong.
I'm sure there's going to be people who are going to disagree, but I'm going to go with what our Spanish commentary colleagues tell me, not what random people watching on the internet say.
Yeah, it's not Chat Pro Saturday, no mo.
Correct. It's Behave Yourself Sunday.
Funny.
Boyka on the button with Queen 7. And Collonges with 10-8 of clubs in the small. Boyka opening here to 160,000. Bedell in the big blind.
Well, this is another big blind you're not likely to get through.
I got your favorite hand.
Not anymore.
Joe, you already put it out. Bedell has changed clothes, isn't wearing the same setup. And is that because, well, he started the day yesterday as chip leader, right, James? I believe Bedell was chip leading when we kicked off action yesterday.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yes, he was start of day chip leader, ended the day as the short stack.
Right. So do you think perhaps because of his diminishing fortunes, he decided he had to change up the style?
Or maybe he only brought a certain number of outfits, and now he knows he's leaving tomorrow, and he can wear his last one. That's how I do it. I'm like, I got 6 days here and 4 outfits, so one of them is going to have to get worn twice.
No. It's I have 6 days here, 4 outfits, so I just have to wear the merch on the last 2 days.
Thank you to Starkey Cat for clarifying that, yes, you still pronounce the E, so Collonges.
Oh, I'm bored of it already, honestly.
He could be an EPT champion by the end of play today, so we should make an effort, I guess.
Fine.
Boyka opening ace-5. So this is the third hand of the final table. All 3 have been opened by Alexei Boyka. Bedell with ace-9 and 11 big blinds.
What?
No.
Oh, dear.
No, don't do that. Put the chips all in.
I was expecting an all-in here, but just a call. And Brzezinski might come along from the big blind with King Deuce suited, but no, folds.
This is a heck of a spot for run OMC. It's tricky to rock ace-9.
8-8-3 on the flop. Ace-9 still ahead. Obviously, chopportunity is a major factor here.
Rock ace-9 and get out of line, but not moving all in.
Boyka continuing for 120,000. Bedell playing a time bank card.
Probably regretting not being all in pre-flop here.
Is he going to rip the flop? Is that the plan?
Well, that was kind of...
Oh, he's calling again.
It's tricky.
I don't think ripping the flop is really meant to be a thing here, but also ace-9 isn't really meant to be a hand we have here at all in the first place. As the shortest stack at the table, facing that cutoff open, we just push 100%.
Well, he's now become a 77% favorite with this 6 on the turn. And he's only got 700k behind. There's 720k in the pot. So does Boyka just shove on him on the turn?
Let him cook.
No, I think Boyka checks the turn. He has ace high. His opponent is flatted off of an 11 big blind stack pre-flop in the small blind, so that's already alarm bells in the first place, I imagine. I think he checks turn, but let's see how Boyka feels.
5 seconds.
Never mind. Looks like he's reaching for chips.
200.
Yeah, fires a second barrel, 200,000. I kind of feel it's now do or die time for Bedell.
No. You got a call here. You're going to get it all in dribs and drabs.
Dribs and drabs.
Like taking a leak at a certain age.
Okay. Now he decides to shove for his last 700K. Question, is Boyka priced in here?
Answer, no.
Well, with the cards, as we know them, yes. Against Bedell's range, Nick?
Yeah, it's not looking pretty. I was surprised to see the second barrel from Boyka, but again, this might be an exploit associated with Bedell's style thus far, right? A lot of players flatting from the small blind will only be super strong, or it'll be an indication of something very strongly at least. Nice hand for Bedell.
Boyka does indeed fold, and Bedell chips up to 20 big blinds. I guess he got max value there.
There you go. He definitely won more than if he had shipped.
So the question on everyone's lips is, why did Tom Bedell change his outfit? We asked him before the start of play today.
The change because my wife called me. It was time to change, and I did it because of her.
You look very smart. And what would it mean for you today if you were to win this event?
For me, it will be very important to win it. I never won, well, I have won EPT PLO before, but never the main event. So it will be great, yeah.
And speaking of PLO, usually you typically play 4-card poker. What would it mean for you to win an event, Hold'em event?
A Hold'em event will be great. I have tried many times all over. I only play the main event behind the PLOs. So it will be very nice to win this one now. I need, in Spain we say racha. When you get hot, you have always a chance to win. I've been there before, so I know even if I'm short now, I still have a fair chance to win the tournament.
Well, good luck from us to you.
Thank you very much, and I will need it for sure. Thank you.
I believe the expression is happy wife, happy life. If your partner tells you to change clothes, you change clothes.
That is very cute, but imagine you've made the final 5 in EPT main event. You get back to your room, you call your wife, and you're like, honey, I'm so excited. She's like, change your shirt.
Bedell's wife supporting him via the stream. Hello, if you're watching right now. And yes, PLO is his main game. It's $5 million in live earnings, Tom Axel Bedell. And he's involved in this hand against the chip leader, Mikhailo Ostach. Bedell opened to 160K pre. Ostach defended his big blind. It goes check, check on the flop. Bedell still has the best hand here with ace high. We are aware, however, that it's the Spraggy, and bad things tend to happen when you play this hand. Oustach checks a second time. Delayed c-bet will probably get the job done, but Bedell checks it back. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. He'll be feeling a lot more confident now, Nick.
Indeed, he will. Yeah, top pair now. I think Ostach probably happy to try and get to showdown if possible here with the Queen Jack, but given the action thus far, pretty unlikely. And now, le bet.
Bedell.
Bedell boy.
200,000.
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
Don't say it.
This bet of 200,000 likely to elicit a fold. And another pot is going to be going in the direction of Tom Axel Bedell. Off to a pretty good start at this final table, all things considered. Wow. Queen high hero call. Bedell wins more chips than I thought he would.
That is surprising. So far, Bedell not putting a foot wrong.
And he is now up to 26 big blinds. Blinds going up in a few hands. Still 11 hands to play at this blind level.
Queen Jack pays there?
I know.
Huh. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I love a Queen High Hero call, but when it goes open, check, 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 bet Ace River, it just feels like they got Ace High so much going to the river. And which, of course, becomes the pair, but there we are.
And 5 of the final table. We start with Adria Kalonja. He folds. 8-7 for Bedell.
Come on, Tommy, play the rush.
5 seconds.
Yes.
When you get hot, you have a chance.
Run OMC wants you to walk this way.
Makes it 160,000. Gets a fold from Brzezinski and from Ostach. Boyka in the big blind. Oh, there's the fold.
You're psychic.
I thought he pushed his cards forward, but he was just getting the small blind out there. Ooh, a dominating hand for Boyka. 9-8. And all spades on the flop. 6-5 deuce. Boyka with the 9 of spades. Bedell with the 8 of spades.
This is pretty wild. The up and down for Bedell also.
Yeah, board pairs on the turn, and Boyka now becomes an 86% favorite.
I think Boyka might lead turn here.
5 seconds.
Not sure what the size is. Two something?
170, 160.
Yeah, this is much better, actually. I much prefer this size. Don't need to go big here to prove your point. And as you said, Joe, I don't know if Bedell's going to get away from this one. It's such a big draw. If your opponent doesn't have a spade.
No way. No way he folds.
Your opponent can lead like a 3. They could lead a 5 or a 6 or
This is
all sorts.
This is a guy that plays with a lot of hope. And hopers don't fold draws.
We're going to see a river, which is the ace of hearts, and 9 high finally holds up.
However, what I would say is if Boyka checks, Bedell might have a good opportunity to represent that ace or stronger. I would imagine Boyka potentially finding more continues on the river. The ace of hearts is not a particularly nice one. Yeah. And now an opportunity, Bedell. An opportunity, a chance at greatness. Can you win another pot and get your name climbing that leaderboard?
There's an opportunity for double greatness here. There's an opportunity for Bedell to bluff this river and for Boyka to make a 9 high hero call.
Yes, I am here for it. Today is Bedell's day.
This might be the first time, by the way, I've seen him do this. Every other time he bets river, he's got it. And with that knowledge, Boyka folds.
Yes.
It's tricky.
Ahí estamos.
Estamos en racha.
And Tom Axel Bedell has doubled his stack from the start of the day. 2.5 million now, more than 30 big blinds. No short stack at the table anymore.
What a great start. I'm loving this.
Oliocho observing on Twitch, Bedell is not here to ladder. He is here to win.
He's here to dance battle. Dance Bedell.
Dance Bedell.
Queen, deuce of clubs, folds under the gun.
There's a reason why one of the members of Run DMC was named Jam Master J. Very aggressive player.
Aces for Ostach on the button. Raises to 160k. It's Kalonja's big blind. 9-4 of hearts.
James, do you remember when we were covering W Coop last week?
Yes.
And I had a fella write in named Alexander Denisyuk who said, "Hi, my friend is third stacked at the final table of the 109 main event on PokerStars. Will you be commentating on this event tomorrow?"
That'll be Ostach then.
That'll be Ostach. And he said, I said, "We don't check in much with the lower buy-ins, but I will look for him if we do." And he said, "Good. Many more will recognize this nickname in the future. A young and promising player." And then he reminded me this morning. He said, "Hey, remember last week when I said you're going to know this kid's name? Well, here he is. Chip leading. EPT Malta. Five-handed."
He was third place finisher in the $109 buy-in W Coop main event. He's just boosted his stack to 9.7 million after that hand. 120 bigs.
You gotta tag me in that, Joe.
And what?
Put up a cute picture of me. In that
I tagged you.
Let's see it.
I tagged you in the grid.
The grid.
I mean, unless I messed it up somehow.
No, you did tag him.
I did. Yeah.
I give you. Okay.
It never works with her. I tried a couple times. And
I really didn't mean to try, but I was thinking about my suited queen of clubs over there.
Oh, you mean there?
Yeah.
I'm in the picture. Never mind.
I don't understand. What's the difference?
There is no difference. You can still put that to your story.
I did.
And stop complaining.
But no,
Can we focus on the poker, please?
My tag now.
I'm sorry that I just don't know how any of this works. I'm a freaking boomer. What do you want from me?
Ostach with ace jack of spades.
There's stories and grids and
I know, it's too much.
Reels.
Too much reels and
now we're putting music on still photos. Like, what are we doing here?
That was raise and take it for the chip leader. Playing in his first ever EPT main event.
Wow.
And looking to become the second European Poker Tour winner from Ukraine. The only other is Alexei Koroshenin, who won EPT Vienna back in 2014.
wow.
I know that this isn't what would happen, but has anyone ever won a W Coop and an EPT in like the same week?
I don't think so,
Don't
no.
think so.
Even still, a third. And a third would be pretty
I mean,
cool.
absolute omega upswing.
Ace King for reigning champion Alexei Boyka.
Serini says, what are the two letters under the percentage chance of winning? That's the position that they're in. So the SB is small blind, BB is big blind, CO is cut off.
Well, Boyka's cutoff raises 160,000. Brzezinski folds 9-3 in the big blind. So this is the guy we're really watching today. This is the story of the day. Only Mike McDonald returned to the same final table as defending champion. That was in Dortmund more than 15 years ago. Alexei Boyka won this tournament the last time it was held in 2016. He's back at the final table, looking to defend that title, looking to become the first player in European Poker Tour history to win the same event twice.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be back-to-back as well, technically. It's crazy.
Does anyone remember if I interviewed him?
What, in 2016?
It's a good question. I mean, we
Because-
made a TV show from that final table, so it should be up on YouTube.
Because I kind of approached him. I was like, hey, man, it'll be fun to talk to you again after 9 years if you win this today. And he kind of looked at me like he didn't know who I was and or maybe didn't know what I was saying.
Cool.
He could have just be overwhelmed with the whole moment, but
He was just overwhelmed to meet his hero, Joe Stapleton.
So I can confirm that the final table of that event, it was season 13 of the EPT, was televised. So let's have a look at what happens at the end of the show.
Oh, here's Mr. Stapleton.
I'll handle this. I'll stash in the big blind. He's got a
Yes,
suited queen.
You did interview him.
Oh, boy. Well, I guess I'm interviewing him again then. Oustach defends. We got 3 suited hands and 3 represented suits. Unfortunately, for the hearts, that ain't one of them.
However, a pair of 3s for Ostach, which does give him the advantage right now. This is domination rotation big time. Double rotation, I guess. The ultimate rotation? Whatever. He's beaten the other 2 players. That's what you need to know.
Dotation.
Action checked to Bedell. Bedell checks behind. 6 of clubs on the turn. So Boyka now picks up the flush draw. Ostach still ahead with a pair of 3s. Bedell drawing very thin.
Yeah, I think Ostach is the player most likely to have a straight here, so I think the lead is going to be something we see. I mean, having a 3 anyway will often give him the best hand, as we can see here. Boyka will not be folding the turn, however. 250K into a 600K pot, potentially a live king or queen. Even more important, the opportunity to cold deck a 5, right? If we can spike the club on the river and our opponent has a straight, we're going to win a big pot. So the implied value of continuing in this situation is very high.
I didn't know we did implied value anymore. I'm into it.
Yeah. I don't default yet. Bedell can get out of the way now. Does fold.
As it stands, king, queen, it still misses.
Yeah.
Boo! I mean, no offense to Oustach, but when you have all that and you miss,
it's annoying.
So with Boyka being under the gun here, like, pocket 5s is a maybe, but that might not even be a hand that he chooses to play at this point on the final table. 5-handed probably still does enter the pot, but we're going to see Ostach check. I think Boyka will also check, but we'll see what happens now. I would be too scared of my opponent having 2 pairs straight, 1 pair that just check calls as a sort of bluff catcher with the missed clubs being a thing.
5 seconds.
It's going to give us some time. Can he find a miraculous bluff that works?
He checks it back. Ostach wins with a pair of 3s, and Boyka actually drops behind Tomasz Brzezinski on the leaderboard. It's very close. 62 bigs, 61 bigs, but officially Boyka is now 3rd in chips. Ostach back up over the 10 million mark. 10.5 million, 130 big blinds.
What a spot, James. 130 big blinds, 5-handed EPT main events.
Yeah, and he has better than a 2-to-1 chip lead, Nick, over the player who's second in chips,
Yeah.
Brzezinski, with just shy of 5 million. And we've talked a lot about Boyka's achievement. Let's also shine a light on Tomasz Brzezinski, who came fourth in EPT Barcelona in August, has made back-to-back EPT final tables. I think we said at the start of the day, only 11 players have done that, Rani and Nasruddin being the most recent. Not a poker pro, moved from Poland to Malta because he works in the sports betting industry. As I'm sure you're aware, Malta is a bit of a hub for the gaming industry. PokerStars has its big office here on the island. And Brzezinski guaranteed another 6-figure score in an EPT main event.
It's pretty stellar.
Well, this hand is folded to Ostach in the small blind. He calls. Boyka with tray deuce off in the big. Checks his option. King 10-10 on the flop. Queen high still the best hand.
I think stabbing at King 10-10 is totally fine. I think also checking here would be pretty reasonable from the Queen 8. In a blind v blind encounter where your opponent is limped and then there's a check, Queen high is just winning a ton. So we don't necessarily need to start betting. You know, denying equity is also a nice to have, but we need to be careful once in a while because if our opponents know that we're stabbing this too frequently, then they can play back at us when we are on the weaker side. You know, Queen 8 doesn't need to be a bluff necessarily, but can be a value bet of sorts if we think that we're getting value from clubs or straight draws too.
So Boyka folds, and Darren McCusker watching on YouTube has a good question. Has anyone ever won back-to-back EPTs? Not the same tournament like how Boyka is set up for, but like, for example, Vienna, then Barcelona. The short answer is no. Interestingly, in the very first season of the EPT, it almost happened. Ram Vaswani won Dublin. The next event was Copenhagen, and he got heads up, but was beaten by Noah Buchan. Ram the runner-up. So he got a first and a second. So it nearly happened back in 04-05. We've never come close to that since.
That'd be a really terrible nickname, by the way, Ram the runner-up. It'd be really hard to win if people just called you that.
I don't know. I feel like that would still be a pretty good thing. If you could brag that.
Ostach opening ace-king on the button. Jack-10 for Boyka in the small.
How about that So guy? Didn't he win back-to-back 2 things?
I have no idea what that's referring to.
I think Kaladu So is who they're referring to.
Kaladu?
Banana Gods 1. Love that name. Banana Gods. I don't know what it means, but I love it.
Well, Kaladu So won the Prague main event in 2017. But no, he did not win another EPT before or after that.
I do think people sometimes, which by the way is really bad for us because it's all about brands, but don't realize that all the things aren't the same. EPT, WSOP, WPT. I think there's a lot of people that think they're interchangeable.
Winning 2 tournaments in a row is not that uncommon in poker. So it's Elkanut's highlighting that it was a 5K main followed by a 1K main 1 month later, which is an achievement. And I salute him for doing that. But it's not the same as winning 2 EPTs, is it?
No, it sure isn't.
And yes, Ed, you're not wrong. What if God technically won the same event back-to-back? In his own words, Anton Bergstrom says it's not the same thing. We do count him as a 2-time champion, but he feels awkward being considered a double EPT winner because he says online and live, very different disciplines.
That's why I was kind of dancing around this achievement for Alexei a little bit. Even though I totally agree. Not the same.
Ostach has raised Jack-9. Boyka has called 10-8 on the button. Kalonji with King-10 of diamonds in the small.
Mostly because everyone knows online is rigged.
900,000.
And he's going to squeeze here. 3 bets to 900,000. Gets Bedell to fold, and I imagine Ostach and Boyka will follow suit. Antonis asks, any PokerStars store at EPT Malta? Yes, the PokerStars store has been operating throughout this event. Hasn't closed its doors already. I don't know when they dismantle the pop-up shop.
They usually leave it quite late, and I will say some of the recent merch, guys, looks really nice too. Got some really nice pieces in there, not necessarily screaming PokerStars, you know what I mean? Some tasteful, stylish apparel.
Statrix wearing his graffiti hoodie today, I see.
That is a classic. Everyone loves that one.
Great.
That's a really good one. My Spinago Championship one was quite nice.
I can take a guess at their names if you want.
Hand number 13, 40K, 80K. Ostach has a hand that he will be playing under the gun.
Ace-5 suited, a little artisanal sourdough. Oh, Boyka.
Now, Boyka down to 56 big blinds after a couple unfortunate encounters.
Down to 56 big blinds.
I know. The stack has been reduced. He still has chunks.
Still a little upstuck from today, but yeah.
Upstuck.
Round 2, Brzezinski in the big blind, who also has ace-queen. Huh.
I think Brzezinski might squeeze this one, guys. Never mind, just calls.
So 3 under-repped hands.
Well, I think the ace-5 is appropriately repped.
Yeah, sure. 9-8 deuce, couple of hearts. I'll just say this. Ace high out in front.
You be the judge.
Oh, Hardigan. Is this your way of asking?
Damn, it wasn't very subtle, was it?
Did you see that? Nice.
I'm going to allow Vexium's comment because it's nice and ironic. As a chat pro, I have determined that only Oustach has equity. That, of course, is showing us that Brzezinski and Boyka, neither one can win the pot outright. Only Ostach can.
Correct.
Although he's not likely to do that. It's the 17% of Ostach versus the shared 83% of Brzezinski and Boyka.
Exactly. Ostach is not ahead here, make no mistake about it.
He's going to bet into 2 opponents, 2 better hands. 2 hands that don't have much chance of improving.
Oh, gets one fold.
Okay, so now we see the reality of the situation. Brzezinski was an 82% favorite after Boyka folded, but he folds as well. Ostach moves up over 11 million.
He's very impressive. Dennis may be correct.
So it is a Sunday. It's not just the final table of the EPT Malta main event. It's also Big Game on Tour Day. A new episode dropping later today. I have been told that it'll go live on the PokerStars YouTube channel either during our dinner break or if the stream finishes earlier this evening after the stream has finished. So you don't have a choice of viewing right now. You've got to stick with us. But once we're done or once we're on dinner break, you will be able to watch the 3rd episode of this table from the Big Game on Tour, playing at the higher stakes with Lex, Keating, and Jason Kuhn. And today, Chance Cornuth making his Big Game debut.
Does that mean somebody goes broke?
someone has gone broke, for those of you who haven't seen the first 2 episodes. If you haven't, you need to catch up.
In fact, even if you have, just play all the episodes on repeat in the background, will you? Watch this on Twitch. Go to YouTube and just fire up the playlists and let it run.
Waste.
Of course, Sundays are also about grinding poker, not just watching poker. Sunday Million, there's the Power Path Express tonight. And I think we might have something special for you guys this afternoon. There might, just might, be a free roll.
Wait, a free roll?
I was pretty surprised to see that.
That's pretty cool. We can play from Malta, James.
Oh, yeah. It's still a novelty, by the way. Most of the places we go with EPT, we can't play online, but...
Must be nice. I'll just do all the commentary, guys. Why don't you guys, just
Sure.
have a good time with the free roll.
Sounds good.
Cinco, cinco, cinco.
Cinco de Mayo. So Bedell here started with around 25 big blinds. Decides not to c-bet 555. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like we should be attacking dry flops, and Cinco, Cinco, Cinco might be about as dry as they come. The Cinco not necessarily being a card that our opponent's going to have too often. Not that it matters when there's 3 of them on the board. So far, Bedell playing it slowly. You'd like to imagine he's not going to fold now. If you're not going to bet 555, we can't fold on the 10 turn.
Bedell juice.
Well, I'm loving this reference that Optimus Clang keeps dropping, which I appreciate not many people are going to get, which is Watch Out, Bedell's About, which is a play on Beadle's About.
Beadle's About.
A TV show from the 1980s, 1990s. I think I might have shown you a clip of that, Joe. It's the guy who did the pranks where he pushed a guy's van into the river, or...
Sounds vaguely familiar.
And here comes the man from the council.
Is that Dennis Pennis in that show?
No, Jeremy Beadle.
Yeah, it's a good comment. It's a good one. Can't read it, Urban Granier, but it's funny. You're not wrong.
Jack on the river saves Brzezinski.
Oh, dear. And now I would anticipate a large bet on the river here. We want to really punish the 10x. We really want to punish the ace highs that have failed to barrel thus far. That looks like 800K. Oh, baby, that's big. As anticipated, large bet river.
Sigh fold or sigh call?
Looking for an ace.
It's a fold. A very interesting noise as the card slid forward.
Yeah, and look, in fairness to Beadle there, Bedell, excuse me, you got me going now. You know, managed to induce a bluff, called the bluff, had the best hand, failed to have the best hand, and then folded. So fair play, but yeah, could have gone another way potentially if we bet flop.
So Brzezinski, 774K in live earnings.
Wait, what?
Mamma mia,
He has 2 main event cashes and 2 final tables?
Yeah, nice, right?
Dude, you gotta quit. You gotta just quit.
What, quit playing poker?
You gotta quit. You gotta go, hey man, I have 100% final table rate in EPTs. Plural. I'm out. Mic drop.
I thought you were saying I got to quit. And I'm
No,
like,
not
probably,
you.
Yes, Joe, I know. Stop telling me.
Tom Brzezinski, out of here.
And 15 of the final table, and I believe this will be the last hand at this blind level. Blinds going up. And Bedell wisely folding the Spraggy. Ace-7 offsuit. 10-9 for Brzezinski on the button.
Look, I don't like to poor shame anybody. I know there's people in various parts of the world that the amount of money that's in one of our free rolls is kind of a big deal to them. But the people right now in the chat begging for the free roll password and getting all annoyed, go away.
No. I'd go one further. I will happily authorize our moderators to ban anyone who's asking for the free roll password. If the free roll was starting in the next 10 minutes, I get it. It's not for another hour.
Jerry here. People join the tournament, signed up already. This is like if you're having dinner outside somewhere and someone comes over asking you for change and they're mad because there's people already in line at the liquor store. It's like, come on, just calm down.
So we can only see one of Boyka's cards. Who's ahead right now? We don't know. So the interesting thing is, and maybe people will crack the code, I know for a fact that that password was chosen 10 days ago.
Oh.
But it has even more relevance today than it did 10 days ago.
Well. Is that World Series of Poker main event winner Martin Jakobsen in the chat saying, what's the free roll password? Man, these guys really got to learn how to hold on to their money.
Hey, ROI is ROI, Joe. Anything for a
Martin,
free roll.
send me a private message. We can, if you're hurting right now.
Free roll is free roll.
Oustach bet 225,000 on the flop, 800,000 on the turn. And Boyka calls again. River card is the king of spades. Was Boyka on a heart draw? Maybe a combo draw, a straight draw, and a flush draw?
Maybe like Jack 9 of hearts?
Janina?
Yeah, could be. 10-9 of hearts, as J2 I Love You suggests, which would still be the best hand right now. Is Ostach going to bet a third time?
He's been real dialed in today. And Boyka honestly seemed a little shaky.
Oh,
boy.
Oustach. Oustach.
You know, when people write in and they say, like, my friend's at this final table, he's a legend, you're going to know his name, I typically blow that off.
Yeah.
I typically, go, oh, that's cute.
Sure.
This dude is something.
2.1 million with a missed draw. Boyka has not insta-folded. It is for most of his stack.
I mean, if he hasn't insta-folded, can he just have like 9-10 here?
Yeah, that seems to be the most common suggestion.
I don't think
or 9-8 maybe?
Yeah. I don't think he would have used a time bank if he had a misdraw. Those are so valuable in the FT, so he must be an 8-9 or an 8-10.
What about...
Oh, what if it was King 9 of hearts?
That's
King 9 of
exactly
hearts
what
makes
I was
sense.
say. King 9 of hearts.
8-9, 10-9, King X of hearts. He would float the flop with King High for sure.
King High and 2 hearts, yeah.
Oh, he's got it in his hand.
Time bank card in one hand, which gets thrown in. Single chip in the other hand. If that gets thrown in, it's a call.
I think this is a tough enough call with King Nine. Was that a chip hitting the table? Nope, not yet.
Everyone in the chat saying pocket nines. No, you're wrong. That would have played differently pre-flop.
Another time bank card.
Oh boy. Oh, he really wants to. That chip is literally trying to fly out of his hand. It's moving toward the pot on its own.
The instincts are kicking right now. He knows there's something up, but can he find it?
What if he has ace-9 of hearts?
He folds it. We will never know, but I think there's a pretty good chance Boyka folded the best hand there.
Really good chance.
Did you see Ostach? He did a little brow wipe.
That is going to put Ostach up over the 12 million mark. Alexei Boyka drops down below 3 million as the blinds go up. We are now playing 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. That means 123 bigs for our chip leader, 53 bigs for Brzezinski, 47 bigs for Kalonja. Boyka drops below the 30 big blind mark, just 15 bigs for the short stack. Tom Axel Bedell.
Cornell on YouTube is calling this one of the best hands in the latest EPT history. I kind of think that for it to go in the annals, we need the other card, though. Interesting. Definitely interesting with just the one card showing. Love it. Love doing that occasionally. Doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, it was a kind of accidental mini sweat with.
Yeah. We were halfway to playing a real hand of poker. All we needed to do was cover up the other card. But how dialed in is Oustach today?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was so much confidence in the maneuver there, right, guys? The speed at which he bet the river as well. He had a plan, and he just executed it, and it just put him in the bin. That was awesome. Feel for Boyka, though. He was right on the cusp. Such a talented player. I think on a different day might have just flicked it in there.
So still five-handed as we kick off level 29. Bedell with King 9. 30 hands to play at this level. First break of the day in approximately 30 minutes.
So Boyka kicks off this hand with around 30 bigs to start.
You got to feel for Alexei Boyka a little bit. Like I said, I think he's been a little shaky today. And there's just so much pressure, I think, coming in, having won this tournament before, so much time having gone by. I think even me saying something to him probably was unnecessary. I just was excited to see him, excited to maybe talk to him, but I don't know.
So what we're saying is if he loses, it's your fault.
Kind of. I'll take that.
Okay.
It's fine. As long as I'm involved, really, I don't care.
Adrian Kalonja is a player that our Spanish team are very excited about because he's really been making some moves online. Relocated from Spain to Andorra so he can play against the global player pool. Made his first trip to an EPT in Barcelona this summer. Had a couple of results in the main, cashed the EPT main and in the mystery bounty. And has now made his first EPT final table and guaranteed at least a 5th place finish.
All right, take it easy, Rawlings. There's actually a perfectly legitimate reason to live in Andorra, and that's because France and Spain have their own PokerStars thing going on, and Andorra is part of the rest of the world. As far as PokerStars is concerned. So take it easy.
Oustach back in action, doing chip leadery things, opening 7-5, gets called by King Jack in the small, called by King 9 in the big, and we're going three-way to the flop. $10-4-4.
Does Ostach want to c-bet? Also, can we talk about the 7-5 off open here?
We bet 175.
Cheeky monkey. Wielding that big stack.
Yeah, with the ICM considerations, you really can't F around here.
Yeah, he knows that other people are going to be somewhat handcuffed, depending on their stack here. I mean, he's just lording over everyone by such a significant margin that it doesn't really matter what he does pre-flop, apart from punting in tons of chips. Opening pots, c-betting often. It's going to be a good way to proceed. As we can see here on 4-4-10, he's probably going to get this through unless Bedell finds a call on the flop. And I hope this is a sign of things to come. I love when big stacks just start wielding it.
We like it because it gets us out of here early sometimes.
I like it because it's beautiful. And it's poker.
I think we like it for the same reason we like tax cuts for billionaires. We can picture ourselves in that position. Here's a... Oh, never mind. Let's focus on these AAs for a second.
This is the second time Ostach has picked up aces at the final table. Opens to 200,000, rounds the blinds. Bedell playing 12 bigs. King 8 suited.
I might have thought about that for a second. Against the chip leader who's been opening every pot. 12 big blinds. No one's even remotely close to you.
Queen 6 for Brzezinski. Currently second in chips. We highlighted earlier that Ostach has a 2-1 advantage over the player who's second in chips. Very soon that's going to be a 3-1 advantage. He's up to 130 big blinds now.
James, if you had to set the line on how many people rushed out to see Tron Ares last night in the world, what would you set it at?
I mean, a realistic line. I don't know. I'm actually intrigued to see the box office for this one.
Well, our superstar photographer, Danny Maxwell, was one of those people.
Okay.
And I just find that to be incredibly odd.
So, in the same way that Tron Legacy was basically like a really fancy, over-expensive music video for Daft Punk, is Tron Ares going to be the same thing but for 9 Inch Nails?
I think so. The people I know that want to see it, it's mostly for the 9 Inch Nails score.
Exactly. That's the reason why I want to see Tron Legacy, because the music's awesome.
Yeah, once I did not see Tron Legacy in the theater, I didn't make it more than 5 minutes into it. I think when it came on pay-per-view or whatever.
I'll be honest with you, in 3D it was quite an experience. Not a great movie by any stretch of the imagination,
Yeah,
but
I kind of do want to see Olivia Wilde in 3D. That's a good point.
Bedell opening the button with King Jack, gets called by Ostach in the big blind with Queen 8. 9-6-5, 2 clubs.
Nick, do you think it's a mistake for Ostach to be so aggressive and that way he doesn't get paid when he gets aces twice?
I think he's really unlucky not to get paid when he had aces, to be honest. Table image is there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even though he hasn't tabled
In
much.
fact, what I said is the exact opposite of what is true.
Double belly buster for Ostach. Although we can see the
one of those is
high end is kind of a gross one for him, yeah.
An egg, yeah.
Double the belly buster, double the fun.
Ah, no. What are we talking about? The high end's still fine.
No, it's just that Bedell has got the gut shot himself.
Yep. I had to double take myself there.
It's the pairs.
So ace of clubs on the river, that means king high is still the best hand. Check to showdown. Bedell's going to win this one. That's going to give him 17 big blinds. Still the shortest stack at the final table.
I feel like the only two people that have won pots today are Oustach and Bedell.
Yeah, I mean, Boyka's just a million chips ahead of Bedell right now. Johnny Fingers asking, what is the watch Bedell is wearing? As I said yesterday, I think it's an Audemars Piguet Royal Oak Offshore. I notice it has a tourbillon, and any watch with a tourbillon is going to be bloody expensive.
What's a tourbillon?
Tourbillon is an unnecessary complication in a watch. It's actually designed for clocks. It's...
The cuckoo part?
No, wall clocks or grandfather clocks.
Yeah.
Because of gravity, the mechanism, the time slips.
It's pulling on the hands.
Correct. So
Okay.
what the tourbillon does is it ensures that that doesn't happen. But if you think about it, the natural movement of your arm means that the mechanism is always in a different position. So you don't actually need a tourbillon to keep it balanced. But it looks really bloody cool.
And so you can see the tourbillon on the face of the watch?
Correct.
Okay.
It's the thing that looks like a globe oscillating inside of the watch.
I'm just, you know what? I'm just going to ask ChatGPT what it is. Kidding! I've never, by the way, for the record, never used it, never will. Tourbillon.
And then the Google AI overview at the top of the page.
Yeah, I know. I can't escape it.
I
But
think you can turn that off if you want.
Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, that looks like the Bedell watch, right?
It does, yes.
Let me see. What's the tourbillon? Show me the tourbillon.
I mean, it's that.
Oh, that thing!
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen that before. I always thought that was like a self-windy thing.
That's usually on the back, the automation.
Helio.
What's the retail
Over
on this?
13 million now.
Retail price in Swiss francs, 260,000.
Wow.
Tuppence.
How many Benidorms does this guy own?
Do you want me to put that in a currency that people can understand?
He's got all the Benidorms.
I can understand. I don't afford it. Can't afford it.
He's got several Benidorm rooms.
Won't afford it.
What did I say? It was 260,000.
Yeah.
In US dollars, that is, oh my word, 325 grand. That's a not insignificant sum of money.
How much does it cost to stay in a Benidorm?
Depends which Benidorm you rent.
They don't sound nice.
The Benidorm rooms?
Yeah.
Извините, а через сколько пауза? Break at 2.
Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice.
The raise with 10-9, flattered by Colonia with 7 deuce of hearts in the big. Ace, queen, 8 with 2 clubs. The gut shot for Bedell. 10 high, still the best hand. Continues for 100,000. Just the one strawberry on the flop. Is it enough to keep Kalonja in this hand?
No. No, it is not.
So Bedell hovering around the 20 big blind mark. 5 million in live earnings. Good for 4th place on the Norwegian all-time money list.
Wow.
Although, as we established, now lives in Benidorm. In fact, I think he moved there in the 1960s, running hotels and restaurants. Mostly a PLO player and does have a PLO title on the EPT.
Now I got to see where Benidorm is.
It's in Spain.
It's a big country, Nick.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, it's an island. It's one of them islands. Or is it?
No, it's not. It's a coastal resort.
Oh, sorry. One of the Google suggestions was Benidorm Island. Excuse me. Okay, so I've been to Alicante.
Oh.
Oh, boy. Okay, back to the poker.
Yeah, Brzezinski, who's been, by the way, pretty quiet. Has made a couple of big blind defends, but other than that, hasn't been opening a lot. Raises with kings. Boyka wisely just calling in position with the ace-jack suited.
Oh.
An ace-queen for Bedell. I mean, I know I'd be walking into it here, Nick, but with fewer than 20 bigs
Yeah.
and an awesome squeeze spot, I'm ripping this every day of the week.
Yeah, and also, guys, don't forget.
650.
Yeah, that makes sense. Don't forget, guys, we're playing 5-handed as well, so under the gun is not as early position as it would have been 8-handed, and so I'm falling in this trap every day. And I don't know if maybe I'm making a mistake here, but I'm with you, James.
It's not a mistake. Brzezinski could be opening any number of hands that you are beating, any number of hands that will fold.
Right. I mean, as
the
a
flat
spot
in the middle is some dead money.
As a spot with cards down, this is actually a very good spot most of the time for you. We can see he's running into kings.
Brzezinski announces, I'm all in. Boyka can now get away from this.
Yeah.
Bedell,
I have done
however.
a big mistake. Count, please.
Count.
Count? Call?
Count.
You don't need to count. He's clearly got you covered. It's
I
all
know.
into call. I know why he's asked for the count.
He's trying to spare the time.
Correct. If
Yeah.
you ask for a count, they pause the clock. Which, by the way, I don't actually think should be allowed if the player clearly covers, but it's not me to make that judgment.
I mean, it can still impact the way that you interpret the hand, right? Because if Brzezinski ships for 1 million big blinds and is,
All right, that's a good point.
I think it could be a thing.
I contend that you should know what you're going to do
What in life?
if it doesn't get 2 folds.
I'm surprised that Bedell didn't just rip. I'm surprised he just 3-bet to 650K. I guess on the plus side, he has given himself an opportunity to get away from this, but how do you get away from this?
Well, first of all, you ask Boyka if he folded an ace.
No chance to call you. Oof.
So Brzezinski was in for about 48 big blinds here, and he was covering both by a considerable margin. Both players sub 25.
I have the idiot hand. Oh,
Can Bedell?
I could have lost more if I just called. Like 2 I started. Very bad hand. Oof.
Bedell folds it!
This is wild.
I'm here for it, guys. I'm here for it.
On the left, sorry, on the right,
Oh, that smile. Oh.
Brzezinski's girlfriend, Viviana.
Mami, ¿por qué lo haces?
And Brzezinski now playing 56 big blinds.
Amazing. Obviously, super lucky. I mean, I'm very grateful for the run. I'm very aware of the variance, and what got me to be here, and I'm just enjoying the moment and being blessed with the result.
And we hear you've got a good-sized rail coming to support you today. What does that support mean to you?
It's amazing. I mean, of course, it's the even though I'm not Maltese, it's the EPT Malta. I'm rather close to Maltese poker community. There is a friend flying from Poland. My girlfriend is coming. Amazing. I mean, I cannot wish for more.
Finally, what would it mean for you to win this event today?
To be fair, I'm not going that far with my thoughts. I'm just here to enjoy the moment. As I said, I'm really blessed to be here, and whatever happens, happens. There were so many much better players than me in the field, and I'm still here. So here to enjoy the moment, and hopefully it will bring the good result.
Good luck today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tomasz Brzezinski has made this island his home and is being supported by many Maltesers. And Bedell still lamenting that last hand, or yawning, or a combination of the two.
I love it. I love that he found a way to get away from that one. That's so cool. You know it's really interesting though, James.
Can we take a break now?
I think most players simplify to just jamming, which means you would have run into kings. But that could have been the spot where you got lucky, making a very good plus EV shove, but running into it, but still hitting an ace, and then you go on to win the EPT. Sometimes just getting it in bad is part of the game when you know it's overall going to be a positive EV situation.
You know what I always say?
Yeah.
If you can't get it in good, get it in bad.
Just take the guesswork out of it. Once you moved all in, there's no more decision making. There's no more tough spots.
Yeah, I mean, he's making like a super cool fold against kings, but
yeah,
sometimes you just gotta, generate some fold equity. Sometimes you run into it. Sometimes you double up from that too.
Sure. I think we've established that the vast majority of people would just shove with that ace queen and
run it.
Exactly. King queen for Kalonja, a raise from the cutoff. Makes it 250,000, a little bit bigger. Bedell ace-8 on the button. Folds. Brzezinski is out. And Ostach folds queen 4 in the big blind. So we are going to be going on break in 10 minutes' time. Probably midway through this blind level. I appreciate the registration for the free roll will be kicking off soon, and we'll have limited time in the run-up to 3 o'clock to the start time to give you the password, so may as well just throw it out there now.
I bet Alexei Boyka knows.
I would say that Boyka has a really good idea of what the password is.
Boyka probably looks at the password every day of his life.
Just to clarify, this is an EPT Malta free roll for those of you playing in the global shared liquidity market. That's the .com market. $2,000 in Sunday Million and Sunday Million satellite tickets to be won. And yeah, Boyka is the password. B-O-I-K-A. The reigning Malta champion, Boyka, lends his name as the password for today's free roll.
He lends his name to the password, but what is the password?
Boyka.
I know he knows what the password is, but what is it?
Boyka.
All right, I'll ask him. Darter says the password is Tourbillon.
Tourbillon.
Tourbillon. Tourbillon.
The Swiss gave us 2 excellent things that sound very similar. Tourbillon and Toblerone, but they're very different.
Password is?
Both are things that I mostly encounter on the European Poker Tour.
Yes.
Tourbillons and Toblerones.
We are in the free roll, lads. Don't worry.
Do you know there was like a whole 3-month period where I just lived off Toblerones? Because it was the only thing. Mini bars don't really exist anymore in the EPT, but they did when I first started, and it was like the only food available most of the time. I ate so much Toblerone. I don't even like them.
They're much skinnier than they used to be. Have you noticed that?
Toblerones and drinking out of bathroom sinks. That was my whole like first 5 years on the EPT.
Look at you now.
Look at me now.
I remember like looking at you aghast, but you know there are some places we go on the tour where you're not meant to drink water out the tap, right?
Yeah.
And I was like,
builds the immune system.
No.
As he's writhing around in pain, clutching his stomach.
I was like, we don't go to Mexico.
He said, James Noblerone.
Noblerone. Say Noblerone to Toblerone.
Boyka raises small to big, gets caught by Kalonja with a dominated hand.
Kalonja with the better draw now.
Absolutely. But Boyka's still ahead with ace high.
And if I was Kalonja, I would start betting here. See how he feels. We're blocking that made straight. We are blocking hands like Jack 10, 9, 10. He decides to check here.
Okay, well, open-ended Kalonja, but one of those straight draws, no bueno.
You know, when our opponent opens here blind v blind, then checks on 6, 7, 8, they'll sometimes have a 6 or a 7 as well, just kind of pot controlling. But as played now, the king is a dangerous card, eh? If we see a king on this river, it will be disastrous for Kalonja.
Do you ever take a stab here, Nick, and not rely on having to make a hand?
Well, I would have bet flop, but...
So yes is the answer, just
I think maybe
earlier.
It's time to start betting. But also Kalonja so far has proven to be an extremely talented player. Probably much better than I am at cards, so I default to his wisdom. Boyka's loving life here. He thinks he's going to get ace-jack suited down to showdown. So far, so good. If he's going to let me check, just let me check. He's giving me all these free cards.
So far, so good.
Yeah, and now at this point, Kalonja might opt to bet, might opt to check, but we haven't really repped anything strong yet. We haven't really played our hand as though we have many good cards. I'd say it's possible for him to have a 6, I suppose, but that's still kind of a thin rep.
850.
Ooh, slight overbet.
Well, big enough.
And now this is a great size, right? Because what we're saying is we have one of those very, very, very well-disguised hands. However, ace-jack suited could absolutely hero call this. We've not represented much all throughout the streets. So on the river, what we're saying is we have a queen that we played very unusually. We have a 6 that we played very unusually. It's so far hard for us to have 7s or 10s or queens. Given the pre-flop action, given the flop and turn action, I think Boyka might make the call here. It's a rough spot, though, and the size is very good.
This is the second tough decision we've seen for Alexei Boyka in the last 50 minutes or so. That huge hand against Ostach. This time we know he's good. This time we know he has the best hand for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bet this river and try and put your opponent to the test, this is the right size. So I applaud that. But this is exactly the kind of hand that can hero call here, given the action thus far.
Mr. Rochester watching on Twitch says Boyka is hating life the last 20 minutes of this table.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough go for him. Just kind of getting kicked around. I could see him making this call, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
and that's a huge momentum shift, not just to win this pot, but get the confidence back. Get your groove back.
At least he knows the password to the free roll.
Might be on tilt, says he is not calling because no bluffs make sense, honestly, after checking back the turn. This bluff makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you mean no other bluffs?
I think that this is a rough one.
Again, several time bank cards have been played.
You can see the look on his face. He knows that he's pretty much representing a 6. He's like, really, bro?
Bird highlighting that if he does bust the final table, he can always enter the free roll on PokerStars. Not really sure he's thinking about that now. Boyka does make the call. He heroes.
Sick. Let's go.
Sick.
Heroes with ace high, and that is a huge boost, a huge momentum shift, and it is going to see him move ahead of Adria Kalonja on the leaderboard. Boyka now playing 35 big blinds. Kalonja drops down to 32.
That was a sexy call. Boyoyoyoinka.
Boinka.
So the players being advised that the next hand will be the last hand before we take a 20-minute break. Still have 20 hands to play at this blind level. Tom Axel Bedell back in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
He's playing 11 bigs right now. Still a monster chip lead for Mikhailo Ostach, playing 13.2 million, 132 bigs.
Elkanut's remembering Boyka loves to hear a call with ace-jack in Malta.
I mean, I remember very little of that final table.
If we had the money to pay a historian other than Statrick, Elkanut's
It's smoking time.
is
Let's
good.
go. Tírate, anda. Vamos a fumar.
Vamos a fumar, my friend.
Do they allow smoking in the Benidorms?
It's a good question. I'm not sure if it's allowed indoors.
Do you think I've ever been anywhere near Benidorm in my life?
You're such a douche. There's like so many people in chat. They're like, "Oh, my family vacation there. Like I've been there 20." You're like, "I would never go anywhere near that place."
So Kalonja shoves on Bedell, who folds. We go on break. We are still 5-handed at the final table of the EPT Malta main event. The two-time dream still alive for Alexei Boyka. Has some work to do, but things going better from now than they were about 5 minutes ago. He is third in chips with 35 big blinds. Brzezinski still in second place. A huge chip lead for Mikhailo Ostach right now, who has consolidated his chip lead, increases advantage over the course of this session. Kalonja's dropped down a little bit, but is not at risk right now. The same cannot be said for Tom Axel Bedell. Still short, still in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Action continues in 20 minutes here in Malta on the PokerStars European Poker Tour.
Wow, these two are almost even. We got ourselves a game.
Absolutely, with the blinds at 40-80 with a 10k ante. Carlson with King 7. He has the slight chip advantage going into this heads-up battle.
Nothing like the chip lead he had before.
He raises to 200,000 and Boyka defends with 7-4. He is dominated.
Even though we know he's dominated, it's fine.
8-6 deuce. So Boyka flops a gut shot. Carlson still ahead with King high. And he bets 300,000. Boyka calls.
There's an argument for check raising that board with nothing, but calling's way more standard.
The Turn card is a 5. That is the straight for Boyka. Meanwhile, Carlsen picks up a straight draw, a draw to a chop. Boyka is checked for a second time, and Carlsen is going to bet a second time.
Never a good spot to be in where you're drawing to get half the pot.
450,000.
Now we're gonna see the check raise.
And he makes it chunky, 1.4 million.
Folding here is the obvious move, but I don't think peeling is terrible. Folding probably makes a little more sense, so you don't have to deal with any river decisions when you miss.
Carlsen lets it go. Boyka adds 960,000 to his stack. And that results in a switcheroo. Alexei Boyka now with the chip lead over Mats Carlsen. Mats with 6-4.
I call.
Completes.
Probably better to come in for a raise, but whatever.
Boyka with King 9 raises to 300,000. And Carlsen decides he's going to play a flop in position. He calls. Well, Boyka still has the best hand, King High, plus he has a gut shot. Nothing for Carlsen.
Boyka's not c-betting. And this is what happens when there's an unknown quantity in the mix.
A bluff from Carlsen, 400,000.
Taking a stab since there was no c-bet.
Boyka calls.
Not sure what he's doing with this line. Maybe just bluff catching with King High?
Well, Boyka has paired his 9 on the turn, and that means Carlsen is now drawing dead.
Got a great bluff catch in hand now.
And Carlsen is going to bluff again. 1.4 million in the middle. He bets 900,000.
The only types of hands he's going to get to fold with a bet like this are ace-high type hands. And maybe not even those.
Boyka calls. The river card is a 5, which pairs the board.
Well, if he was trying to get ace-high type hands to fold, he would need to bet again here.
It's been checked to him.
Right.
He waves the white flag. And Boyka wins at Showdown.
Why didn't you bluff?
I didn't dare. The 5 is not too good. I mean, what can I mean, I don't have a queen.
Fair enough.
What, you call all in?
I don't know.
But they didn't look very convincing, I have to say. That's a good chance.
Well, Matt's lost a lot of chips in that pot. And his friend on the rail is starting to look a tad concerned. With good reason, because Boyka has opened up a better than 3-1 chip advantage over Carlsen.
He is getting worked.
He's first to speak here with ace-4 of diamonds. He raises to 200k. Ace-jack for Boyka.
Domination Nation, and we should be seeing a 3-bet.
He re-raises to 625k.
I call.
Well, that means we're going to the flop.
Carlsen seems so stressed out. I'm glad he didn't blast off there in the hopes of not having to make any post-flop decisions.
The flop is Queen 8 deuce. Ace-jack high, still the best hand. And no c-bet from Boyka.
Again, I think he's trying to induce bluffs from Carlsen.
Carlsen is going to bet.
550.
Is it a value bet or a bluff?
Yes.
Boyka, an 80% favorite, calls. The turn card is a king, so Boyka picks up a gut shot and is still a commanding favorite.
Carlsen's got barely a pot-sized bet left behind.
He checks behind. The river is a 7, so both players left with ace high. Boyka has the better ace and therefore has a lock on this hand. And he's checked for a third time.
Mats, don't do anything crazy. Actually, something crazy might work.
I'm all in.
Carlsen shoves the river.
It's quite the maneuver, but is it a convincing line?
2.56 million into 2.37 million. It's polarizing for sure.
It's not the kind of bet you'd expect from a guy as a bluff at this stage, but what can he have? What a spot for Boyka. If he decides Carlsen's bluffing, Carlsen could easily be bluffing with something like bottom pair, and ace-jack still loses.
If Boyka decides that ace-jack high could be the best hand and calls, he's won the tournament.
You can see it in his eyes. He's picturing himself winning the tournament right now.
How much does Mats Carlsen want to fold here?
He can see it. He can see the trophy lift. How is Carlsen sitting there so comfortably? I would be freaking out.
Boyka putting the pieces of the puzzle together.
It's a break now, yeah?
Mats, don't speak!
It says 15 minutes. It's 1:15, yeah.
Shh, quiet. Well, Boyka's the one who's stressed out.
Boyka calls!
Nice call, they win.
It's over.
What do we have? Ace jack?
We have a winner!
Oh, wow.
What a call!
Nice call. Yeah. Good call.
Good game.
Yeah, good, okay. Now I misplayed the heads up, but wow. All right, good call.
With that amazing call, Alexei Boyka wins EPT Malta.
I played it bad at the end, but I got fed up.
Oh, credit to Mats for making that move on the river there.
Nice call.
It was tough.
All right, next hand, Queen 10 of the offsuit variety for Side and Streaker.
Raised to 1.1. Witsiak with 6-5 of clubs.
This is not an unreasonable 3-betting hand, James. I definitely wouldn't mind a little raisy daisy here.
A raisy daisy?
Yeah, 6-5 suited, 8-7 suited. Definitely some frequency of 3-bet there at the stack depth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16, 17, 27, 37, I don't know.
Witsiak has played one-time bank cards so far.
4 million.
And you're right, Nick. He has decided to 3-bet with this hand. And I guess with a hand like Queen 10, with position, Side and Stricker can legitimately call this re-raise to 4 million?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just plays nicely in position. I don't expect to see a 4-bet here. That seems a bit over the top. But this is a very Very good situation to try and take it post-flop against an aggressive opponent. Indeed has the best hand, and that's an important part of deciding whether or not you're going to call. How frequently does my opponent actually have a bluff here?
9-5 deuce, so a pair of fives for Witsjak. Seidenstricker with 2 overs to the board and a backdoor straight draw. Witsjak has the pre-flop betting lead and continues into this pot of 8.4 million.
Yeah, there's quite a few nice turns here for Witsjak, as well as just having the pair right here, right now. But that small continuation in relation to the pot means he's going to flow with Queen 10 here. Queen or a 10 would be very dangerous for Witsjak.
So it was 3 million, the bet on the flop, called by Seidenstricker. Witsjak now slows down, checking this turn card. He is an 86% favorite, but it is Seidenstricker who's going to take over the betting.
Yeah, James, I don't think he's intending on check folding this turn, especially not having picked up a straight draw, right? Even if he's got it completely wrong and he is losing, he still has additional equity with that 4 on the turn, although it's not a ton. I anticipate a check call on this turn loads. A player at Witsjak's level will understand that his opponent will have floats here with 2 overcards, for example, exactly like Queen 10.
3.5 million apiece. The 9 of hearts on the river pairing the board. 21.4 in the million. Seidenstricker has less than pot behind. Action's been checked to him for a second time.
James, I really think that if he pulls the trigger, he could get looked up here. The 9 is actually a really, really good card to see if you have 6-5.
Counting his stack in relation to the pot. He shoves! He bluff shoves with just Queen high, and Witsjak has the best hand with a pair of 5s.
Wow, he can definitely call here. This is a spot that's going to be bluffed a ton given the action.
If he calls, it's over. If he calls, he's an EPT champion.
How much?
He asked for a count.
21?
I mean, it's most of Witsjak's stack. It would be a huge mistake to make. You call here and you're wrong. It's over for you.
Yeah, I've got to say, I think the 9 is actually really good because the 9 kind of is what you think Seidenstricker might have when he limp calls here. This run out means there's fewer combinations of 9 remaining, and I think that means he's going to have more bluffs. I really think he might make the call here. It's a huge moment. Imagine making this hero call and claiming victory here in Barcelona.
The former professional footballer, the former engineer, a guy who has been mentored and coached by Antoine Saout, with a decision that if he makes the right call, will earn him an EPT title.
You can do it, mate. I believe in you. I love hero calls.
Playing a time bank card, thinking about this.
I think he's trying to get a live read now, James. Seems to be looking at his opponent a ton here, trying to get some live tells.
This would be a huge call, and it will be a tournament winning call.
Look at this from the rail.
Plays another time bank card.
I call.
He's made the call!
Oh, wow.
We have a result here in Barcelona. It is Simon Witsjak from France who takes the title and trophy. The additional 100,000 euros in prize money and crushes the hopes and dreams of the Brazilians.
Wow, what a call. Absolutely fantastic poker. He's dominated this tournament, and what a dominant call to take the trophy.
He has been chip leader for so much of the late stages of this 5K main event. He closes it out. He takes it down. He'll lift the trophy. He'll claim the single biggest slice of the 10 million euro prize pool. While João Seidenstricker is the runner-up.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros. and a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Hume starts this hand with 8 big blinds. Gets shoved on by Song, and he is calling. Song with a 7.
Oh, they have 8.
Hume.
8. I have A7. He's 8.
Pocket 8.
You know, we did see A7 beat 8s yesterday. Could happen.
So Hume gets it in as the favourite, gets it in with the pocket pair, but how well has Stephen Song run in all-ins today? Hume, 71% to get the double up. No ace on the desk. However, additional outs for Stephen Song. 4's working for him as well. Turn card. It's a 4. Hume can still spike a 7. As the cliche goes, it isn't over until the fat lady sings.
Crazy, huh?
She has sung, and for Stephen Song, it's victory here at EPT Barcelona. He will lift the trophy. He joins the ranks of European Poker Tour champion.
And we're back with the big game. Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stacks one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
And a reminder that the new episode of The Big Game on Tour will drop later today on the PokerStars YouTube channel, either during the dinner break tonight or once we are done. Still 5-handed at the final table of the main event at the Malta leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We come back from the first break of the day, and during the first session we did see Mikhail Ostach increase his chip lead, consolidate his advantage, coming back from break with more than 130 big blinds. Close enough to 135 big blinds, better than a 2-1 lead over Tomasz Brzezinski, making his second consecutive EPT final table following his 4th place finish in Barcelona in August. Alexei Boyka continues his title defend. Adria Kalongia hovering around the same mark, 35 bigs, and Tom Axel Bedell still the short stack with just over 10 big blinds. Still 18 hands to play at the 50k, 100k blind level. 200,000 euros locked up, more than $250,000 for 4th, nearly 340k for 3rd, nearly $500,000 for the runner-up, 760,000 euros for the winner. So big money jumps, which do to a certain degree influence, dictate the action, especially when there's a short stack at the table and you've got a couple of players bunched together around the 35 big blind mark. We shall see what unfolds over the course of the next hour and a bit as we begin the second session of the day. 1 hour and 20 minutes to play until we hit the next tournament break. Now, of course, these players in the main event are earning points in the high buy-in PokerStars Live League. There are 3 tables, one for high buy-in tournaments, one for medium buy-in tournaments, and one for low buy-in. As far as the high is concerned, Clemens Reuter still sits in first place. Enrico Camosci sits in second, and they are currently 2 of the 7 players remaining in the 10K high roller, so that could see a change at the top of that league. Of course, there are 3 events left this year to earn points, those events being the PokerStars Open Manchester, EPT Prague, and the PokerStars Open in Cannes, which will conclude the 2025 live season. Of course, we will also be in Maryland, we'll also be at NEPT Las Vegas in November, but US events do not count towards the live league. So we return to our final table. It's James Hartigan, rejoined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And thrilled to say that we are rejoined on the stream by Jamil Wakil. Great to have you back, sir.
Great to be back, guys. Thank you for having me.
I got him, okay.
Pleasure to be here, and I've been watching some of the stream before I got on, and definitely looking forward to seeing how it unfolds here. Playing for a lot of money and some talented and exciting players, so it's a treat for all of us.
I think the biggest treat for us has been watching Mikolaj Ostach, a player we knew nothing about before we started covering this tournament. That's because he doesn't have a lot of live experience. This is his first ever EPT main event. But clearly, from the results he's had online and the amount of poker he's played online, a pretty solid pro.
Yeah, absolutely. That's my first time coming across his name as well, but he seems to be executing well and comfortable being aggressive with his chip stack, which is not always easy, you know, when you transition from online to live.
Yep.
We see lots of the best players in the world come from an online background, but it takes some time to acclimate in the live arena. And for him, it seems like this is his by far biggest score. I mean, I think last night we were talking about his score, his biggest score being about 4K.
Yeah.
So he's doing a great job of acclimating very quickly under a high pressure scenario, and it's been impressive to watch so far.
Yeah, just really quick, guys. Don't forget that free roll is kicking off in about 8 minutes' time.
Yeah, Boyka is the password in honor of the reigning champion who still could defend that title 9 years later, Alexei Boyka. That's B-O-I-K-A is the password that will get you into that free roll, which starts at the top of the hour. Blinds are still 50,000, 100,000 with a 100K ante. Boyka first to act here with 5s, folds. Kalonja is out, so it is Bedell, the short stack, on the button. Deuces, 10 big blinds. You know what you got to do, Tom.
We know he likes his deuces. I know last night he got involved on the ace-king-7 there.
Yeah.
And was hoping to spike a deuce. I think it was a 3 on the turn, so he came close, but seems like a pretty good spot for him to go all in and hopefully pick up the blinds. Or
Yeah. I mean, thus far he's been very reserved. I mean, there's a couple spots that I think might have been 100% like sort of 3-bet jam, but he's avoided them. But actually, all of them worked out really well. They were all really well timed. I think he like 3-bet folded half of his stack with ace-queen correctly against kings just a moment ago. Now, I would hope that he would just run with this one as a shortest stack. We want to generate some variance. And I was saying to James, even though he did correctly 3-bet fold his ace-queen against kings, it's still one of those spots that you probably just always rip, and then if you get lucky, that's how you go on to win the tournament by, you know, generating some variance and getting lucky once in a while.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I did catch that hand before I got on here, and I was also quite surprised, but at the same time, he's still in the tournament.
It's
so
still kind of cool. It's still kind of cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he has some magic up his sleeve. We'll see here.
Here we go. It is triangle time for Tom Axel Bedell, all in for his last million. And it's Oustach in the big blind with the decision. He's got 3s.
Oh, no.
Poor Tom.
And these are the these direct sort of negative reinforcement spots where you go, so the computer told me to shove deuces and I knew it felt wrong, and then of course he had 3s.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the computer Tom's looking at, but I think his gut told him to shove it in. I think he still made the right play regardless. So.
It may not be fair, but it's the reality of the situation. Tom Axel Bedell all in, at risk, and dominated.
No!
You feel for him because, you know, if you're up against kings or aces or queens or something like that, it's like, oh, whatever, I just ran into a big hand. But here, you're just as dominated and you're pipped by 1. So we'll see. Maybe he can spike a 2 here.
Flop.
Mamma mia, no me dejes ya. No quiero irme.
Oh, has a 3 on it.
Not a good window card.
Yeah, and his spade isn't live either. This is pretty brutal, and he's now down to 2%.
Yeah,
That
5 would
was
be
my
good. Oh, no.
straight.
Looks
And
like
he's
drawing dead.
drawing dead on the turn. So sadly,
From them.
we do lose Tom Axel Bedell in 5th place.
And
Yeah, great game to Tom. He was a lot of fun to watch. I think
suerte.
all of us would agree, and the chat would agree. He brought some excitement and
Thanks for the game.
a unique factor that definitely made it more enjoyable to watch.
Absolutely.
Good luck, Chip
The
Leader.
king of Benidorm exits the events.
Going back to Benidorm with an additional 200,000 euros. That's what 5th place paid. Everyone else is now locked up 260 grand. And now there is no short stack at the table. With Bedell's departure, the shortest stack is Alexei Boyka, but he's got more than 30 big blinds.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Some room to maneuver now still, even if you are him or Adria. You know, like you said, no one's in the danger zone, and there's some time they can take and some poker to be played. And that's one of the great things about the EPT main event structure. You know, it's really one of the main reasons I think people just come back over and over for so many years is it gives you a lot of ability to actually get to play some poker. It's not an all-in fest. You know, of course, when it gets to be a couple players left, sure, the blinds can go up on you and things can get a little more shallow. But throughout the tournament, we're on day 6 here. And the shortest stack at the final table is 33 big blinds. So it's definitely, like I said, one of the main reasons why I think PokerStars is so successful with running these EPT main events year after year.
Yeah, it just makes for a better, it's like a boxing match, right? You don't want to see the guy go down in the first round. You want to have an opportunity to go back and forth. We've had these guys battling big reversals, recoveries, and as you say, allowing the blind levels to look like that is what allows for that kind of action.
Oustach raises small to big, and Boyka shoves from the big with ace deuce. King Jack folded.
Yeah, aggressive line by Boyka, but I think he had a good combo to go all in with. He also could have 3-bet non-all in, but you can see the power of the all in there. Just gets him like King Jack to fold and deny equity there. So he'll be happy picking that pot up.
Look at the chip lead that Ostach has. Almost 3-1 advantage over Brzezinski, who's second on the leaderboard. We have a question from Reski, who asks on the PokerStars YouTube channel, I can't find where to play the free roll. What website do I have to play on? Words fail me. Can you imagine if the PokerStars YouTube channel was advertising a free roll on a different site?
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it works out for him.
Ostach opens King 8, Boyka with King 5.
8.
And he's picking up the aggression, re-raising here.
Yeah, he's picking a good customer to do it against as well. Ostach has been running this table over. He's been opening an extremely wide range of hands. And a lot of that will just end up being raised folds, right? You know, it's when you start to get too out of line, you realize how many of those are just almost impossible to defend correctly, or at least very difficult to play well thereafter. And nice maneuver here from Boyka. He's going to jump on that and try and exploit that to the best of his ability.
Absolutely. We keep talking up Boyka and what an incredible accomplishment this is, considering it's 9 years since the last EPT Malta. But one thing we should highlight is with Bedell going out in 5th place, Brzezinski is now guaranteed a top 4 finish. That is back-to-back top 4 finishes in EPTs. That is something special, Jamil.
Yeah, that's an incredible accomplishment. I know myself being close, you know, multiple times how difficult it is to get there. And not only did he squeak in, you know, get 9th or 8th, you know, he's getting top 4 at the minimum in both. And Barcelona, as we all have been accustomed to seeing, is always the biggest EPT. I'm not sure how many people were in that field. Do you guys know? I mean, for sure, well over 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, those closer to 2,000.
Yeah, I was going to say closer to 2.
That's incredible. Yeah, good for him. What an amazing accomplishment just to be here, and still a great chance to get the trophy too.
Ostach again opens and is going to get folds from the other 3 players.
Yeah, Oustach looking at almost a 3-1 chip lead against second in chips, which is Brzezinski. Just lording it, and as he should be.
Ricky asking about today's episode of The Big Game on tour. So obviously we don't want to lose our audience. So we're not going to put that show live until either the main event goes on dinner break or if it finishes early evening after the stream has finished. But it will go live today. This will be episode 8 of season 2. Be the 3rd episode of the current lineup, playing at the higher stakes with a 100k minimum buy-in, 200, 400 blinds.
Kings for Boyka here. Exciting spot. Opening onto the chip leader's big blind. Could have chose to size up. Typically you will see, especially in this case, they're quite deep, and Ostach is covering by about 3.5x. So you will see the opener choose to size up, but it might be one of those things where Boyka thinks Ostach isn't going to adjust his calling range anyway.
Oh no. Oh no. Ostach defends with 5s and flops a set, and I don't know how you get away from kings on this board.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that might save him is the fact they're still quite deep. 41 effective going to the flop here, but on this kind of a texture and with the big blind range being what it is, I mean, you just feel like you're getting a lot of value from the spades and from the 8x and the 9x and the straight draws.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a dynamic board. I would have liked to see Ostach take a little bit of time and at least consider a lead here. It seemed like he pretty much snap checked, but this is a texture Boyka's going to check back so often. And a lot of the time when you have such a advantage as the chip leader, a texture like this from the big blind is just going to be a slam dunk lead with a lot of bluffs, but especially when you do have an amazing hand like bottom set, you want to balance those bluffs with the great value hands that you have here. And we can see he, is keeping the pot smaller by avoiding that, and Boyka checking back.
Yeah, so now on the turn, we do get the lead from Ostach for near enough full pot, 500k into 550k.
Yeah, now I think we'll just see Boyka call and like I said, keep the pot quite small. He just has a pretty easy call down. There's not really a point of him raising, I don't think, especially after checking back the flop.
Yeah, and as you say, like the opportunity to lead the flop is definitely there on the turn, though, using a sizing that we can then use as with semi-bluffs and all kinds of similar too. So keeping it nice and balanced in the turn at the very least.
So deuce on the river. How does Ostach get the maximum here?
It's very bricky. What do you think of Jamil? Like, is he weighing up whether or not he wants to try and get a missed draw to barrel here, or does he have to do most of the betting, especially with the check on the flop, do you think?
Yeah, I think he's just got to put the money in himself.
Right, yeah.
I mean, Boyka's just going to knuckle back so often. Even if you had, something like
Ace-8 or something.
No, but even something as strong as, maybe Ace-8 or even like a vulnerable overpair. Oh, he just
goes for it.
Wow.
Wow.
He shoves on Boyka. I mean, this is effectively, what, 3.5 million into a pot of 1.5 million? And Boyka makes the call.
Wow.
Boyka calls all in and is KO'd.
Good game. How does he find that size? That's so sick. That's actually insane.
Just like that, we lose Alexei Boyka, here to defend his title from 2016, made the final table of this tournament 9 years after his win in Malta, but it is a 4th place finish for Boyka, no title defense, 260,000 euros, and now near enough 20 million chips for Mikhailo Ostach.
Yeah, good game to Boyka. I mean, that's a really tough spot.
Yeah, brutal.
He did unblock both the flush draws with his suits, so I'm sure that was already in his head. I think he'll probably look back and at least say, why didn't I, let me think a little bit about the spot.
Yeah.
That's one thing I also have found as I've been in more and more big spots. Like even if you have a hunch and think you're going to make a certain decision for your tournament life, there's really no harm in at least thinking about it. So he might look back and want to consider it a little bit more than he did. But Ostach and him have been playing for days together, and he knows he's been aggressive, and he was really at the top of his range there. And if you are folding kings to Ostach, if that's the size he's always going to use on the river, then you might be getting a little bit exploited in that sense.
Well, Boyka gone, but not forgotten, literally, because his name is the password for today's free roll on PokerStars. I think we've still got, 25 minutes of late reg, Nick?
Good question.
I think registration closes at 1/2 the hour, so there is still time to get in that free roll. $2,000 in Sunday Million and Sunday Million satellite tickets being given away today as we begin three-handed action at the final table. No surprise to see Ostach involved. Raise small to big. And still has the best hand with 10 high.
Shout out to Ostach for finding the size, though, as well. Shoves for more than 2x pot effectively, right?
Yeah.
And, correctly identifying an opportunity to get absolute max, which is another really cool turn
you
there.
have to give him credit. I mean, not everyone would have, been able to find that all in. And like I said, him and Boyka have probably been playing together for days now, and he seems to have a good pulse on the situation. Of course, for Boyka, like I said, he just had an amazing hand, obviously.
Right.
And you do feel for him because when you're battling against someone who's aggressive day after day, you do get excited when you get a spot like that where you think you could be doubling up to second in place. And at the end of the day, Boyka, we have to give him a lot of credit. He's played for 6 days in a row now. He's been grinding. He's been making great decisions. And I saw that ace-jack call he made, which was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not easy to make it this far. So a lot of credit to him. And I'm sure we'll see him again at one of these big final tables soon.
For sure. Ostach is closing in on the 20 million mark really fast. Meanwhile, we've got Brzezinski playing 4.9 million, 49 big blinds, and Kalongia playing 2.7 million, 27 big blinds.
Yeah, another thing with the stacks the way they are, we might have seen Alex take some more time had there been one or two short stacks. We probably would have, right? But in this case, he was pretty much tied for the shortest stack with Adria, and he definitely probably took that into account.
Yeah.
That it's not like there's some short stacks waiting.
For sure.
That he could wait out if he folds. So.
And as you said, at the speed of his decision, I think he already had a lot of those variables in his head, including what his line would be on the river if he faced a jam, right? Like we also said, checking the flop keeps some of your strong hands in that checking range too. So he's kind of intentionally under-repped his hand for that exact move. As you said, unblocking the two flush draws as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard when you arrive at the river with a hand like that in the way you played it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard to just let it go, So
yeah,
definitely cannot fault him for calling it all. And like I said, if Ostach is always just going to be shoving for that size, whether he's bluffing or has the top of his range like he did, then if you do fold a hand like kings, what are you calling really? You're calling basically just two pair
better
plus.
Yeah, two pair plus.
And in that line you don't have much two pair at all.
Exactly.
Really, so
yeah, and you don't really have any sets either, too. So it's a tricky one.
So we probably would have saw him bet a better set than Ostach on the flop.
So with two quick eliminations, we're in one of those situations where the average stack doesn't really tell the true story. Average stack is like 90 big blinds, so it sounds like we are ridiculously deep. But the reality is, one player has the vast majority of the chips.
Yeah, this is quite a big differential now that we're seeing. A lot of separation. So it'll be interesting to see the dynamic between the other two players, Brzezinski and Kalongia. Am I pronouncing his name right?
Kalongia, is what we think it is.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see if they're trying to outweight each other or, Brzezinski still has quite a big chip advantage on him. So he'll be the one to watch next to try to chip up here and get closer to Brzezinski.
Brzezinski still hovering around the 50 big blind mark, and he has now officially gone one better than Barcelona. 4th in the last EPT, guaranteed at least 3rd in this one.
Yeah, and as the stacks are at the moment, guys, 187 for Ostach, 51 for Brzezinski, and 29 for Kalanja. So such an interesting and unusual distribution of chips. As you say as well, Jamil, like, you know, how do you just go for the gold at this point? Is this how you want to approach it if you're one of the two shorter stacks? Or, you know, does Brzezinski have a significant enough lead where he still wants to play a more patient game as the middling stack?
Yeah, good question, Nick. I think Brzezinski should want to, at this point, be looking to lock up second at least.
Right. It's a big jump still, right? I mean, just because we see the distribution is so doesn't mean that there's still not a ginormous leap between third and second.
Yeah, I was looking at the payouts before. It's 136K, I believe, difference. And at the end of the day, I mean, even if he was to double through Ostach to 10 million, you know, he's still going to have 30% more chips than him. So you're excited if you double up, but you're still in second place.
Right.
Your position doesn't change. You're still somewhat handcuffed because you have to play really passively against the other big stack. So I think he's in a pretty good spot right now where he can at least try to maneuver his way to second, and then from there, once you get heads up, as we all know, anything can happen, especially if they're this deep.
2 pair for Brzezinski. And he was the pre-flop aggressor, continuing here for 300,000. Bobo says, how come they didn't even propose a deal? Were there any backstage talks? No. If they were going to do a deal, they'd do it out in the open. Why wouldn't you? But equally, if you're sitting there with 18 million chips and the second biggest stack is 4 million, are you really that interested in looking at the numbers?
Yeah, PokerStars is always great with facilitating deals. So if there was any discussion, we would be sharing it with you guys as always on the stream here.
Ostach is check raising, and Brzezinski's loving life with top 2.
Yeah.
This is about as dry as it gets, especially when you've got top 2 here, loving life so far.
Yeah, quite an aggressive play here from Ostach. You know, he does have a decent combo to do it in the sense that when you raise here, you do get better hands to fold. Like if he does have Queen 10 or King 10 or King Jack, or even Ace 10 or something like that, you know, Brzezinski will probably fold those. And he does block some continues with his suits, being club and diamond. But this will be one of the dynamics where we see, you know, we've seen Ostach be really, really aggressive. But we've also, in the past, I'm sure you guys have seen more than me, we've seen people take it a little bit over the top sometimes.
Yes.
And there's that balance that you have to have. Which,
selective aggression.
Yeah, exactly, James. So we'll see here. Okay.
Ostach quickly folds. We could see he was drawing dead. And Brzezinski now playing 72 big blinds.
Very cheeky pickup there.
So was that a bet? Was that a check in and all in?
It was a check raise flop, bet turn,
okay,
lead turn, and then shove.
Okay, yeah.
And I kind of get the sense there that Brzezinski is seeing that turn and going, there's probably some semi-bluffs with considerable equity at this stage. Just going to try and shut this down now. I mean, it was already like 900K bet on the turn as well, so it's pretty chunky. Really quickly, James, if you could field this one. Question from our first-time chatter. Are they plowing with RAL money?
They are always plowing with rail money,
Okay,
yes.
good. Sorry. Thank you for your question.
I'm sure someone can give a legitimate answer to that question. As we return to the action with Ostach opening again, raising the button with Jack 8. I mean, as you'd expect, the pace of play picks up once you're three-handed, but also I do think we are going to see a lot of this. We're going to see raise and take it for Ostach.
Yeah, I think like we were talking about before, just Brzezinski just trying to make his way to heads up is going to allow Ostach to probably be quite aggressive on the button, and when he does open on his big blind, he'll probably be pretty conservative, I would think. There's not a huge benefit to getting into big pots with the chip leader at this point when he's coming up on a heads-up match if he can make it there, and then he can start to play big pots with him.
Just on that note as well, it was quite funny when Bedell shipped his deuces and ran into trays. As he was going off the stage, he said, "I thought you want me in so you can steal from them," which I think was a hint at the fact that if you keep me short, you can bully these guys.
Yes, absolutely.
Which is absolutely true. That's a real thing. But at this stage now, yeah, as you say, there's a lot. Just going to come down to who wants it more here. Less incentive to play kind of that kind of
we do see
strat.
that often. I think maybe if Bedell had, even like a few big blinds less, like 5 or 3 or something like that, maybe he would have left him. If he would have left one chip behind even, he would have left him in the tournament because of that reason. But a lot of the time we do see that. I mean, that wasn't something I don't think Tom was thinking about. But if he went all in minus 1 chip, maybe Ostach would have called and checked it down just to keep him in and be able to apply more pressure on the other remaining players.
Let's go again. All right, here we go.
Raising small to big with King 7. Kalanji with Queen 10.
And we're looking at about 28 effective start the hand, something like that. 28 big blinds. Kalanji is going to call this one, I think. Yeah. I think at this stage, Ostach is incentivized to raise small to big very aggressively, right, with a very wide range of hands. So Queen 10 is going to play fine.
Yeah, definitely a comfortable hand to peel in position here. I mean, Ostach can also be playing some limps, given the fact that Adria has the least amount of pressure on him now. So he is not able to put as much leverage with his raises from small to big. But, I mean, King 7 here is just a good hand to raise, and Ostach feels comfortable with his aggression that he's been taking, so I think it's good he's keeping it up.
Ostach pairs his 7 on the turn, was already ahead with King High. Now has a pair and 68% equity.
Yeah, I would think this would slow him down here, and now he can try to navigate his way to showdown if possible. I don't really like betting if he does decide to go that route. Yeah, he does check, so that's good to see. Now for Adria, he's going to decide if betting here accomplishes anything. What can he fold out if he starts to bet and represent something? I mean, it's possible he does fold out this 7 here. Or he can just try to get
450,000.
Okay, so he does go for a bet.
Do you think blind v blind Queen 10 could just check because he could just have the best hand, full stop?
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that would be more natural for me, I think.
Yeah, lots of equity to get to the river. You never know with a player like Ostach, too. He might be looking to check jam on you, and you're folding out 2 overcards to the 9 and an open in the straight draw. But yeah, the bet gets it done.
Yeah, this exact combo is a good example. Maybe some king highs might fold turn as well. Once in a while that haven't improved on the turn. But again, some of those maybe barrel anyway on the turn if it doesn't come a 7 or whatever.
Yeah, I think you could just go either way, and the bet seems to have been efficient enough to take it down.
Yep, so up to 33 big blinds now for Adria.
And I believe we have 5 hands left at this blind level before we go up to 51.25. What?
Uh-oh, James.
James, you're not impressed by that.
Fake blind level.
Brzezinski here with just an easy defend. And we'll see. Oh, wow. That is a good flop. I was going to see. We'll see what can happen here.
Thinking of a flop that's good for pocket 4s.
It's a pretty good one to choose.
Yeah, and the way Oustach has been blasting, probably, I mean, this is just a texture we want to see bet often, right? So think we're going to see at least one very small bet to start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goes teeny tiny, like 150K. Yeah, just a smidge over one big blind. I think is really nice on these textures. Brzezinski, like, please have a 10. Please have a 10. Oh, my days.
Just turns quads.
Improving from a full house to quads, MBD.
It's just your daily quads.
Yeah, that may kill his action a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because now Ostach just has showdown value to try to navigate the river, just check it down. And Brzezinski obviously could still have a 4, which he's no longer going to be able to get to fold.
Oh.
But looks like he could lose some more money here now as your Ostach.
Wow. Brzezinski checks his quads on the river as Ostach rivers a piece of this, pairing his jack.
You know what's great about this, though, is he might just still check the jack on the river. It's so annoying.
Well,
He's
I think
going to get some action.
But, I mean, what bluffs does Brzezinski have at this point? I think I would have liked to see Brzezinski at least consider leading the turn as well. When you peel this flop and board double pairs, a lot of time you are just going to go with a small lead. And in this case, he didn't get any more money in on the turn, but thankfully the river gave Ostach top pair. But
can't be too careful here. You could be up against 10s.
Oh, and the cute size as well.
Yeah, I mean, as we've said, Ostach obviously has a great hand, but at the end of the day, what bluffs does Brzezinski have here?
Yeah.
Would he turn a missed flush draw into a bluff? I don't think so. He would bet that himself.
He would just bet the river, right?
Yeah, exactly. Would he turn ace high into a bluff? No, there's no need to do that. I mean, we have seen Brzezinski make some unique plays, yesterday near the end of the day, but I think those plays were more in the passive line where he was calling down.
Yep.
As opposed to the aggressive line. And just because you're someone who can make unique plays, let's call them, making a unique passive play is also very different than making a unique aggressive play.
Right.
But we'll see how Ostach interprets Brzezinski's gameplay from yesterday and from the first couple hours of today here.
Makes the call. Can you beat quads? No.
Yeah, he does pay it off.
Very nice for the quads. The check gets rewarded.
Okay, well, how does that change the dynamic? The gap between Ostach and Brzezinski has narrowed significantly. The chip leader with 140 big blinds, Brzezinski with more than 90. By the way, now I've thought about it, this adjustment to the blinds is actually quite smart. So it used to be 60-120, it's now 50-125. That's the next blind level, by the way, in 4 hands time. And that means they can color up the blues a lot earlier on. So right now we've only got the yellow 25Ks and the black and red 100Ks in play. And it means the level after that, level 31, is 75-150. So yeah, instead of 40-80. I like that. It's cleaner, it's smarter.
Yeah, I think we've been seeing a lot of tours start to do that.
Yeah.
Does make it more expensive as a small blind, so you have to adjust your range accordingly.
Well, this next one is cheaper, right? So the small blind gets a discount, but the big blind's paying more. So it's a 5K extra on the big blind, 5K extra on the ante, but the small blind gets a 10K discount. So it all balances out.
But what I'm saying is when it limps to you in the small blind, if you want to complete...
Got it.
You have to pay an extra 60%.
I see. I see what you're saying.
Right.
So when you have a marginal hand, it can make you lean towards folding a little bit more.
Florence says, a bit off topic, but those black and red 100K chips look fantastic. That's not off topic. It's relevant.
Seems topical.
Oh, I should have highlighted as well. We got the gray chips as well. Those are the 500Ks. Raise and take it for Ostach.
Yeah, and Adria didn't like to see that last pot. You know, more separation between him and Brzezinski now.
Yeah, and after that Jack 10 check raise, which was already pretty out of line, and then the continued turn again after the sort of board became more dynamic, maybe perhaps a little bit of overconfidence, which is understandable. I mean, look, he's been smashing it out of the park so far. You feel pretty invincible. All of a sudden, okay, a little hero call there, a little check raise here. It's not really cost him anything in terms of his positioning, right? He's still well out in front, but it certainly made Brzezinski feel a lot more confident having gotten value from it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had mentioned that before that kind of took place, right? I had brought that up to say, let's see how he approaches it, because when you do have that confidence from running everyone over for hours, sometimes it can be hard to slowly let your foot off the pedal a little
absolutely.
bit. And, you know, we saw that take place. But like you said, he's still in a great position here.
I thought the check raise with Jack 10 was really, really awesome just for him to go absolutely ham. But on the turn, I'm thinking, okay, pump the brakes now.
Yeah, I definitely didn't pick up any additional equity. And then that call on the river, I mean, that was a big call, you know, almost 20 big blinds in total. But it's possible, like I said, you know, he had those hands in his head from before of Brzezinski kind of being a little bit out there, let's call it, in some of the lines that he's taken. And it's very easy to get your wires kind of crossed and think, well, I saw him do this, this, and this, which means he must have a bunch of bluffs here because he's doing unorthodox things. But as we alluded to, calling down or limp calling big hands, you know, is very different situation than check raising a double pair board that you arrive at the river.
Right.
When after you call a flop bet with just complete air. And typically, as you said, Nick, if you have complete air or a missed draw, you're going to bet it yourself.
Right.
You're not going to check raise.
I think a lot of players, especially when they're coming, you know, when they're starting out their poker journey, they go, I know this guy is bluffing tons, but they're not contextualizing that with the actual situation, what's happened thus far, right? They go, I know this guy's really aggressive, he's bluffs too much, and they're check raising in a spot where nobody ever bluffs, not even the super aggressive ones, right? And you need to kind of, I'm not saying that, of course, Ostach is at that level or he's not thinking at that level, but it is something to note because a lot of players will say, I called because I knew you were bluffing, but then they could be bluffing with a better hand, right? And stuff like that.
Yeah.
When you're starting out, we see that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and even in the case of that last hand, he still could have had just a 4 for value.
Right.
Given the way the hand took place. He knows that Ostach is quite aggressive and probably would have bet a 10 again, at least for a small size on the turn. So he didn't even necessarily have to have 10s full to make that raise. So,
well, we have a bold prediction on YouTube from Arturo who goes, Ostach's luck is running out. He is going home in third. Not Chat Pro Saturday.
It's not Chat Pro Saturday.
I'm afraid, Arturo, you are going to be dismissed.
And you're banned.
That would be pretty unlucky if that happened for him, but you never know. We've seen
weirder things happen. Yeah. So this is the last hand at 50-100. Brzezinski completes in the small. Ostach checking his option with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit. It is a king 8-8 flop. Trips for Brzezinski.
Oh my days. Great start.
Yeah, a couple of good flops here for Brzezinski. And he will get some extra chips in the pot here. Ostach is going to call with ace high and continue at least one street, if not more.
$100K apiece. 5 of hearts on the turn. Ostach officially drawing dead.
And once you started off betting on the flop here, I think we kind of just want to keep going. I mean, more value from spades, more value from king X, more value from worse 8X. Does fire second barrel.
At this point, you want to get some chips in. So
yeah.
A lot of time you will see small blind check in this case, because the idea from a more macro point of view would just be to keep pots small against Ostach, where when you lead out on a paired board, a lot of the time when you don't have trips, you're just bloating the pot out of position against a range that can have all the trips. But with that being said, it worked out for him. Ostach does have a hand that's going to continue and may even call a third bet here. We'll see.
Yeah, it was 400K on the turn, which means we've got 1.3 million in the middle.
Check on the river is kind of cute now, though, as well, right? Miss Spades can bluff. The king can go for value. We might just see him go again, of course, which would make a lot of sense. But here we are, reaching for chips.
I think I like betting again because it goes back to what we were saying, Nick, about if he does check and face a bet.
Right.
What are his bluffs now when he comes back over the top? And instead of letting him check a king behind, Ostach just check a king behind. As you said, spades do miss, and he might just be able to pick up a big pot and narrow the gap further, which he still did in this case. He picked up a decent sized pot, and slowly but surely he's narrowing the gap here on Ostach.
A lot.
Yeah,
101 big blinds now for Brzezinski and 138 for Ostach. So just 37 big blinds behind.
Remember, the blinds are going up now, and there seems to be some confusion. I think they've skipped to a blind level by mistake on the clock. We should be at level 30, not level 31. So just getting that adjusted. We are now playing 50,000, 125,000, not 50K. Yeah, not 100, 200 yet.
Yeah, good catch there, James. That's a quick jump.
It is, but it does change the number of big blinds the players have. Ostach 110, Brzezinski 80. Most significantly, Kalonji is now playing around 20 big blinds, so he is getting into that kind of like territory.
Yeah, I think now we'll start seeing some open shoves from small blind to big blind on him, or him reshoving against the other two players.
I want the James Hardigan BBZ bundle about when you're getting into that territory.
That's my analysis of poker, noises. I don't do words. It's like, when you're faced with a tough decision in the big blind, you're kind of going, ugh.
Yeah, I think everyone knew what you meant.
Exactly. Everybody knew. It wasn't a criticism. I think it'd be a bestseller.
So, Kalonji 3-betting from the big with ace-10, gets a fold from Ostach. Hovering around 25 big blinds now.
Yeah, interesting he went for the non-all-in induce with ace-10 off. Typically, with a hand like that, you'll just see an all-in, and maybe you'll induce the suited variation. But, he knows his customer, and maybe if he feels he has a worse hand, he'll just get him to 4-bet jam instead of folding a hand that he might have folded out if he did go all-in. And all three players really keeping their composure. You can see as the pay jumps get bigger and the pressure heightens, it doesn't seem like anyone's getting too flustered or misclicking or making any visible mistakes here, which is good to see. It's not easy sometimes, especially for players who haven't been in this situation before, to hold it together when you're playing for 760,000 euros, right?
I'd be dying out there for sure. Jamil, on that note, actually, do you have any little tricks or any hacks when you're feeling the pressure, or perhaps you've made a big bluff or something like that, and you're on the river and the guys give you the stare down? Do you have anything that you do that you're like, just be still, just chill, bro, just keep it together, man?
Yeah, that's a great question, Nick. For me personally, I just kind of try to look at one spot on the table. I don't stare back at them, and usually at a big final table, I'll probably wear like a sweater or something that covers me up a little bit, just so I don't have to consciously be thinking about that throughout the whole river decision.
Yeah, that's a big thing for sure.
It's something just so simple. I'm not someone who wears like a scarf and hoodie over my eyes and all that stuff, but not that there's anything wrong with people that do it, but maybe like a zip-up track jacket or something like that. And I just try to focus on one spot on the table, control my breathing. Usually as long as I feel comfortable with the decision that I made, I don't feel a tremendous amount of pressure because I'm comfortable either way, whatever the result is. Obviously, if you're bluffing and you get called, it sucks. But if you feel like you've made a solid calculated bluff, you feel a little bit better about it during the decision even.
I think there is a lot to be said for that. Let's just talk about this hand really quick because I want to return to that. But top pair versus top pair, and Ostach being the ultra aggressor is going to feel pretty good about his hand at this stage. We can see Brzezinski's got another leg up on him here. And, you know, I don't think Ostach is going to miss a bet here. I think we just bet. He's got the gut shot to go with it as well. So let's just have a little bet here. This is almost certainly for value, although we can see
absolutely
Jack 9's
for
going
value,
nowhere.
But
yeah, and the call. And it's an ocho.
yeah, looks like a pretty safe card for Ostach as far as he's concerned. I mean, he blocked some straights. He's been aggressive, right? He's been betting with air a lot, so sometimes it's hard to have the discipline not to bet.
I mean, yeah, I'm thinking
actually have top pair.
I'm thinking I'm blasting, I'm calling him down, and all this stuff. Now this is my opportunity to really punish the 7-8 or whatever, right? I'm gonna make this guy really pay for it.
Yeah, this is interesting. It looks like he goes for a really
225.
Yeah, small bet.
It's about a quarter pot.
Yeah, quarter pot in position, which you definitely don't see often, right? You open yourself up to getting re-raised. And a lot of time it's just not worth gaining the extra chips for such a small size when you open up the action and possibly get check raised off the best hand.
Yeah.
In this case, it's just a small value bet that ended up costing him a little bit more.
The old
chips.
value cut.
Yeah, and Brzezinski once again.
Wow.
Closing the gap.
Yeah.
Brzezinski's moved over the 10 million mark, so it's 13 million for Ostach, 10.6 million for Brzezinski. Not much separating them now. Spare a thought for Adria Kalonja, who's way behind both of them with like 24 bigs.
Yeah, he's mostly just sitting back watching them battle each other. But
I guess.
He keeps seeing collisions, but nobody's busting.
What attitude do you take here? Is it like, well, I might as well risk it because I'm meant to finish third, so, you know, I've locked up 339K? Or is it like, do you know what? These two might get in some ridiculous hand, and I could ladder to second.
Yeah, it's possible. It's very possible.
It's just a tall order, isn't it? I mean, when they're this deep, when they're 85 big blinds deep going, I really hope it's just set over set. And just like happy days.
Yeah, if this was the stack distribution, but the blinds, you know, in a few more levels maybe.
Yeah.
It's a lot more realistic that it could happen.
Right.
Which is possible. We'll see. I mean.
Yeah, going back to what you were saying though, Jamil, about just like, you know, how do you find confidence at the poker table when you're not feeling confident, you're feeling a little bit shaky. What you said about, you know, just going, I think I made the right decision here, so I don't need to feel super worried about whether or not I get called in this spot because I think it's a good situation. People always underestimate how being prepared at the poker table actually gives you a lot more confidence and also not just in the literal sense of your game, but also in your physical tells as well. Because you're going, I'm gonna shove the river here. It's definitely the right shove. I know it is. If he calls, I know that I don't need to be concerned and like make it about me. Like, do I really deserve to be at this table? Blah blah blah. Those are the thoughts that people start to really spiral and start to feel the physical nerves at the table, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. I think one of the best things for people out there that enjoy playing poker and watching poker, that want to gain more confidence when they're playing, is to do some studying. And I'm not saying you have to grind the solvers, you know, 7 days a week or anything like that, but put some type of effort into improving your game. And you will see that transform your confidence in your play at the table. I highly recommend it. Poker is a very complex game with a lot of incredibly tough decisions that you're faced with. And the less you have to guess and the more sure you are about your decisions, the better you'll play, the more confident you'll feel. And frankly, the more you'll enjoy it too.
Sure.
Because you'll feel less anxious. You'll feel more comfortable making each decision. And
absolutely,
over time, slowly but surely, you'll continue to hone your skills. And yeah, we see Ostach
steal this one.
Steal this one, yeah.
The return of Joe Stapleton to the booth is imminent. Just an opportunity for me to tell you about the return of the North American Poker Tour back at Resorts World Las Vegas for the 3rd year in a row. The festival runs November 3rd through 12th. It's going to be a 50K super high roller this year in addition to the 5K main event. And the final table of the main will be available to watch on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels on Wednesday, November 12th. And of course, we'll be filming a new season of the big game on tour as well.
That's right. We return to the feature now. Hand number 50, blinds 50K, 125K with a 125K big blind ante. I know it's a weird level, guys. It's something to do with balancing chips or something. James just gave a really good explainer about it just now.
Yeah, I think it just makes it easier for the tournament staff. A little more efficient as far as having less variations of chips on the table.
Yep.
You know what would make it really efficient?
If Joe Stapleton returned to the booth.
If we played it online. Was that an all-in?
Oh.
That's a mostly all-in.
Yeah,
mostly in? Is that a thing? Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
got through.
Mostly in.
Was that
the hand?
Was that a mostly in with King 8 off? Oh,
No,
okay,
King
sorry.
9
Small
suited.
blind. Okay, he 3-bet jam. Nice, okay.
They mostly come at night.
Yeah, I think good hand to jam there. And like we talked about, he really has no one to outweight. He can take some a little bit lighter jams that he would normally be able to take if there was, stacks similar to him or even shorter than him. So in this case, that's just a slam dunk jam for him, especially with Oustach raising really wide on the button there.
Your lighter jams, like apricot.
Exactly.
Plum.
Peach.
Low cal.
Yeah,
low
there
calorie.
you go. Your lighter jams. That's okay. That's my addition to this conversation. Just some deep, cogent poker analysis. I'm going to call the action and say some dumb every once in a while. Pocket aces.
And for the record, I wasn't saying that was a lighter jam.
Oh, no.
That wasn't like an
I'm just going to
apricot
focus on the only two words that I understand in the context in which I understand them, which is mostly breakfast.
Shots fired from Jamil. I think he was saying he played the hand awful,
This
by the
is
way.
a limp with the aces, by the way. A limp check. Oustach has not caught anything, I don't think, although I have a memory of a goldfish. There we go. Queen 4-4. Now Brzezinski gets to bet, and this probably is going to end here anyway.
Yeah, so Brzezinski obviously hoping to induce some action here. He should be playing limp only as far as his entire range goes. So when you have a hand like aces fall into that category, you're definitely hoping an aggressive player like Ostach starts helping you build the pot. But in this case,
that limp only dynamic that you're describing is because they're the two biggest stacks at the table, and they're not trying to build pots, and they're you're trying to enter the pot in the least variable way.
Nick. So you're trying to keep the pots quite small and almost, now that they're quite close in chips, almost colluding, and for lack of a better term, to try to get the heads up, because there is such a big differential between them both and the third place. So you get to limp a huge portion of your range there, and that's a misconception that I think some players end up misplaying, where they'll fold a lot of really bad hands, but in this case, because you're limping the top of your range at full frequency, you get to include a lot of bad hands too. So, a jack deuce off or 10-3 off or something like that. In this case, he can limp close to 80+% of his range. And that's because he's protected by limping his aces, his kings,
Correct,
his queens,
yeah.
every other strong hand in his range.
I think that's a great lesson as well in general, guys. Like when you're trying to work out what you're supposed to do in a certain situation, ask yourself what you do with your strong stuff, and then ask yourself, how can I balance that, or vice versa, right? You're going, do I enter the pot with this really weak hand? Well, how many limps do I actually have that are strong here? And that can very often sort of dictate how you're going to enter the pot. And
who gets dealt strong stuff?
Well, exactly.
Lol.
That helps too. That can help you figure it out.
Yeah, well said though, Nick. That's a good way to piece it together.
Another limped pot here. Kalonga hits top pair and bottom pair. Oustach flops O. A big O. A big O0. A bagel and folds. Want to address this comment on YouTube from Tua Mude ND, who says, "Who's win? This is not actually live action." If this isn't live, then how do you explain this? You're banned.
Banned in real time?
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, nice to see Adria pick up a small pot, but, you know, still good for the confidence. And I feel like he hasn't made a pair in a while. So
Yeah, right.
Flopping 2 pairs.
Yeah, I mean,
nice to see for him.
Meanwhile, Brzezinski is just like waking up with it for the last 20 minutes, which has been pretty cool to watch too. Joe, you haven't said threads up yet.
Oh, we're threads up poker. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's the second to last stage of the tournament. Threads up, heads up, over. Oustach on the button makes it 250,000. King 6 suited. Kalonja, King 9 folds the K9.
Sorry, Joe. Foster Saab in Twitch chat says LMAO. This host thinks he's badass. He is, and you're banned.
Later. Brzezinski with Jack 10 in the big blind. Anybody else? Here we go to the flop. I see a club. I see 3 clubs. Flop, flush, and unfortunately, this is a top pair situation for Brzezinski.
Revenge question mark. It has been really going Brzezinski's way in the card distribution front against these two, or when these two face off. Gonna come out barreling.
Let's see what the damage will be here for Brzezinski. I mean,
He's just gonna fold right now. It's just a dead ass soul read. Okay, maybe not. We are off to the turn. 1.1 million in the middle. Another jack.
And here I was about to say, hopefully for him, another club will roll off or something.
Coming to his curse, yeah.
Brzezinski is either going to lose a huge pot or win one if the river is favorable.
Yeah, this is going to cost him for sure now.
What's the size turn? What's the turn size?
With Ostach, I think he'll go 80% or so. He seems to keep going around that lately, 75%. Yeah, okay. About 2/3.
Close enough. 750,000, 750,000.
I was going to criticize you, but then I realized I couldn't actually work out what that was in percentages.
Yeah, I mean, typically when he sizes up, he's been going around 70 to 80% pot from what I've seen, so it seems consistent with that. And lucky for him, Brzezinski does have trips, so this pot's going to get even bigger here.
And the river.
Board pairs, that is a runner, full house for Brzezinski.
Revenge question mark?
Very interesting.
Double paired board with a flush. Oustach.
You do hate to see a snap check there.
Manages to
would
not
like to see
lose.
Brzezinski.
I mean, bet when he's ahead, bet when he's ahead, check when he's behind.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he definitely didn't do anything wrong, but you would have liked to see a little bit of thought go in there, Nick, I think, to a lead on the river when the clubs miss. And
so I was going to say, this is not that dissimilar from the spot where we had quads, right? Where he kind of snap checked the river, and it was a spot where you're kind of like really, really begging for a call in a spot where there's going to be a lot of checking back and maybe just a couple more beats to go. Do I really ever get paid like with a check here? Now, in that spot, he managed to river the jack. Ostach managed to actually hit a jack, which meant he found a bet, but...
Now, I know I wasn't in here for a little bit, but is this the first time we've seen Tomasz Brzezinski with the chip lead?
Yes.
It is.
Good catch. Wow.
Congratulations. The slight chip lead now to the player from Poland who, you know, it cannot be overstated how incredible it is. You know, we made a huge deal last year when Rania made back-to-back final tables and Tomasz Brzezinski, both of them relative amateurs, I would say, as well, making back-to-back final tables in EPT events. It's truly incredible.
Yeah, we were saying before you got on here, Joe, especially making the Barcelona final table.
Yeah,
which has, you know, the biggest field by far out of any EPT stop each year.
And Rania did Monte Carlo, Barcelona, right?
Yes.
And Tomasz did Barcelona, Malta.
Right.
And yeah, that's just absolutely massive field size there as we go to another flop. Heads up between these two again. Oustach with a pair of 10s. Gut shot for Brzezinski.
Statric, what was the number on people that have done it back-to-back?
11.
11 have done it back-to-back. How many people have had 2 final table appearances? overall, not back to back.
A lot more. I want to say double that, probably.
Yeah. Probably more.
than
Solid
double.
analysis. Thank you, Statrick.
Kid's busy over there.
He's busy doing stuff without me messing up his day. I apologize.
Bet and a call on the flop leads to the king of spades on the turn.
Are we playing heads up? Kusi. That's a great point. It seems like that if you just tuned in the last half an hour or so. These two have been battling back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, going back to that river spot, just a situation where I do think just would have liked to see a little more thought go into the decision. You know, I know it's a big spot and people are used to playing in flow, but there's no harm in just taking your time. You have 30 seconds without even going into your time banks.
Yeah.
So you have 30 seconds to make a decision, and there really is no harm in taking those 30 seconds to think about the situation before you make your decision to check or bet.
Brzezinski bluffs Oustach off the best hand there. Puts a tiny little bit of distance now as chip leader between the two of them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see from here on out now. This is the first time Ostach hasn't had the chip lead since what point, guys? Like, I mean, how many left? He's had it for, what, 8 left or 7?
8 or 9, yeah, somewhere in that range. Certainly yesterday.
So as a young player with very minimal live experience and minimal experience in a big spot, it'll be interesting to see how he keeps his composure. And a lot of the time, you will see people start feeling flustered or adjusting their play because they feel they weren't where they once were.
That would never happen to me because I would never know what the other stack sizes are. If they're this close, I would be like, I don't know, I could still be chip leader.
I think in this case he'll be okay. I mean, he seems quite composed, like a cool customer overall, but something to watch out for as we move forward here for sure.
I want to read this comment from Emotions, who said, plenty of dumb things over the last couple of days, including this one. Betting on every hand cost him $7 million. I think you're just discounting all of the chips it got him and only counting the chips that it lost, in your opinion. I mean, what kind of analysis is that?
It does work both ways, guys. Don't forget that.
He also just flopped a flush and got runner boated.
Yeah,
so, like, you know, that probably doesn't help, too. I wish he would stop betting just in case they made runner boat.
If only he had been less aggressive, maybe that boat wouldn't have gotten there.
If only he would stop putting money in when he was the massive favorite.
Oustach is going to bet the pair of fives. Kalanja.
Yeah, it looks like this got checked through on the flop. And I would have liked to see Kalanja make a stab on the flop. I mean, he has 4 high. He has 3 to a straight, backdoor flush. And you can just clear out better hands by betting. You know, betting 4-3 here will clear out lots of hands that dominate you. Even a hand like Queen 3 or King 3 in some cases without a spade or with a 4 in it. But as it sits, he did let Oustach make a pair, which improves to a full house.
Speaking of runner boats, Ostach. Now, actually, I would not hate to see a check on this particular setup. This one feels like now we're going to get him to bluff if he has the missed hearts, missed straight, missed flush draw, double missed flush draw, in fact.
Yeah, I agree, Nick. I mean, this is a scenario where everything misses. I mean, if he does have a 7, he might even bet it himself. You know, if it was tricky. If he has a deuce, he'll for sure bet it. But he's going with the slight over bet, it looks like.
Yeah, and I think that this is an interesting size to use because, I mean, how often do you think Kalanja misses a bet with a deuce on this flop? I mean, I don't think it's ridiculous to check a deuce, but I also think when your opponent checks to you, they're going to check call a ton of their range, so you probably just bet a deuce quite often, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know really what Oustach is trying to get called by.
That's, yeah, exactly my point.
Like you're saying, like, yeah, once the line.
We are threads up here in the main event, but the 10K high roller is still rolling on. Down to the final 6 in this event. We've got Andre Moreira, Papo MC. What a surprise to see him at a final table in a high roller event. Enrico Kamashi, don't forget, pronounced like Pesci. And Enrico Kamashi. Jiaming Zhao, and we hope you like Jiaming too.
How much is that?
Thomas Yazonis, very entertaining player from EPT's past, and Clemens Reuter, who is #1 on the high leaderboard, and I would imagine getting to the top 6 here is probably going to maintain that position through EPT Malta.
Hey, look, Joe, I know there's a lot of people that probably aspire to play a 10K one day, but imagine playing in that field. It just doesn't sound like you're having a good time ever.
Well, you have to, I mean, you got to want to take on the best, right? I'm sure that's part of what drives Jamil Wakil over here.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the challenge, and I love
you're
battling
crazy,
with good
but
players. But I feel it keeps you sharp and keeps me excited and interested. But yeah, that's a great final table. Some good players there, and it's a shame we can't watch that also. But Clemens, like you said, Joe, he's looking to lock up that leaderboard, and he's been grinding a lot this year. So we have a big pot here brewing, guys.
Yeah, it's a
3-bet pot.
Open 3-bet call.
Queen 9 of diamonds on the flop. Somewhat relevant to Brzezinski.
Yeah, Brzezinski could have chose to flat here as well. And I think he also probably should have chosen a larger 3-bet size because he should be really polar in this case. They're virtually tied in chips, and there is such a short stack. But as it sits, we have a bloated pot, and Oustach is definitely, I think, going to continue here with the backdoor flush draw as well. And Adria's just sitting there licking his chops.
Yeah, he's like, this keeps happening, but I don't seem to be getting any closer to the money. Yeah, and I think also a lot of players just kind of maybe defending the ace-10 correctly, but then folding too often on this flop, especially versus that size. But I think what you guys have to remember is, obviously, backdoors are nice, but also we're just going to be beating some of the ace combos at 3-bet here by a significant margin in equity as well.
Very relevant diamond on the turn. Jacks were the best hand, now have the best draw.
Yeah, I like a check here from the jacks. I mean, obviously, a kind of allowing you to try and get more value from the 9x. Your opponent might start bluffing, controlling the size of the pot when they do have the cooler against you with the diamond, with the potential redraw.
Yeah, and we'll see if Ostach decides to take a stab here. I mean, he's beating bluffs, and he doesn't really have a great combo to start turning this hand into a bluff with.
Yeah.
And
board pair is a 9 on the river. Shouldn't be too scary for Brzezinski.
Doesn't matter. This guy's got ace-5. I can just get to shut out with ace-10, no problem. The internal monologue of Nicholas Walsh.
yeah, no, I mean, I think that's a good thought process here. Ace-10 suited is a lot of hand. You would have liked to see Brzezinski maybe come out with a block bet here.
See, I don't know. Again, I feel like that might have just been a little beat too quick, and just think about it and then go for a little value there. I don't know.
Yeah,
he could still be called by ace high.
Yeah.
Especially on the paired board.
Ace high, or there's all the other pocket pairs below jacks that are going to be continuing as well.
Right.
And I mean, there's ace-3 suited in there that makes a pair on the flop. Just slowing the decision process down, and as you get more comfortable and as you get more experienced, I think that will come naturally. But when you watch the true elite of the gameplay, you can see maybe it's not as exciting for the viewers because they are taking their time with their decisions. But it is important to try your best to think through your decision as thoroughly as you possibly can before acting. Specifically when you're playing a big final table with a lot of implications.
I think that's true all the way throughout, of course, as well. Like when you're playing an 8-handed poker tournament, right? The opportunities you get are so few and far between unless you're on like the heater of your life, right? So you got to make every good spot really good for you. Otherwise, you're just not going to be winning enough to make it, an overwhelming victory for you in the majority of the tournaments that you play. I like Jamil. I'm an online kid. I play mid-stakes, maybe, if you want to consider that. I play sit and goes as well, so I'm not kind of a stranger to the high-pressure environment of a final table like an EPT as well, which was by choice because I'm kind of a wimp. But
No,
you know,
there's
like
nothing wrong with
if
that.
if you're like multi-tabling, you're putting in a lot of volume. You know, it's just so important that you just take that extra beat. And the number of times I'm in the middle of a great session, and maybe I'm playing more than tables than I should anyway, and I'm just autopilot. And I went, if I had just taken another beat, I would have found the folder. If I had taken another beat, I would have found the move. And it's those sessions where you go, I really feel like I'm winning, and then so easy just to autopilot your way into very, very poor poker.
Yeah, I agree. It happens to all of us.
It does.
Mean, you know, I've been in that scenario myself, and it really does just happen to everyone, but trying to control it is important.
So we have pocket tens for Brzezinski, king 5 suited for Kalonja, excuse me. Brzezinski made it 250,000. Kalonja has decided to ship it with king 5 of spades.
Yeah, he does take the rejam here, about 17 big blinds, and unlucky to run into it. I think it's a fine jam here by him. As we keep alluding to, no one to wait out. You got better hands to fold. Even in this case, a hand like ace-5 is supposed to be folding.
Tomas on the rail with Viviana.
Jack offsuit should be folding.
For this big sweat, we could be going heads up. 68% of the time, we will be going heads up between Tomas and Mikhailo. Kalonja looking for a king. Ace 8 deuce, no help for Kalonja.
Yeah, not the flop he was looking to start out here.
A 3 or a 4 would give him a little bit of hope. Still looking for that king. There is a 4. Kalonja can spike a king or a tray to survive.
Yeah, can't be a heart, though. That was 4 of hearts.
That's right. One of 2 kings.
No.
The 8 is a brick for Kalonja. And the Spanish player, that's right, celebrations all around. And Kalonja, who has made a very deep run in what appears to us to be an early start to his EPT career. Not sure how many he's played, but it's the first time he's been on our radar.
Yeah, great game to him. I was actually looking up his Hendon mob just to get familiar with the players. And
I assume this is his biggest score?
Yeah, I believe it's for sure his biggest score, and I think he played EPT Barcelona, and maybe this is his second one ever. So, I mean, definitely should be very proud of his work and accomplishment, and nice to see his friends there supporting him. Great score, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the future.
Congratulations, Kalonja. 339,000 euros. But we must move on.
And once you have made a calculation, you can bring somebody on stage to help you.
Okay.
That's the
So we're
go outside to talk if you want to talk
speaking
I'm
about
happy to look at the numbers, how it looks. And
potential
then we can
deal.
discuss.
5 minutes.
Okay. But you have to stay on stage. You cannot go and get some advice from your friends at the moment.
Okay.
You understand?
Just clarifying the rules here.
We don't want outside influence on.
He said, do you understand? You can't leave the stage. You said, yeah, and started to walk off the stage.
Because I understand. I'll be back in a moment.
I can understand wanting a break in general, but it becomes very difficult to police what goes on during the break if someone walks away. So I can understand the tournament director saying, like, hey, if you want to talk deal, let's talk deal right now. And if not, let's play.
They do get one phone a friend at a time. They're allowed to have one person up there giving them advice at a time.
But the point is that the advice happens within view of the cameras, within view of everybody else, on microphone.
Well, so it's got to be a physical person.
That's
right.
right.
Can't be texting someone.
Idle 50-50.
I think they would allow a speakerphone conversation if you really needed to do it that way.
Okay, fair enough, as long as everyone can hear.
He wants to play.
Now, there's going to be a slight reset while we wait for the heads up to get going. So let's have a look at where the standings are for right now. Mikhailo Oustach, after having the chip lead all day and most of the day yesterday, has recently given it up to Tomas, who has added to that chip lead from eliminating our third place finisher, Kalonja. Oustach with 10 million even. Good for 80 big blinds. Tomasz Brzezinski with nearly 17 million in chips, 135 big blinds. I don't think it's really all that relevant to talk about 1.5 to 1 chip lead, that kind of thing. This is deep. You do not expect the money to be going in pre-flop, anything like that. This could be a long heads-up battle, and that makes sense because they're playing for a lot of money here. 474,650 euros for the runner-up. That's what they're both guaranteed at this point. 760,000 for the winner. So we're talking about 285,000 euros difference between first and second place. Am I getting that right? It's close enough. Something like that.
Don't make me math, Joe.
So if you do, it's like a 200. Okay, the numbers are gone. No one will remember anyway. So, unclear if a deal will actually be discussed. I believe that the players didn't bring it up. I think Olivier was just explaining how the process would work should they want to have a deal.
Yeah.
And as we are nearing the end of this event, we should let you know where you can find us next. You can find me in Maryland, October 19th through 26th. I'm going to be there just messing around, pressing buttons, playing some poker.
Sweet. Maybe
squeezing in a comedy show. You can find Nick here in Manchester, and that does in fact count toward the EPT League leaderboard points. That's October 20th through 26th in Manchester, United Kingdom. And of course, right after Prague and right before Santa Claus comes to town, there is another event in Cannes, France, which also adds to EPT Live League leaderboard points.
Correct.
And those are just the opens, because this is not the last EPT of the year. My favorite stop, although Malta is up there for me now. I have had a great time this week. I really hope we come back here soon. However, my tried and true for many years favorite EPT stop is Prague. That's December 3rd through 14th. Lots of fun events there. Used to have some Eureka events that were sort of the smaller things, but now they're all sort of PokerStars open events. And it's just a very affordable place to come play, and it's beautiful,
and winter,
and it's fun.
Christmas markets.
Everyone's in a good mood because it's about to be family time and holidays, and as I said, Santa Claus right around the corner.
Coming to town.
And we will be live streaming that main event, same as this one, on YouTube. And I'm glad Nick's here for this, because Nick's baby is what I like to call it. Nick, who is a professional spin and go player, very excited about the next iteration of the Spin and Go Championship Live. They're not just online anymore, my babies. You can play in a Spin and Go Live. The championship's scheduled to take place at EPT Paris next February. 81 qualifiers will compete for 300 grand at least in prize money, and the winner will take home 100 grand at least.
I'm very excited. It's going to be great. And of course, we're going to upgrade on what we did last time in Barcelona. We're going to try and refine the format. We're going to make it better for the players, better for the viewing at home. And I hope to see James Hardigan screaming, spin and go once again.
I loved James' catchphrase during that. That looked like a lot of fun. I, of course, was holding down the fort, calling the action on the EPT Barcelona main event. Hopefully they won't conflict this time, but we shall see. And finally, whether we go on dinner break or whether this event ends, that will determine when the next episode of Big Game on Tour drops. We're releasing new episodes every Sunday for this current table. Lex Veldhouse, Alan Keating, Jason Kuhn playing the original Big Game stakes. The minimum buy-in 100 grand, but that's kind of burying the lead. The blinds are 200, 400 in this game. And we have got a loose cannon this time around. We gave him 100 grand, and I'll tell you right now, pardon my French, but he's scared shitless. And it is a lot of fun to watch. He is absolutely terrified. Some true loose cannon action. great rivalries between Lex and Alan. A lot of needling, massive pots. I'm not even in the game, and I'm a little bit nervous watching this amount of money get thrown around.
Yeah, with that lineup, it's hard not to be intimidated.
It's
as a loose
wild.
cannon.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Wow, some big names.
He handled it better than I would, and he looked pretty freaking scared. Here we've got Tomasz Brzezinski talking to his rail.
Yeah, some big smiles from his group there. It's nice to see.
Pure joy on these friends' faces. Tomasz lives here on the island of Malta, works in the gaming industry. I think that's like, I mean, obviously the money's great, the potential to be a champion's great, but to have your friends on the rail,
oh, it's the best.
You can't recreate that,
It's
right?
the
You
best.
can't recreate
Hey.
having their people you love rooting for you.
Winning an EPT or going to be an EPT is great, but the best bit is spending all the money on your friends afterwards.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's my favorite
I would
part
spend
about winning at poker.
Probably all of it. Now we have got Oustach on his way back to the table. I wonder if they walked him all the way into the bathroom and just stood there to make sure he didn't talk to anybody about getting advice on the deal.
So did we get any word yet on it? Did they?
It doesn't look like they're talking deals.
It seems like a no. I mean,
we're just gonna play. For
I would
them.
assume it's pretty hard when you're this deep, right? Like,
well, I mean, I think. I wouldn't say it's necessarily hard.
With that,
Joe, because of the stacked up, but a lot of the time, actually, people, if they don't feel like playing a marathon session, they might be more incentivized.
Right.
But there is less variance when you're this deep. So the better player, or the person that thinks they're the better player, typically would be a little more willing to play when there's more room for post-flop play, and it's not a shallow, 20 big blind average all in shove fest. So we might see some play for a while, and as you mentioned, it is very deep. As the blinds go up, as chips move around, they can always revisit a deal as well, right?
That's right.
So,
I think that's what happened in Barcelona, was that heads up was pretty deep. Blinds went up, blinds went up, blinds went up. Then they were like, all right, let's talk about a deal. Or maybe it was W Coop. I can't remember. It was something we recently did where there was no deal in the beginning, and then when things got shallow, they were like, all right, let's take some of the guesswork out of this.
I mean, we're going into this, guys, 135 big blinds for Brzezinski, 78 for Ostach. So it's not exactly a 2-to-1, but it's the kind of spot where, like, if there's a big encounter that's not for all the chips, you can go, all right, I know I said no a minute ago. I misunderstood what you were saying. Let's go back and revisit this.
yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Someone in the chat asked why someone would do a deal when there's two players left, but there's a big difference, 285,000 euros difference between second and first.
So what you're saying is there's 285,000 reasons that you might consider.
Exactly. You might consider splitting some of the money. And a lot of the time, I believe it's mandatory in EPT. You have to leave something to play for.
Yes, it's usually at least 10%, and you always play for the trophy. That's non-negotiable.
Yeah, absolutely. Play for the trophy and some extra cash as well. But poker is a game that involves a lot of variance, and even at the highest level in the world and with the best players, there is a lot of luck involved, and you don't make it to these big spots often. So when you do, you want to make sure you're making smart financial decisions.
Right.
For a lot of people, it's life-changing money, guys, we're talking about.
Yeah, and
so.
it's also depending on where you are in your career. Let's say you're an aspiring pro, or or you're coming up and it's something you want to take more seriously, you want to play more poker. Doing a deal in a really big spot might be the difference between you playing completely different stakes in the future or going, I wish I had done a deal, but I guess now I just got to pay my backers and then that's me done. Back to the mid stakes I go or whatever. So really, it depends on your circumstances. Very often at the highest levels that we do, guys, for PokerStars, they're just so good and they're so proficient that there's almost no deals done. But in an EPT like this, I mean, it's just such a big multiplier. You can't blame them.
No, definitely not.
I would say the concept of deals has been around for a long time, but when you've been in the game as long as I have, players are smarter now. As Jamil was just saying, that making the right financial decisions, being able to stay in the game. Back in the day, there was so much money in poker, and everyone thought they had an edge. Deals were a lot harder to come by. Everyone was like, I would never take a deal. There was all these stances, and a lot of the audience still sort of feels that way. They've never been in this position, most of them, pretty much all of them, I would say. So it is relatively in the modern age that we see deals done a little bit more often as both players flop the same gut shot. I did want to answer this one question from Oak, who said if they do a deal, do they have to play for a minimum still? Yes. I think they have to play for 10% of the remaining prize pool after they both decide what their amounts are going to be.
And the trophy.
And, of course, the trophy and the title, which cannot be dealt. And what's his name? Dan Cowell here said that he was a little bit confused by the instructions. Just when they make a deal, it's very simple. They want the deal to be done on the stage, in front of the cameras. They're allowed to have one person come up and advise them. They don't want a whole group of people. They don't want someone to necessarily be influenced by someone to make a, making a deal is part of the game playing process. And just like it's kind of one player to a hand, they really don't want too many people's opinions involved in how the deal should be done. So they realize that not everyone is well versed in making a deal or even really probably understands what it is. So they like you to be not totally alone up there. As Brzezinski, River's the 7 and the best hand.
Oh man!
So they let you have a little advice, but they don't want it being done off to the side where people can't really hear the rationale or why things are happening that way.
Things are looking up for Brzezinski here. This is a lovely spot.
Yeah, good start for him here. And
Oh, going for value.
off.
Yes.
I think our graphics have it reversed, but it's Brzezinski who bet.
No, that's right. It's Ostach to call 525.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yep. So a bet of 525. Shout out to the graphics team. We love you guys.
Guys. That's my fault. Oh, and he does call.
Oh, man. Brzezinski has definitely had the nicer share of the distribution over the last hour or so. And now we're looking at 142 big blinds for Brzezinski and 71 for Ostach. That's a 2-to-1 chip deficit for Ostach.
And I guess we should also explain for the deals, when people are asking why they would deal or why they would need to call someone or bring someone up on the stage with them, is there is a negotiation process that can take place. So the standard deal would just be to have the tournament director enter both the stacks into their computer and spit out an ICM value for each chip stack, and the two players can agree to take that deal where they're not giving up anything extra to the other opponent, and they're just taking what their stack is actually worth from the ICM calculator. But a lot of the time, in general, as we know in poker, there are some egos involved, and
That's right.
when you get heads up, people are competitive and they want to get an edge on their opponent. So if someone does think they have an edge and they are a little bit of a better player than the other person they're facing heads up, they'll try to get some additional money on top of what the ICM calculator values their stack at. And that's when the negotiation process can happen, and that's what Joe was referring to about people wanting to bring on someone to communicate with, and a lot of the time it's their backer or maybe their friend who's more experienced or been in this situation before.
We should also clarify, ICM calculator in this case stands for I can't math calculator.
No, that's good to break that down like that, Jamil. I was actually sort of assuming people understood the basic of it, which is typically they add up the number of chips in play, you get the amount of the prize pool based on your percentage, and then the negotiation begins from there.
Yeah,
sometimes
absolutely.
people just accept that. They say, hey, I have 3/4 of the chips, you have 1/4 of the chips, let's divide the prize money that way. Sometimes, as Jamil said, someone says, hey, I'm a way better player than you, I want a little bit more than an even chip chop.
And in this case, if we saw their stacks were even, maybe they would have just done an even deal.
Yeah.
But I think Brzezinski has, to start this, had about 1.7x Ostach's stack, and from the looks of it, Ostach feels like he would be getting shorted a little bit.
Yep.
So I'm guessing he said, let's play on, because I did hear Brzezinski originally say we can look at numbers.
Oustach has limped in, 7-4 suited. Brzezinski checks it, makes top pair, bottom pair for Oustach.
Yeah, they both got a piece here, so we should see some more chips go in at some point.
This is another rough one for Ostach.
Konstantinos, why would they make deals and not just play till the end? Well, that's kind of what, maybe you missed it, but that's what we were just referring to. Making a deal can help reduce some of the variance, and they will still play till the end. There has to be a winner, so they play for the prestigious trophy and an extra 10%.
Yeah, a deal doesn't mean the game is over. It just means that they're going to agree that they're going to chop more money than is distributed first and second.
They still play for 10% of what's left.
Yeah.
Look, to put it in very simple terms, if someone told you you could flip a coin and you can either have 474,000 or you could have 760,000, depending on if it hits heads or tails, or you can put those two numbers together and take half right now, a lot of people would rather just have the guaranteed money of the number in between instead of gambling. That's really as simple as we can make it. Obviously, there are variables as we see this Queen of Spades. I'm done with the deal talk. I'm done with the woods.
Let's focus on some play here.
Because we had a bet and a raise on the flop. This pot is pretty big already. 1.5 million in the middle. Queen of Spades in the turn. Brzezinski checks despite being the last aggressor. He does still have the best hand, and Oustach checks back. The river is a 9.
Now, I think the likelihood of Ostach having a turn flush or even a turn 2 pair and not betting it is pretty slim. So I wouldn't be surprised if Brzezinski goes for a little bet here.
Yeah, I agree, Nick. I think especially given he decides to check again. I think this is leaving some money on the table. We've seen this a few times. Most likely Ostach would have started bluffing the turn if he was going to, just given the way we've seen him approach things thus far.
I think his sort of weaker stuff and weak showdown and bluffs would have started on the turn, right? Or even super strong stuff, which of course is another thing we're concerned about.
Yeah, I would have liked to see some type of value bet, and it would have been interesting to see what Ostach decides to do, but
I think they should bring in a smaller table for heads up.
Well, we do have the cute little spin and go
Yeah,
ones.
let's bring the spin and go table and let them sit close. Let their knees
make
touch.
it more intimate.
I love those
I
tables.
saw some people in the chat saying Ostach asked for 50-50. Was that confirmed, or?
I think something was said along those lines, but I didn't know who said it.
Well, I definitely don't think Brzezinski offered it, because if he said it, it would have been a done deal.
That also might have been a comment made surrounding the explanation of how the heads-up negotiation had to take place. I don't know if that was said by one of the players.
Oh, okay, yeah, because a few people in the chat were writing Ostach asked for 50-50, which I don't think would be fair. I mean that's pretty greedy if that's the case.
Ostach outflops Brzezinski super hard here. Now in heads up, your hand values go way up. So a pair of deuces, in a full ring is not super strong, but it is pretty strong in a heads up situation. So Brzezinski is going to make a bet.
Yeah, especially with a strong kicker too. I mean, they both have deuces. A queen's likely to play a lot of the time.
Ostach has trips. I think I'm noticing the same weird stuff though that Jamil is noticing. But it says how much it is to call, but not how much the bet is.
Yeah, so
that's what I meant.
The second graphic is correct, but we're missing the first one once in a while. And
the machine's on contract negotiations right now. It's like, I can make your life a living hell. Oh, boy.
Oh.
That is pretty bad news for Brzezinski, unless he can somehow go runner, full house again.
This is going to cost him.
That improvement will be costly.
Ostach check raised, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, it went bet 225, check raised to 600K. Don't slow down now.
Yeah, with the size of the pot, it looks like.
By the way, when I say runner, full house, not just any full house, a very specific one is what is needed for Brzezinski to win this hand. And Ostach bets 900,000, so this is more than half pot. And Brzezinski wasting no time to match that bet. As we go to the river, he needs a queen or some kind of card that makes his hand look worse. That isn't exactly it.
Now, I think we're supposed to go ridiculously big now, because at this stage, your opponent will have a bunch of misdraws or they have a 5 that you're destroying, or they have a queen that you're destroying, or they have like 9s that they won't fold, or 10s well, 10s are a bad
I don't
example.
see
That's
a ton of missed draws, but yeah.
Well, no, 3-4 is in there. Some ace tray, for example. Maybe if they had like if they're feeling confident about the ace high being the best hand still.
Oh,
that looks like.
Yeah, I would have liked to see.
I think more.
Yeah, bigger than this. Because you're very polar. You're saying you either have a 5 or you have a bluff.
Right.
You have a 3-4 or 6-3 or something along those lines.
I think there's a chance you're supposed to go closer to full pot or more. It's like at this point, especially with the prospect of your opponent having a 5 being a considerable. I say considerable. It's not going to happen often. Obviously, there's not many 5s left in the deck, but your opponents can still have aces and kings and stuff here too, right? So.
Yeah, I think Brzezinski just has to call this one, but it's unfortunate for him, especially with that turn.
Brzezinski.
You really don't have many better bluff catchers than this hand, I mean.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what that size is supposed to theoretically be, but in any case, it was a bet that got paid, and it was for over $1 million.
And that is going to narrow the gap between Ostach and Brzezinski quite a bit. Brzezinski still out in front, but not by much now. 113 big blinds, plays 100 big blinds. Super, super deep heads-up poker. This match could conceivably go for hours. Now, we have shortened the levels. Again, we don't play by time anymore. We play by number of hands. 15 hands per level now. So it could still take quite a few levels before they get in a situation where they're playing for their entire stack. Obviously, coolers can happen at any point.
Yeah, are we going to talk 50-50 now, guys? The shortest stack is 100 big blinds. Thank you, Tom, our moderator.
I think at this point you have to wait till you take the chip lead before you bring it up again, and you're like, now I want more.
I don't know. If this was me, guys, at this point, I'd say winner take all. Is that even allowed? Is that even a possible deal?
That would be really sick.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Just a blood match, and someone's like, hey, no second place money. First only. I wonder if they'd let them do that.
Second place gets 10%.
That would definitely be exciting to watch. That's
if they just we play for the remaining 10%, and that goes to second.
Someone in the chat said Jamil Ostach asked for 50-50 at the table. Then they discussed it off mic, and after all the talk, Brzezinski said to his girlfriend there would be only 5K differences, and then the mic cut out. So, I mean, if that was the case, then yeah, I think that's quite ambitious of Ostach to attempt. But the worst someone can say is no, right? So you can't fault them for trying. But I definitely don't think with a chip lead that Brzezinski had, about 1.7x, it would be fair to get 50-50.
Yeah, start the negotiation at winner take all, and then settle at 50-50.
So this is going to be the last hand of this level. And we're also going to take a break after this hand. So not the last hand of the level, the last hand of this session, I believe.
Yeah, still 11 hands in this level, I believe.
Yeah, someone in chat was asking how they keep track of their chip stacks. You know, they keep them in stacks of 20. They know how many each stack is worth. Poker players are very good at that. I will admit I struggle with it. I have to keep counting it over and over and over again. But
oh yeah,
you know, when you spend hours and hours and hours on the felt, you know, Jamil Wakil knows exactly how many chips he has at all times.
No, he knows exactly how many chips every single stack is on the whole table and all the outer tables.
I do my best. Not as easy as pulling up the online lobby and just looking through it, but
that's what I get for my sins. I have to look at the screen to know what my cards are, what my chip stack is.
Yeah.
Ostach with trips again. I was going to say somehow has the best hand, despite this pretty ugly board. Now definitely is going to be confident in this hand. There's a 4-card straight out there. But Ostach is betting 425,000. Sorry for the wonky graphics, gang. You just got to do a little reverse. 425,000 to call means that Ostach has bet 425,000.
Yeah, and Brzezinski, he is taking his time at least with this decision. Obviously, having the ace is great because it's just not a card that Ostach is going to be bluffing with. But the 6 is bad. You don't want to block the trash that Ostach might feel compelled to bluff with. So he does show some discipline and get away from it there. Good fold.
So now the players are going on a legit break. One look at the chip counts before we go. Tomasz Brzezinski still out in front with 14 million in chips, 112 big blinds. Mikhailo Ostach, we'll call it 13 million for him, 103 big blinds. So near enough even, really, at this stack depth. We are going to send these players on a 20-minute break. When we return, we may in fact determine the champion here at EPT Malta.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros. And a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Let's play for it all, like for the glory and stuff. I call.
Mallets completes with ace-3 of hearts. 10-9 for Uri Reichenstein. He checks his option.
Cool that Uri's not taking a super long time with his decisions to torture the kid.
Oh wow, Reichenstein is up and down while Mallets flops the nut flush draw. Uri bets.
Really? I raised 3 million.
800,000 becomes 3 million.
Kind of a weird raise. He's got showdown value already, and Uri might not fold a pair. If Uri wanted to get an edge, he could just start making water sounds or tell him his middle name is Nate.
Reichenstein calls the raise. The turn card is the 8 of hearts. What a card!
Welcome to Cooler City.
Million here. This is 23.9. 5 million.
So Mallets has turned a flush. Reichenstein has turned a straight. This could decide the tournament.
Let's just fold and I can go to the bathroom. I mean, you don't have any strong hands when you just lead, like, yeah. I'm pretty sure you're going to just fold, so.
I can't tell if he's talking too much or just the right amount.
Reichenstein doesn't look like he's folding.
How you call? Very brave, very brave. Very brave indeed. Very brave indeed.
The river card is another 8 pairing the board.
Very brave indeed.
Flush not quite as strong now.
All in.
Strong enough. Mallet shoves on Reichenstein.
Here we go.
All in to call.
I think I cover you, right? Yeah. So you call and it's all over, baby. Like, you know, like Scott in Nguyen, yeah? Like.
True story.
It's so sick that you're telling the truth and my hand is insanely strong.
Yes.
I mean, you don't have any strong hands. How can you have a strong hand? Like, you lead, like, never strong hand, never strong hand. So, just fold and I can go to the bathroom.
It's like I have a hand that's impossible to fold, and everything you say just makes it slightly possible. I don't know, like,
I don't know, like, I just want to go to pee. I really want to pee, so I'm just convinced, like, I don't know. I guess you could have like 9-10 or something, but I don't know.
What about 9-10? Is 9-10 good?
It's a straight, but like, I have queens in my range, jacks, sixes. You don't have those hands in your range, so.
I don't think you have any of those hands. I think you might have a flush, though.
It's your choice, man.
Wow.
It's so sick. Nobody ever talks like you without having the nuts. It's so sick.
Totally agree.
Where is Mallets going?
How are you doing, guys?
Hey, how are you, man?
How are you?
Are you good? Okay, or what? Are you going to win, no?
I'm going to win this. Like, I'm a winner. EPT champion over here.
Who's that guy?
Reichenstein calls, he loses it all.
You're so big, man.
Yeah.
Did that guy just take a selfie with mallets?
Is he a paid extra?
What is that, man? Jack Daniels?
Yeah. Do you want to see?
Yes, please.
What is going on?
This is incredible. Poor Uri. Taking it well.
Reichenstein calls! And it's over!
I have no words, James. No words.
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion, taking down the biggest EPT of all time.
Best last hand ever. This little one is going to have quite the sugar crash. Oh, there he goes.
This means the world to him.
Every emotion possible in the last 10 seconds.
Good job, man.
He fell in love with the game watching his heroes on TV. He qualified for this tournament for just 27 euros. Sebastian Mallets will lift the trophy and earn himself a seven-figure sum, 1.1 million euros. Oh, Kings for Notkin under the gun.
Cowboys.
Hang on a second.
Here we go.
So Notkin raises, Miller moves all in. What's Miller's hand? King Queen. Jacques with a decision in the small blind. He's got ace 10.
Hiya.
And he reshoves.
Oh boy. What is happening? What does Rivers have? How is he even thinking about this? He's got 2 8s.
OMG. Notkin's got more chips than anyone else. Notkin's got them all covered, and he's got the best hand.
This would be absolutely rishnefulous.
You're waiting for one player to go broke. You might see 3 players go broke here. That said, I think this is a fold.
I mean, Rivers is definitely folded in less marginal spots than this.
He's looking to ladder. That's what he's been doing all along. Why suddenly get carried away here with 8s? I think this is a perfectly legitimate fold. A raise, a shove, a reshove by the guy who's second in chips.
Honestly, James, I kind of just want him to call so we could maybe... This would be the weirdest end of a tournament ever.
It would somehow feel appropriate.
I mean, it would feel... The ending of the tournament was just dragged out so long, and then just an abrupt end all at once. Boom, done.
4-1 in one hand. Is it possible? I'm pretty sure that Rivers is folding. It's not a simple case of just Miller shoving, it's the fact that Jacques has shoved over the top of him, and Notkin is sitting there knowing that he's going to snap when the action comes back to him.
Oh boy, how do you even stay in your chair? And you better, because they might kill your hand. He's in!
He's all in!
Holy shnikes!
And Notkin calls, putting the other 3 players at risk. I have never seen a 4-way all-in at a final table where the guy with the other 3 players has got them covered.
This is crazy town.
If Kings hold here, we go from 4 players to a champion. And Robert Notkin, the online qualifier, who got his seat for just $30, has won the Canada Cup.
Notkin could be knocking all 3 players out in one hand.
I guess I could set all it.
What a ridiculous hand. So just to clarify, Notkin ahead with Kings, Miller all in with King Queen, Jacques all in with Ace 10, Rivers all in with 8, 5 cards to come.
He's got half the equity 4 ways.
Good luck to the dealer trying to work out side pots.
Did anyone fold an ace?
Jack 7-3, Kings holding.
Kings way holding.
Notkin now a 75% favourite to eliminate the other 3 players and win the Canada Cup.
way bigger favorite now.
88% favorite, the river card. As a man once said, it's a brick, and Robert Notkin has won the Canada Cup.
Notkin knocks out everyone.
What a way to win the tournament.
Can you hear me knocking?
His friends and family came all the way from Toronto to see this tournament, and what a hand for them to witness. A four-way all-in, which sees Robert Notkin claim the title, the trophy, and $366,000. Queen 7 of hearts for Vice.
I don't think there's anything else to be done. We just get it in. This is actually kind of a monster at this stack depth. Oh, wow. Okay, just finds the limp instead.
King Deuce offsuit for Soloftus.
Yeah, got to shove this.
All in, and Vice asked for a count.
I think he might actually limp call this, James. Once you've opted for the limp, sometimes combos like this are still priced in, but let's see how Vice feels.
4,100,000. Makes the call, and here we go. Soloftus gets it in with the best hand. Queen 7 is live, and if Vice gets there, we have a champion.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter how it played pre-James. If there was a shove from the Queen 7, King Deuce is definitely calling.
And the Germans are justifiably calling for a 7.
And look at that, 60-40, slight favorite to Soloftus.
Is the 7 always coming? He'd probably take a queen as well. The Vice squad and Anton Wigg watching on.
It's always coming 7, James.
Vice takes the lead. And now Soloftus is drawing to 5 cards. He needs 3 cards. He needs a king. Turn card is a 5. And now Soloftus with additional outs, an ace or a king will see him double up. Start of day chip leader Oliver Vice can win with a blank on the river. Vice, baby! Oliver Vice is the champion of the EPT Cyprus main event. Jack Deuce of diamonds for Barney.
You can mix in a couple different things here. Going to be too strong heads up to just fold, so certainly can call, but I think it plays nice as a 3-bet too. It's going to put Kaufman, pardon the pun, but a little bit of a cough in. What do you do with ace-9? Do you put it in for your tournament life for 30 bigs? You just started here. You know? The older gentleman has 3-bet you. You're playing for a difference of 500,000 euros. And you have one of those middling aces. Do you just shove it in like you're getting 3-bet by any other aggressive pro? And Kaufman going to play it a little cautiously.
Okay, makes the call. We'll have the advantage of position. And has the best hand, as we can see. The first flop of heads-up play. Jack 9-6. Ooh, top pair versus second pair. My apologies, the first hand of heads-up play went to the flop as well. But this one is going to involve probably more than one betting streak, Griffin.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends, of course, how the board shakes out. There could be some scare cards on the turn that shut the two of them down, but Boatman with top pair is going to be playing it pretty confidently, and if we get some bricks, Kaufman might just call this all the way down.
Continuation bet of 2 million from Barney Boatman into a pot of 6.2 million. Kaufman with second pair top kicker calls. This hand going to the turn, and Kaufman now has less than pot behind.
Yeah, and what he really doesn't want is a low card like that. Something in that deuce to 5 range where it doesn't really change the complexion of the board too much. You know, maybe a king or a queen of spades.
Wow, Boatman shoves on Kaufman. It is all in to call. And what does Kaufman do here with a pair of nines?
Am I allowed to ask for a count? Even if it's cover spin?
Asks for a count, which I guess buys him more time without having to play a time bank card, but really?
Well, in fairness, he did say, am I allowed to? You know, it wasn't like he was, it's just like with trying to understand within the rules. This is a very important spot for Kaufman and you know, wants to utilize within the rules.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a little. I agree with you, James. But you know, it's like it was polite.
I don't know how exactly it wants to be.
Is Kaufman out of time banks? Is that why he needs to do this?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Or he might have a limited number left. Either way, it is a huge decision, right? You make the correct call here,
I guess,
and you have pretty much evened things up.
I guess it's just something a little comical about counting 40 million.
It's fine. Thank you. I call.
Makes the call, and this could be it. The chips go in, and Barney Boatman is near enough a 9-1 favorite. David Kaufman needs an ace or a 9 on the river, or this is over.
Yeah, certainly Kaufman also considering maybe
Ace
hands
9.
like King 10, King Queen that would shove the turn here.
This is only the second hand of heads-up play.
My gosh.
And it could be the last hand of the tournament.
And that is a confident smile of a man that I think believes it is his time. Is it Barney Boatman's time?
An ace or a 9 required for Kaufman to continue. The river is a queen!
Thank you. Very well played.
The oldest EPT champion ever, the 68-year-old UK poker legend, takes down EPT Paris 2024.
Just an incredible story, and you can see welling up a little bit with pride, people on the rail who love him, and it's just a beautiful thing to see.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What?
I just played the biggest pot of my life.
Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stacks one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
And the latest episode of The Big Game on Tour will drop on YouTube later today. Right now, we are in Malta with the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Heads up at the final table of the 5K main event. That's right, 2 players remain from a starting field of 898. And it is relatively Evans-Stevens right now. Tomasz Brzezinski, the player we saw finish 4th in Barcelona just over a month ago, has the slight advantage. He's playing 14 million. The Ukrainian newcomer, Mikhail Ostach, on around 13 million. 112 big blinds, plays 103 big blinds because we're still at the 50k, 125k blind level. We started the day with 5 players. We have lost Bedell, we have lost Boyka, we have lost Colonia. And with only 2 players remaining, they are now guaranteed the better part of €500,000, 474,650 euros, with the winner receiving 760k. Now, I do get the sense, as they return from break, that with the stacks relatively even, and with them both being pretty deep, more than 100 big blinds effective, they may be interested in looking at the numbers. I do understand that tournament director Toby Stone has gone to grab the laptop. So this would be a good point to introduce myself. Hello, I'm James Hartigan, and introduce my co-commentator. He joins us live via satellite from Canada, Griffin Benja. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey James, how are we doing? Here, EPT Malta. Heads up, this is like a boxing match. I like this. I know we're used to having like 4, 5, 6 left on the final day, but it's kind of cool that it's just it's heads up. Nice change of pace.
Absolutely. Already from 5 down to 2, heading back to their seats, and they have, I can confirm, they have requested to look at the numbers. They are interested in potentially doing a deal, which of course would involve some money being set aside, 10% of remaining prize money set aside, and the trophy and title. And make no mistake about it, poker players want titles. They do want trophies. Winning an EPT still has meaning, so they will play this out. And Toby coming into position, of course, each player allowed an advisor. I think in Mikhailo's case, he needs a translator.
600 and play.
And it's pretty regular to see 2 players heads up, you know, with this amount of chips. Usually we get heads up. There's been a big stack that's sort of been, you know, taking the reins, knocking a lot of players out. Maybe they come into heads up, 80 big blinds to 25, but both being over 100 especially, both being very capable. You can see them start to look at the numbers and see, you know, what they can potentially take off the table.
You can have 1 person, so we're all good with that, all right? So I have your chip counts. You should have 12,950,000, should be correct, and you have 14 million. Okay? All right, so we're going to ask you to play for 10% of remaining. Okay? What does that mean? That means that you've already both won 2nd place. That means you've already both won 2nd place. So we take the total prize pool, we take 2nd place off twice, and it's 10% of that number.
One more? 10% of what?
Basically 10% of the remaining prize pool. So it's like we take the 2nd place off twice.
Crucially, 10% of the remaining prize money after both players have been paid 2nd place prize money.
So this is what that number is. This is how much remaining prize pool after 2nd place, and this is what's remaining, 10% of the remaining. Can I see? Yeah. So we're basically going to ask you to play for this amount. Now you can play for more. Yeah, it's fine. I'll tell you what.
Looks like 28,500 is the set aside.
Okay. So this is, right now it's that's the minimum we ask you to play for. But you can play for more if you want. If they say make that 50 and then they can
Мінімум ви можете грати 28, але якщо ти хочеш за більше грати, ти можеш це сказати. Мінімальна сума, за яку ви боретеся, 28 тисяч євро.
Okay, нормально.
Brzezinski just said yes to the deal.
So that's basically your chip counts. Okay, and here you're going to have, so Mikhailo, this would be based on the chip counts. It would be this much. Thomas would be this much, and then you would be playing for. Then you would be playing for this. That's an exact.
Yes, but we agreed on a 50-50. Yeah, they agreed on 50-50. So you need to deal with.
Sure. So you want to do 50. So we'll take this off and make 50-50.
Yeah.
No, I mean because there is a difference. So
yeah. So this amount 50-50.
You play for this and 50-50. That's the same thing.
They play for 28 and 50-50.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's fine.
You okay with that? You're okay with that? That's what we agreed on. All right. So I'm just gonna write that note. Write that up and confirm to you what it is in a minute. So it won't be long. Okay.
So Toby gonna do the official numbers, but It's not by chip chop. It is going to be 50-50. So again, reminder that they do take off that 28,500. That's what they will still play for. Everything else divided equally. Even though Brzezinski has the slight chip advantage, Griffin, it kind of doesn't feel too unfair that they would just chop it down the middle.
No, I like that. It's sort of like, hey kid, keep the change. You know, let's just play this 50-50 down the middle. I think it's a nice gesture.
So 603,058 euros is what they will both receive. And remaining in the prize pool after that even chop is 28,534. That's the set aside. That's the compulsory set aside, along with the trophy and titles. So they play on for that amount, but both of them have locked up more than 600 grand, which is not bad for 6 days' work.
Not at all. You know, of course, we've noted that Brzezinski, final tabling EPT Barcelona, coming fourth. I mean, what a whirlwind it must have been for this gentleman. He must be feeling flying high with the confidence, and what a breakout for Ostach, who has played a very impressive final table. Despite getting caught in that huge bluff moment against Collage. Has really been playing well all final table long, and really a deserving champion whoever emerges. But it won't be quick, James. They have a lot of chips, and the title means a lot to these players as it does anyone on the tour.
Absolutely. I understand trying to remove some of the variance by evening out that huge gap between second and first in prize money, but it doesn't mean, we just get it all in first hand and see who wins. Winning an EPT means something. Never underestimate the ego of poker players. Never underestimate their desire for achievement. And the EPT is a tour that's been running for 20 plus years, and earning a place in the history books, earning a place in the winner's circle genuinely means something. I was just talking to Jamil Wakil about that during the break, and he wants that more than anything. It's reached the point with him where it's like, not that the money's not important, but right now, lifting that trophy, being a champion, is the key thing that he is aiming for.
Absolutely. I think it's something that drives a lot of players on the tour. Just to hold up that big golden spade and know you have that title. It means the world to these players.
It's 603,058 each, and you play for 28,534. Yep. Just a round in there. Good. All right. Okay. All right. Well done, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's carry on then when you're ready.
So deal done, and we can play on with 10 hands still to play at this blind level. 50,000, 125,000 with a 125k big blind ante. And yes, Griffin, as you observed, very deep stack poker. I can't remember the last time we played heads up at an EPT final for more than 100 bigs effective.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really fun for the poker nerds out there, especially any of those who maybe study heads up or have a little background in cash game heads up. Playing over 100 big blinds deep is a very, very different animal. We're used to seeing, as I mentioned before, a player maybe with 3 or 4 times the amount of chips, a lot of limping. And maybe that's going to be an adjustment as we see them play this deep, more raising into the pots to create bigger ones. I mean, we'll have to see how these guys are going to take this.
And still a bit of confusion from some viewers about what just happened there. Because the prize pool is made up of the players' money, the players have determined to chop it down the middle. Now, they do still have to play for an additional 28,500 euros. I think the exact number is 28,534. But crucially, they have both locked up 603,000 euros.
Yeah, and then the winner, the eventual winner, will have about 30,000 more than that, and the title.
And to answer your question, Gangstar's Paradise, the reason why they're not putting all the money in on every hand, because they're only playing for 28k, is, number one, that's still a lot of money. I mean, if you want to flip a coin for 28k, good luck to you. You must be doing all right in life. 28,000 is still a big sum of money, but also, again, the title, the trophy, has meaning, has significance. They're not just going to gamble for that. Ostach flop best with top pair, still has the best hand on the turn.
Bit surprised by this lead from Ostach. Even though Brzezinski, you know, limped in, he still would technically have the range advantage on a king-high board and would probably bet it with a lot of his air. So for Ostach to decide to lead, of course, Brzezinski did flop bottom pair and did call, but I think it's a board that maybe you would ordinarily, you know, try to get a bet from your opponent, but does get a bit of action and then a fold on the turn.
Closes the gap on Brzezinski. Still very even between these two players. And it will be Ostach first to act here on the button with Queen 6. Queen 4 for Brzezinski. Going to call this raise of 250,000, and we'll see the flop. Oh, hello. Ace, Queen 4, second pair versus two pair.
And it is a small, you know, little subtlety in different strategy through these first two hands. You saw the limp from Brzezinski with the Queen 3 suited, but the raise by Queen 6 off for Ostach. And I think that the idea of that is you have much more playability with Queen 3 of hearts. You really don't want to get 3-bet with a hand like that because you really want to see a flop. With Queen 6, I think you can comfortably raise the blocker and then fold to a 3-bet. Really interesting situation now for Ostach, who isn't going to be anticipating a lot of check raises on ace queen 4. So bet the queen for value and is going to stick around and is well behind right now.
Way behind. The full house on the turn for Brzezinski. So yeah, Ostach c-bet for 200,000. Brzezinski check raise to 750,000, and he will now barrel the turn. That is 1.5 million. Ostach calls. 5.1 million in the middle. River card is a 9.
$4 million. 4.
Brzezinski going for value. 4 million. Ostach plays a time bank card as he considers whether to call here. Hero with a queen. Arturo suggests that Ostach should move all in. Well, if he does that, it's over. I don't think he's considering a raise here. It's purely whether he thinks a queen is good. Does he put his opponent on the ace? Does make the call. Heroes with a queen gets shown the full house. Domination rotation in its cruelest form. And that changes the dynamic at this final table. That puts Brzezinski over the 20 million mark, gives him more than 160 big blinds. Mikhailo Ostach playing fewer than 50 big blinds now, a stack of 6 million. And for a moment, I thought the satellite had gone down, but it seems that Griffin Benja is having Nick Walsh problems. A power cut in Montreal. So let's replace him with Joe Stapleton.
I was mid-hot dog. Literally mid-hot dog. I mean, the hot dog wasn't mid. I was in the middle of a hot dog.
I need a bearded North American.
That's right. We're interchangeable. Speaking of mid, yeah, we're mid-white guys. Me and Griffin, we can be plugged into any situation.
So Oustach not exactly on the ropes, still playing 50 big blinds, but he did do about half his stack in that last hand. And he's called this raise here with Queen Deuce, has paired his deuce on the flop. I'm not going to lie, I'm not even bothering to read any of the analysis of that last hand.
Don't do it.
That is being posted on Twitch or YouTube right now.
Chat Pro Saturday is 6 days away.
Continuation bet from Brzezinski, gets a fold from the better hand.
Boy, things have taken a turn quickly, huh? From nearly even to like a 3-1 deficit?
Absolutely, just in one hand. Queen 4 versus Queen 6, but Queen 4 got there big time. 2-pair on the flop, full house on the turn. Huge bet on the river from Brzezinski, which Ostach paid off with a hero call.
James, you know I hate to make this about me, but this is a very important question here that is, I think is going to surprise people. People need to know. Mr. Rochester says, I think the question we all have is, what sauce? When I have a hot dog?
You're weird.
I go dry.
You're so weird.
I just like to keep it pure.
No.
Just meat and bread.
No, it's just...
It doesn't need anything else. It's a perfect food as is.
Wrong on so many levels.
Look, I'm the first person to admit that many of the sandwiches that I eat are purely condiment delivery devices.
Absolutely. You're a big mayo fan, right?
I love mayo. It's the only thing stopping me from eating a jar of mayo is a little tuna fish and some bread. But hot dog, I like to keep it pure.
Queen high, the best hand right now. But Ostach gets check raised by Brzezinski and folds. Brzezinski continuing to pull ahead from Ostach. 21.18 million, playing 5.78 million. Blinds going up very soon.
Zura on YouTube asks, what is wrong with this man? That could be referring to so many people.
Also, it could be referring to you in many contexts, not just the hot dog thing.
He doesn't mind.
4 hands left to play at the 50K, 125K blind level.
When you and your family came to LA, we went to Pink's, right?
Yes.
Now, at Pink's, I like to load it up.
I was going to say, that was the exception that proves the rule.
That's right, yeah. I think I got nacho cheese, tomatoes, bacon, and sour cream is what I like to have when I go to Pink's. Hello, Big Slick. Big Slick energy.
Brzezinski, ace, king of clubs, has made it 300,000. Ostach defending with Jack-7 of diamonds.
Suited v suited, and not a lot of representation of those suits there.
No, one club on the flop. Ostach checks, Brzezinski bets, Ostach folds. Now down to 42 big blinds.
Oh my God, I just got burned so hard in this chat. You see this?
No.
Like, you know, if someone actually gets me with a good burn, I gotta read it.
Okay.
Getting Good says, Joe Simpleton. Just nailed it. Just absolutely demolished me.
A simple man with simple pleasures.
That's right, Joe Simpleton. I am really stoked for this heads-up match because these are two awesome stories.
Yes.
Two deserving winners, in my opinion. I like seeing, like, Ostach, obviously, fairly accomplished player. Must be pretty good to be doing well in the mid-stakes online.
Yep.
But new to the live scene, at least results-wise. And then Tom Brzezinski, amateur player, back-to-back final tables. So fun.
Yeah, and by doing that deal, Brzezinski has ensured a bigger result here than he had in Barcelona. His fourth place finish at the last EPT paid 493,250 euros. He's locked up more than 600K, and right now he's the favorite to win. A reminder, he is not a poker pro, lives here in Malta, works in the sports betting industry. One of only 11 players to have made consecutive EPT final tables.
I also think that Tom's rail is adorable. Like, he's got 3 or 4 people there. They seem to be really close friends here with his partner. I'm really touched seeing the way they interact.
Brzezinski decided to call. Ostach has raised to 425,000.
Let's play a bigger pot.
And Brzezinski will call in position.
Oh, you feel with Queen 8, it feels like you hit something here.
I mean, there's some potential.
In the words of George Costanza, it's not a lie if you believe it. So what I like to do is just really believe that I hit this flop.
Sure. King on the turn after it goes check, check on the flop. Ace high still ahead.
Pretty tough to get ace high to fold in a heads-up situation, but we're going to go for it here on the turn.
I like it. Brzezinski betting into a pot of 975,000, makes it 550,000. Oustach is called. Neither player improves. Ace high, still the best hand. Ostach checks, and is Brzezinski going to fire again and try and push Ostach off exactly the type of hand he has?
Yeah, I don't know. Ostach just might be ready to make this call, though. He hasn't seen. All that scared. This bet of 850,000 is slightly less than half pot. Oustach called a bigger proportional bet on the turn. Spades did come in. Yeah, I knew it. He was going to snap him off with the ace. Got him.
Makes the ace high hero call, and he needed that one. Momentum was all at the other side of the table, back up to 7.5 million, near enough 60 big blinds. Now, normally, I'm a very patient person.
Yeah.
But today, I haven't got time for Griffin's technical problems. I've said, let's get the satellite repositioned now. Let's move it west, get it over to California. Let's wake up Maria Ho and let's get her on the line as soon as possible.
Is it bad that I kind of want Griffin's power to stay out all night and for him to like sort of be huddled in the dark and cold and afraid?
I mean, that's cruel, but not unfair.
Doesn't that sound kind of fun for Griffin to have to, like, I don't know, read a book? Talk to his girlfriend?
I mean, Griffin's read many a comic book.
I don't even think he reads comic books.
Come on, he must at least look at the pictures.
Like, maybe.
Queen 7 versus Jack 3, unraised pre. Diamonds would have been interesting. As things stand, Oustach has paired his 7. A bet from Ostach wins him the pot. So we are playing 60 bigs effective, at least for one more hand, because the blinds are about to go up.
Let's see what Brzezinski's total lifetime earnings are.
I think it's about 700K, so most of it came from that Barcelona cash.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, he was probably in a really similar position to Ostach before Barcelona.
So he's raised to 300,000. Ostach calling with Queen 6. We have got some major street flash potential here.
Okay, so Brzezinski before Barcelona had a couple of 5-figure scores, 32,000, 35,000.
Yeah.
Did I say 5 or 4 figures? 5-figure scores. And that's really it. Like, a lot of it is just 5,400, 1,200, 1,100. And one thing that we were sort of realizing as we were casting loose cannons is that just because someone has a high figure, if they've been playing 20 years, right, and they cash 10 times for 2K every year for 20 years, that's you know, that looks like $500,000 in earnings.
But it's been one of the biggest criticisms of Hand and Mob as a way of tracking results since its inception. And when people look at the all-time money list, people say, yeah, but how much have they lost? How much have they paid in buy-ins? What's their profit? What's their ROI? Tournament winnings doesn't tell the whole story, never has.
Yes, and especially if it's over a 10, 12, 15, 20-year period.
This, by the way, is the first hand of the new blind level. We're now playing 75,000, 150,000 with a 150K big blind ante. That means Ostach has dropped down below the 50 big blind mark. So we're playing 47 bigs effective right now. Brzezinski winning that hand.
Is there any truth to the rumor that once a deal is done that the levels go to 5 hands per level?
No. Thank you for your question.
Is there any truth to the rumor that Marilyn Manson had a rib removed so that he could pleasure himself?
Again, don't believe that's true.
Okay. You're really disappointing me here.
Debunking random stuff from the internet as we watch this heads-up battle between Brzezinski and Ostach. And Brzezinski still with a huge advantage over his opponent. All diamonds on the flop. And Brzezinski with the flush against Ostach's pair of threes is going to bet and get a fold. Okay, let me just reconfigure the uplink here. And we should be able to go live via satellite to LA and say hello, Maria Ho.
Hello.
Maria, thank you for stepping in this moment of crisis. If anyone was going to let down this production, it was Griffin Bencher.
Oh, no. Griffin Bungler.
You know, not everybody has a backup generator lying around in their house for these types of emergencies. I mean, I do.
Are you cranking it? Well, how's that song go?
What song?
From The Sound of Music? Nobody solves a problem like Maria?
Yes, those are the lyrics, 100%.
Is that not the... I've never seen it. I just like the tearing up of the Nazi
How
flag.
do you solve a problem?
Oh, how do you solve a problem like Maria? Well, with Maria, I guess.
We have a post-flop flip in our hands here. Brzezinski with a pair of fives. Ostach with the flush draw. That's 150K, gets called.
Yeah, tough to fold heads up when you have any piece, even though you know that there's going to be a lot of dicey runouts for that bottom pair.
And that's the reason why Ostach had near enough 50% equity on the flop. It wasn't just the club draw. The ace and 10 were live as well, and he's paired his ace on the turn.
Guess who got his generator going?
Too late.
You snooze on your electric bill, you lose the right to commentary. What do you think the odds are that Griffin had to pay his electric bill real quick? He was like, oh, boy.
Well, fortunately for Brzezinski, he has not improved on the river. He did call a bet of 575,000 on the turn. He checks this last street. Ostach going big. 1.9 million in the middle. And he has bet 1.15.
Kind of unfortunate that Brzezinski doesn't have too strong of a hand, but this polarization here makes it look like it could be, you know, some busted draws. So, you know, if your opponent isn't very likely to be, you know, betting a 7x like this or a queen x like this, then obviously it's really, it doesn't matter if you have a pair of fives or, you know, even deuces here. You know, I think it's just about whether they have more of a nutted hand or nothing. And that's why Brzezinski is taking the time, and he flicks it in.
Ostach wins another sizable pot and is back up to near enough 60 big blinds, just shy of 9 million chips. So Maria, at the start of this level, they were pretty even in chips. That was the point they did the deal. So the deal was pretty much 50-50. In fact, it was 50-50 once you take off the set aside, the 28.5K they still have to play for. So 603,000 euros locked up by both players, an additional 28.5 grand and the trophy going to the winner.
Well, it's nice in one sense that there's a little bit of pressure off because nobody necessarily wants to be playing a heads-up match for, you know, hundreds of thousands of euros. But at the same time, both of these players, you can tell just by the way that they've been playing the last few days that they really want it. You know, they've both really tried to, I think, play their game, but also pick good spots. And both of them were able to adapt to when they had a big chip stack or when they didn't. And, you know, they've been fighting every step of the way. So they're certainly not going to give up now just because they made that deal.
Well, this is an interesting hand. Very interesting hand. Ostach flopping top pair. Brzezinski flopping the spade draw. Ostach improves to 2 pair on the turn. And Brzezinski now has a pair to go with his draw. And when check on the flop, with Ostach checking the turn, Brzezinski's going to bet 325,000. Vladik says re-raise incoming. It can only be a re-raise if there's already been a raise. Because it was a bet, this is a raise. I thank you.
Yeah, now Ostach, you know, isn't even worried if Brzezinski had, let's say, a king with a better kicker, right? Because Ostach is playing the kings and 4s, whereas Brzezinski, if he had a king, would be playing kings and 3s. Plus, there's quite a few draws that you want to charge, so understandable to come in with the raise.
Oh, spade on the river. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. It's the suit that's important, though. It has given Brzezinski the flush. Ostach bets, leads for 1.7 million. Now, yes, the board is paired, but heads up, Maria, can you find a raise here?
I think so. I feel like, you know, it does feel like Ostach could have trips here quite often. You know, maybe some of these king 4 type hands, maybe just a king trying to get Brzezinski to fold a chop. So I feel like there's plenty of value hands that Brzezinski does beat. That's going to go ahead and bet even after check raising the turn and getting called.
All in.
Well, this is what Phantom wanted. All in and finish him. I don't see Ostach calling here. I mean, he's got 2 pair, though. It's a pretty strong hand, but not strong enough to call. And Ostach drops down below 40 big blinds.
Yeah, it does seem like Ostach is having a little trouble getting some momentum going.
Yeah, it seems like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. But still playing around 40 big blinds with 5.8 million chips and still 26 hands to play before the blinds go up again. And this is why I'm not paying attention to any of the analysis in the chat. DJ Mr. Picky, he learned his lesson. Good. Maybe fold, king off? No. Oh, God.
I mean, to be fair, he was ahead pre-flop, people.
Not all people, specifically you, Mr. DJ, Mr. Picky. To be fair, the clue is in the name, right, Mr. Picky?
True.
A bet from Ostach wins him this pot. Well, that is the trophy. And one of these two guys will lift later on this evening. The winner of the first EPT Malta since 2016. Let's salute Alexei Boyko one more time. Making the final table of this event after winning it 9 years ago, which was the last time we were on this Mediterranean island.
Quite the run. And you know, when he spiked that ace on the river yesterday, when he had ace king against queens, I thought that he was destined for the dub here.
No double win for Alexei Boyko. There has never been a player defend their EPT title. No one's ever won the same EPT twice, asterisk, unless we're talking EPT Online. This might actually be a solid piece of analysis on Twitch from Scrollwheel. Seems to me that one of these two just needs to win their all in. Yeah, basically.
Put that in a poker book.
Oh, Noodles, how are you still not banned? I can fix that. Bye!
You know, if you want something done right, James, you got to do it yourself.
Brzezinski, huge favorite here with the pair of sevens.
Seems to be bluff catching here with the check, and it is going to get Oustach to bet.
Now two pair for Brzezinski. Can he get a king high river call?
Yeah, definitely some missed straight draws and flush draws that it feels like maybe you have a better chance of getting Ostach to put in some more chips if you check to him one more time. You know, there seems to be probably some missed draws in his range, a little more so than just the queen X's.
No king high hero call. Brzezinski wins that one. Chips up to 21.3 million. Ostach playing 5.6 million. So near enough a 4-to-1 chip advantage for Brzezinski. We're playing 35 bigs effective. That's Ostach's stack. Queens Curls Creative watching on YouTube says Ostach has been solid all the way up till now. It's interesting to see him being put under pressure now. Yeah, and it's just, some of it feels just a little bit unfair. Just, you commented on this a moment ago, Maria, just momentum just very much with Brzezinski right now, as evidenced by the fact that he's picking up queens.
Right. Yeah, and I don't think that there's anything Ostach is necessarily doing wrong.
No, yeah.
I think it's a matter of card distribution, and also he's going to try to, you know, change gears when he has a shorter stack. A lot of the final table, you know, final nine, we saw that Ostach had a big stack, and he actually was quite aggressive. And so now I think it's just a natural adjustment that you have to make when you're in the chip deficit.
Sure. This is the kind of question I like from Bonnie. Are they allowed to get a beer? Absolutely. Now, I wouldn't recommend they necessarily get up from the table and go to the bar, but they can get table service, and they can drink whatever they want. Within reason, please drink responsibly.
Especially after a deal is made. You know,
yeah.
I I would not fault any one of them from imbibing in at least a couple. That shouldn't affect play.
See, I have been introduced recently to the concept of drinking lots of beer while playing poker. You can guess by who. And I've discovered it does actually make me a better player. At least in my head.
I'm just confused. Why did it take so long for you to be introduced to this?
Because every pro I'd listened to,
James.
every single book I'd read, every single tutorial I'd looked at was like, don't drink while playing poker. And I realized it's so much more fun when you drink. Again, please gamble responsibly. Please drink responsibly. Do as I say, don't do as I do.
I would not be sitting here as a professional poker player today if I didn't drink almost every session when I first started playing. It made it so much more fun.
Yeah. And no, Cankle Bunny, it was not Joe Stapleton. Yes, Joe is absolutely the kind of guy that would introduce people to that concept, but it wasn't him. I can't blame him. Tequila soda with a splash of grapefruit. Is this your tipple of choice, Maria?
Yeah, I used to be a big vodka drinker in college, but then I realized how disgusting vodka actually tastes.
Well, hold on a second. There's vodka and there's vodka.
Like college vodka.
550.
Okay, we have got Brzezinski with jacks here. Comes over the top of Oustach, who limped the button. Gets a fold, and Oustach has now dropped below 30 big blinds.
Is it just me, or does it feel like there's not too much of a rowdy rail here for these two?
So we don't have the rail around the table here. There are spectators watching the other side in the poker room, like facing the set.
350.
But no rowdiness, I will give you that, as we see Brzezinski raise with 8 deuce and get a fold from 8 tray. That is literally optimal poker. Get a better hand to fold.
Yep, and you know, you see now, I think Brzezinski feeling that things are really going his way is just gonna just pile on that pressure continually and hope that he's gonna see Ostach get to a really vulnerable stack size where we're gonna start seeing pre-flop shoves.
Queen 9 suited. Ostach completes. Brzezinski with 6 deuce.
550.
Doesn't just check his option, decides to raise. Makes it 550,000. Kind of feel that Ostach has got to call this and see a flop in position. Could potentially re-raise.
Yeah, I think that...
Oh, he takes the latter option.
The intention... Right, the intention was definitely to continue in some fashion when he limps. And I think he's also starting to recognize, which I think is quite a good adaptation, is that Brzezinski might be more apt to be getting out of line more often now that he has widened the gap so much. And it just makes the shove even better. Call would have been fine too. Obviously, Queen 9 suited plays pretty well in position, but you know, if someone is going to be raising your limps at maybe too high of a frequency, then you can just shut it down and pick up that dead money without having to see a run out.
Dara says, can't really see Ostach coming back now. Is it common in heads up for people to double up enough and crawl back, or when someone's on a roll like this, they can keep going and be effectively blinded out? He could easily make a comeback. We have seen heads up battles where players have been on the ropes. They've been down to like 10 big blinds, and they've still managed to fight back, double up, take the chip lead, and win. This is not Brzezinski's title yet. Now, sure, if you run the numbers, if you did simulations, the majority of the time, Brzezinski's going to win. But Ostach ain't out of this yet. And of course, because they agreed a deal when they were even in chips, both players have locked up more than 600K. The money they are playing for is 28,500 euros. Not insignificant, but what matters more is being an EPT champion and lifting that trophy.
I think it's also important to note that the mentality Brzezinski should have, even with this big chip lead, is that Ostach could come back at any moment. I think you don't.
Yeah.
That's why it's such a balance and it's such a delicate dance between, you know, not letting up, but also not overpacing and not giving Ostach good spots to double through you. In some ways, you still, with the depth at 34 bigs effective, you still want to try to keep variance somewhat low. That's still, you know, just so many chips that if you were to allow him to double through you, then just one double up later, you've lost the chip lead.
Ostach wins 3 in a row and is now hovering around the 35 big blind mark. Brzezinski still with a 4-1 chip advantage over his opponent. Nadal saying, we've got Mallets and Panka, now we will have Brzezinski. I believe that Brzezinski would become the 5th Polish EPT champion. Yes, Ed highlighting that we also have Piotr Nijiński from Barcelona 2018 and Grzegorz Główny, who won the EPT Prague from 2021 that was actually delayed until March of 2022. And we have an 8-high flop here. Brzezinski with the advantage. Brzezinski would also be a very popular winner here in Malta because this is where he lives. He's got a lot of friends here. He's part of the poker community here. He's part of the gaming industry here. Oh, hello. Brzezinski bets 150,000 and Ostach decides to raise to 500,000.
Yeah, and I actually like this raise in the sense that if you think Brzezinski is just going to be c-betting these textures at a pretty high frequency, you know, you do have something that isn't very likely to win at showdown, but can turn some backdoor straight possibilities, right? So even if you get called, potentially you can continue barreling on certain turns and actually got the best hand to fold. Those are the maneuvers that you have to find in heads up because, again, you just can't rely on hitting hands.
Brandon asks, will there be EPT Malta next year? The answer to that question is, I don't know. All that's been confirmed, all that's been announced so far is the first 2 stops of EPT 2026, Paris in February and Monte Carlo in April/May. Ostach calls, Brzezinski checks. We see a flop, which is Queen, Jack, 8. So we've got top pair versus second pair. A bet of 150,000 called by Brzezinski. Turn card is a 10, giving Ostach 2 pair. Brzezinski checks. Ostach fires again. 425,000 into 750,000.
Yeah, obviously, we could see that Ostach would hate to get raised in this spot, but also does have some other hands that he wants to get value from and protect against. Just happy to not face a lot of resistance against that bet.
Daily Leaf, to answer your question, there is a weird glitch with the graphics right now. Unfortunately, we can't risk switching it off and on again in the middle of the stream, so bear with us. Ace Queen of Diamonds, here is a premium, and that is a raise. With a dominated queen, Ostach calls. And it is domination rotation, top for Brzezinski, 2-pair for Ostach. Brzezinski continuing for 225K. And just a call from Ostach.
Yeah, I think you can certainly consider mixing in some raises as well, just given the texture. Oh.
Domination restoration on the turn, a better 2-pair for Brzezinski. But the fact that this board is straighty and flushy makes me think that no one's going to go broke here.
Yeah, especially you see Ostach, you know, understanding, I think, that once he faces the second barrel, especially on this texture, you're going to be up against either some big hands or combo draws, or made flushes, made straights are obviously very possible as well. This was a raised pot pre.
Well, that is the ultimate action killer. Another straighty / flushy card. I mean, if Ostach turns his hand into a bluff now and pushes Brzezinski off ace and queens, I will be very, very impressed. But instead, he checks it.
Absurd.
Brzezinski wisely checks behind, considering that board, and is going to win this pot. Ostach has dropped below the 5 million mark, is playing around 30 big blinds. That's right, Simi, almost street flash poker, but almost doesn't count. I agree, Ed, that could have been worse for Ostach. That run out actually was very, very good for him. When I say run out, I mean the river card. Obviously, the turn card was not good for him. Unraised. We see a flop. Again, Ostach flopping 2-pair. Brzezinski flopping bottom pair and some backdoor potential with one club on the flop. Brzezinski calls 150k jack on the turn.
Yeah, I have a hard time thinking that Brzezinski is going to be able to continue against a second barrel without any additional turned equity. Especially this sizing is a little too rich for his blood. I think I would have liked to see maybe a smaller sizing from Ostach, just because when you do block top pair hands, obviously that takes away a significant amount of hands that could call you for a bigger sizing.
Still 11 hands to play at this blind level. Hand 95 of the final table. Action starts with Brzezinski, and he's raising the button with 9-4.
Yeah, I think heads up, you know, when your opponent is still about 30 bigs or more effective, you can certainly still raise pretty polar and not necessarily incorporate as much limps. Certainly when you get a little shallower, you definitely want to consider incorporating some limps.
Ostach calls with King 8. Brzezinski checks his option with Ace 9. Interesting. And it is a King 9-3 flop. So we have top pair versus second pair.
Oh, man.
Well, that changes things, doesn't it?
Yeah, and not that I think Brzezinski was ever going to get away from second pair with an ace kicker, but certainly, you know, you were expecting that he might lose quite a bit of chips in this pot, and now it's quite the opposite, except the fact that Ostach does check behind on the turn, because there is going to be, you know, quite a few 9Xs in his range. There's going to be, you know, some flush draws in Brzezinski's range when he continues on the flop, and, you know, some gutters perhaps, but I think Ostach with just a little bit of pot control, but now against Brzezinski's third check, it's a very clear bet for value here from Ostach, and he's not going to like it when Brzezinski announces himself.
One line.
1,900,000. And Ostach lets it go. And he's now dropped below 30 big blinds. With a stack of 4.1 million, he's playing 27 bigs. And the blinds are going up pretty soon.
You know, I feel like with the speed with which Ostach made that fold, against a raise that I think was maybe, what, 2.6x the bet size. It almost feels like he doesn't believe that Brzezinski would ever take that line as a bluff. And I don't know if that's him. Perhaps that's a reflection of his perspective on Brzezinski's skills, or if that was just like such a clear spot that he should only have 9x's here. I do think that good players are going to have some bluffs when they check raise that river. But I can't tell if Ostach doesn't believe Brzezinski's capable or not.
Ostach shoving there with ace-queen suited. Gets a very quick fold from Brzezinski. MTG observing that Ostach is a very solid and disciplined player. For sure. He's impressed us a lot over the last few days. Here's King Jack. And calls. Tens for Brzezinski.
550.
Raises to 550,000. And just as we saw with an earlier hand, Ostach was limping with the intention of re-raising. He shoves and gets called. We are flipping for the title. Ostach at risk and behind. If tens hold here, Tomasz Brzezinski is the EPT Malta champion. Five cards to come that could decide the outcome of this tournament. King on the flop. Ostach takes the lead.
Good understanding.
Ostach now a 9-1 favorite to double up. Another king on the turn. Still 2 outs for Brzezinski. And if he does spike a 10 on the river, he is the champion. Any other card, we play on. So 4 on the river. Mikhailo Ostach doubles up to 61 big blinds. Brzezinski now with a 2-1 chip advantage. And we play on.
Almost a sigh of relief there to just live to fight another day. And psychologically, you just really have to, as Brzezinski, recalibrate here. Again, you know, that's why you never want to get too ahead of yourself, even when you had a 4-1 chip lead versus now, you know, 2-1 chip lead. You have to go with it, into it with the mentality that it ain't over until it's over.
That's right, Phantom. The game continues.
Która godzina?
Dan Cowell says, it's almost 1 a.m. where I am. I'm rooting for Ostach, but I also kind of want to go to bed.
Well, I think the real question is we got to work backwards. So do you have something important to do tomorrow? Because if you don't, then, you know, you could still stay up for another hour or two.
Oh, wow, Maria Ho,
What's
the
harm?
devil on your shoulder.
4 million. Thank you.
350.
Brzezinski's raise called by Ostach. Jack 8 tray. Seven of clubs on the turn. And Ostach is going to win this one with a bet on the turn. We are playing 60 bigs effective in this heads-up battle at the EPT Malta final table. Tomasz Brzezinski with 17.5 million, around 115 bigs. Ricardo Ostach playing 9.5 million, about 62 big blinds. Please welcome Joe Stapleton back.
Hello, my babies.
Oof. He have returned. Hooray.
They haven't given up as a result of this deal.
Never thought they would.
Sometimes I think they won't and they do. But most of the time they don't. Hey, Maria.
Hi there.
Boy, you are a delight.
been,
It's impossible to not be in a good... When I get a high there like that? Ah.
Well, it's just been an exciting day.
It's a very exciting day as Brzezinski flops a straight draw. Are you an open-ender person or an up-and-down person?
I like open-ender.
I like up and down.
Like double belly buster.
Sure, but, you know, that's not this. Hold on. Wait.
Oh?
3, 4, 5, 6. Someone made a straight. Well, hello, Mr. Fancy Pants. Ostach does not have much to pay off a straight with, but that hasn't stopped some of the chips from going in before. I had to be out there in case it ended a couple of hands ago.
850.
Ooh, going right for the raise now. 250, raised to 850.
What's like the closest, like the narrowest window in which you made it? Like, have you ever had like run out there just in time?
Well, no,
Or are
they
you always prepared?
no, they'll wait for me. Basically, they have to.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes, like if I'm in the middle of a sentence here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's even straight ear straight. If I'm mid-sentence, like, you know, it's kind of a spoiler if they come get me. So I got to just sit here for a couple of seconds and be like, oh, I guess I'm hungry, guys. It's like Superman or Spider-Man. He's like, I forgot I have a homework assignment due. And he has to go get changed real quick. I'm basically a superhero is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
So Brzezinski, after getting that big old raise called on the turn, tries to go for max on the river, doesn't get it with the ace high. Ram G84 says, bro, this commenter. I assume he means someone commenting on YouTube because I'm a commentator. I hope commenter versus commentator. You're a commenter. I'm a commentator. I hope that helps. Does it help if I keep repeating it like that? You're a commenter. I'm a commentator. And yes, Arcadia, an average potato would be a commentator.
350.
350,000, the raise from Brzezinski, King 6 suited. Pocket threes for Oustach. This could be it, everybody. Buckle up. Ace 7 tray. Ooh, oh, doesn't sets feel good? Don't you love having sets?
Yeah, especially the bottom set. I feel like it's just so nice and hidden. You unblock top pair. I mean, not that Brzezinski has much here, but there's the hope is alive that you've coolered the ish out of someone.
You're saying you like sets on the bottom. With the flush draw out there, this is kind of like, this is unprotected sets. Whoa, there it is, the club on the turn. How scary is that? Raksha says, I forgot what it's like to have sets. Same. Maria remembers, this one time I went a year and a half without sets.
Yeah, you were so angry then. You had a lot of pent-up frustration.
I was really frustrated, yeah. I was so frustrated my hands were blue. As Ostach bets 850,000.
Yeah, interesting that Ostach decides to come with the lead, I think because, you know, one of the obvious draws from the flop got there on the turn. He didn't want to risk it getting check.
Pie face poker. Love Mason Pie says, is that why you got in the cranking machine? Absolutely. If you go too long without having sets, you can crank the old cooler machine and get some of that aggression out.
Yeah, but it's only temporary relief, though.
It is. It's not as good as the real thing, but, you know.
Yeah.
We do what we can. SV says, I love how Maria didn't bite. Maria's playing along just fine, thank you. Raise and take it for Ostach.
Yeah, I like to surprise Stapes every now and then and humor him.
It's actually more of a surprise when you don't. Because when the red light is off, when the cameras aren't rolling, when the mics aren't live, Maria can take it out and chop it up with the best of them. But unfortunately, she's got this frickin' brand she's got to worry about.
You know, I think it's just both. It's both. I'm both things. I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like there's like a part of my personality that, you know, you should only reserve for behind closed doors and with, you know, close friends.
I'm like, I get the kid brother treatment from Maria, which I like, because I get to be super rude and gross around her, and she just tolerates it. Ace deuce flops a deuce on this 4-tray deuce board. Goes check, check, 10 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, this bet will just deny some equity to the many overcards to the deuce, but also, you know, if he gets called, certainly can river the wheel as well and improve against better hands.
David wants to know if you know my new nickname. Somebody burned me super hard in chat earlier. I don't know if you saw it. Joe Simpleton.
Wow. Did they get banned or you gave them?
No, you got to give
props?
credit where credit is due when somebody comes up with a line that good. I mean, what am I going to do? Amaterasu asked, Joe, could you tell us about the NAPT? Will you be there? I will be there. I'll be there for the entirety. We'll be shooting some new episodes of The Big Game on tour. We're going to do a comedy show on November 5th. I'm working on getting some big name talent to come on out. I see a 3 in the window. That's a pair of 3s for Brzezinski. Yeah, I'm working on getting some couple of killer comics to come out from LA, so you don't have to just deal with me.
Yeah, Vegas is always a nice place because it's so easy to get to from LA, and
Yeah.
everybody fancies a weekend away in Vegas, so it shouldn't be too hard to get some of your friends out there.
There's one headliner I've been chasing for years, and every time I get to do one of these shows, my budget goes up, but so does her quote. Because she becomes bigger and bigger every year. But if I can say it's just like a one-day thing in Vegas, one night, you get to stay at Resorts World, I'm hoping maybe the amount of money I have to spend on it this year will be enough. As the bet of $325,000 on the flop from Oustach gets raised by Brzezinski, value raised, called by Ostach with the 2 overs and the gut shot. Pretty bricky turn. And does Brzezinski follow up? He does tend to slow down in these situations.
Yeah, I don't mind the check raise on the flop. I think, some good things can happen. You will get, of course, some overcards to fold out. But when you get continues, that doesn't necessarily mean you're beat, right? Because we do see that Ostach will have a lot of these types of hands that he will bet and call a raise with, just the 2 overs, straight possibilities. And so Brzezinski does end up following up with another bet on the turn, just feeling like the 4 is a little more favorable card. I think with overcards, anything that fills in the straight, I think he was very likely to shut down, but the 4 seemed pretty safe to just continue to bet, and clean run out for a pair of 3s.
Brzezinski checks. Oustach a little frustrated that the 3 is good. Dan,
I'm not really sure if the frustration comes from because he had so many outs against it, or because he was thinking maybe there's something I could have done to win the pot for myself. Maybe both.
Could be both, yeah. Why not? 2 things can be true. Question from SV, who says, will Caitlin Komeski be joining you guys? Yes, Caitlin's going to perform that night. And I believe that Nikki Limo will be performing that night. I've offered her a spot. And believe it or not, now he's not available, but Doug Polk also agreed
350
to do a spot that night, but he can't make it. But he is willing. Oh, that's David. Okay, David. Yes, David. David, get in touch with me. He wants a spot, and I told him I'd give him a shot. Yeah, just remind me. Get on my DMs. Get in my DMs. Not today, not tomorrow, not Tuesday. Friday of this next week. As we have another flop here, King 6-6, Ace High is the best hand. Ace High is betting.
I don't think I had it on my bingo card that, so many poker players would want to start moonlighting as comedians in 2025. I feel like, I know Caitlin did it before, but like Polk, and I feel like there's some other people that have always maybe been interested in dabbling, and I feel like maybe now they're coming out of the woodwork.
Well, people have realized, I think, that you can leverage being already famous from something else into sort of skipping a couple of the first tiers of comedy. Runner, diamond for Brzezinski. That's the nut flush. Unfortunately, Ostach only has 8 high. Maybe he won't want to show it down, and he'll make a bet here so Brzezinski could get something. Yeah, here we go. Nice try, Michello. Unfortunately, you've run into the virtual nuts on this board. There's the raise, which will go uncalled.
Like, what percentage of comics that are just starting out do you think write all of their own jokes?
Dang near 100, I would say.
Okay.
Dang near 100. It's hard to get people to write your jokes for you if you have never done comedy before.
Right. So that's also one of the parts of like skipping some steps and fast tracking if you're Doug Polk, for example.
Yes, the fact that Doug can hire a team of writers is also an advantage. I do think that Doug, the basis of what Doug's doing is his own, though, not to discredit him, but I think he's been pretty public about the fact that he's had some help.
Yeah.
But like the Kill Tony spot that he got, that's a thing that people go and they line up and they try to get in the lottery. And it takes them months and months and years sometimes to get on Kill Tony. And he just went up to Tony and he was like, I'll play you heads up. If you win, you can have $40,000. And if I win, I can go and kill Tony. So, that's an advantage that a lot of people don't have who aren't already successful in other industries. Which, by the way, that's not a criticism at all. I've done it. You got to use what you got. Why wouldn't you?
$500.
Brzezinski makes a 500K with 9-6 off. Queen 7 for Ostach. King Jack 4 misses everybody. Funny comment here from CPB who says use code JOKE. Not bad. Relevant. I like it.
If I asked you, Stapes, if you think that I could successfully deliver a decent 5-minute set,
Yeah.
do you have faith in me?
Yes. Yes, I do.
You do?
Yeah. You've got public speaking experience. You've got confidence. You've got stage presence. You have a unique perspective. Right? Like, everyone has a unique perspective,
Right.
but my perspective of, like, mid-white guy is not as unique as yours. And
So now I just need the jokes.
you just need the jokes. And you have the resources for help as well. You know me. That's going to help. 6-6 deuce, king high out in front. I think that also...
Well, I know who my first call would be.
Doug Polk. 8 of hearts on the turn. Both players with a heart. Both players with a decent heart. 9's decent. King's better. Here's my question, though, about that. Would you be doing it cold, like literally your first time, or would you be able to go hit an open mic or something a few times first?
As in, what counts as like if I can or my preparation?
Right. Like if it's like can the first time you ever go on stage, can you do that? The chances go down a little bit.
Right. No, I think in my head I was thinking I would definitely go practice.
Yeah,
a little
right. And with that, then I take the over on you being able to do it. Brzezinski bets, does make a pair of 4s on the end. We have seen a fair few queen high hero calls. Oustach definitely capable of the high card hero call. And look at that.
There it is.
Does make the queen high hero call. And another somewhat frustrated sigh coming out of Ostach. Blinds have gone up, by the way. They are now 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante.
I feel like this might be the shortest that we've seen Ostach since Heads Up Play started with 21 bigs. He hasn't really teetered below the 30 big blind mark.
Well, he is on the 21 big blind mark now. $4.6 million. Another better than
500.
just about a 5-1 chip lead right now for Tomasz. Yeah, I think the only thing that I would worry about, Maria, like, is if you were going up there for the first time. Is you remember that Mike Tyson quote of, like, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth?
Right.
When you go up there and the first thing you say doesn't get the laugh that you want it to, that's akin to being punched in the mouth. And it's really hard to recover from that. You can start to be like, and you can just, it's like getting punched in the mouth. You spin, you spiral, you get lightheaded, you kind of lose track of where you are. It is, it can be quite disturbing. King Jack for Brzezinski gets a walk.
I feel like that would just be a nightmare. And just with all the bright lights in your face and everyone's expecting the next, like to wait for the next thing you say, and you're just like a deer in headlights, that would be rough.
So Liv this year for their anniversary or for Igor's birthday, he asked Liv to do stand-up. So she came to me. And I gave her one joke right away, and I just said, I told her how to structure a set, and I said, when you have your premises, send them to me, and I'll help you write some more jokes. And I didn't hear back from her. And then afterwards, she said it was a total disaster, and the only joke that got a laugh was the one that I gave her.
Oh, no.
It was, my boyfriend asked me to do stand-up comedy for his birthday present. I don't know why he can't just be normal and ask for a threesome. This hand looks like it's over. It is. Lexa on Twitch says, mute this guy, please. Hold on, you first. All right, you banned. Thank you for your comment.
I think it could be quite frustrating when, a lot of cards and distribution just does not seem to be going your way. But also, I think there were a couple of spots that Ostach maybe feels like he missed a bet, maybe turning that Queen Jack into a bluff when he didn't spike anything on the river. And so that tends to build when both things are kind of gnawing away at you at like, why can't I just run a little better? Maybe I'm not making things happen for myself.
$600.
Isn't it weird how Mikhailo is from Ukraine, but he's got an Irish last name? Mikhailo Oustach. Mikhailo of the Stash. Ugh, most girls aren't funny. Good Lord. Good Lord. Good Lord and goodbye, you banned.
Do I have banning privileges?
I got you.
Might be that could have been my first ban.
Not that you need a man to stand up for you, Maria, but I got you.
Thank you.
Mikhailo of the Stash, all in. With Queen 10 of Hearts. Is behind and at risk. If Brzezinski holds, I love this so much. Love how he goes and hangs with his lady on the rail. If Brzezinski holds, it's all over. We got an EPT Malta champion. Oustach sweating it real hard for his tournament life. That is a queen in the window. Brzezinski now behind. Love the fact that he's just happy no matter what. He's like, this is all gravy.
10 would be nice as well. 10 hearts.
Trip Queens now is going to leave Brzezinski drawing. Oh my heart. Oh, it makes my heart hurt.
You're in your lover boy era right now, Stapes.
Do you think that's what it is?
I think
Do you think it's
so.
affecting me more? Double up.
Yeah, absolutely.
For Michaela of the stash. I
Yeah,
usually,
even though it could be a,
yeah.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I usually get pretty sick to my stomach over public displays of affection like that, but
Right.
now I'm just hearing birds singing and
100 and
angelic music. And what were you?
Granted, it
Yeah.
could be, I was just going to say, granted, it could be a little annoying to have your opponent all in twice and be ahead and lose. But this is also why it's so important to have the chip lead, is that you can afford to double up your opponent and still have a comfortable chip lead. And again, mentally, you just need to keep battling. And you just never want to start getting ahead of yourself and thinking, like, I've got this in the bag, because 1 minute the person is down to 20 bigs and the next, you know, they've doubled through you and it's game on again. So I think it can wear on some people, but both of these players, I think, seem to have enough experience to know that this is just part of the game.
Yep. Grind him down, double him up. Grind him down, double him up.
Sorry.
We're closing in on the last hand of this session. Nearing a break. Ace versus ace. Some potential here for some fisticuffs. 9-9 deuce. Ace high looking pretty good for both players. One of them is losing. But only for now. Optimus Clang says, I blame whoever it was earlier who said that you have to win your all-ins. Yeah, who said that? Brzezinski checks. Oustach checks. Hey, that's an 8. That's domination rotation. Brzezinski likely to think his ace high is still pretty good. It is not. And Oustach is going to lead for value. Bet for value.
Yeah, and this is going to very likely turn into a very comfortable two-barrel spot for Ostach.
Oh, boy.
Oh. Hello.
That is interesting. Brzezinski counterfeits Oustach on this river. Oh, it's so annoying. Your two pair is now a better two pair, but your hand is weaker on this board. And that's real annoying.
Yeah, Ostach still feeling like aces and nines could be the best hand here.
Brzezinski makes the call. We're back to the grind him down phase. Poor kid, look at him. He's so frustrated. One more hand before we take another break. Mizumo says, I feel bad for Oustach. It's hard to watch someone be that frustrated. Look, it's also hard to root for a particular person here. I like both these guys. And at least Oustach gets to take comfort in the fact that he's won his all-ins, or he'd be out of here. Just a raise and take it to close out the last hand of this session. Not the last hand of the level. Remember, those go up at different times. Let's have a look at the chip counts. Or chip count, I should say. There's just one difference to show. Things are not looking good for Mikhailo of the Stash. Once again, under 20 big blinds. Luckily for him, 20 hands left on this level. Tomasz Brzezinski way out in front with a 117 big blind stack. We are going to take yet another 20-minute break, but when we get back, maybe we'll determine a champion from here at EPT Malta.
Oh, ti chiedo.
What's it about now, Nick?
I missed that one, I'm afraid.
Just when you think you've got someone here who can translate him.
I mean, Spanish or German, I could help you out a little bit more, but yeah, that was just my romantic language best guess that I picked out.
And 184 of the final table. Are we going to get to 200? Ooh, queens for Glovny, and he just completes.
He knows what to do. Yes, he's got him.
Yep.
He's got him. He's guaranteed he's got him.
Yes. Cortolazzi does not change his strategy. He jams on Glovny, who calls all in with the queens.
Oh, disaster for the Italian.
Well, hold on. Hold on. He's got an ace.
Oh.
Many people believe there is always an ace on the desk. And Glovny is the at-risk player, and if Cortolazzi does improve here, if he were to spike that ace, this would be over, and the Italian would take down EPT Prague. Glovny needs queens to hold to survive. He's proved to be pretty invincible so far. Is this going to be a massive momentum shift, or is this going to be the winning moment? No ace on the flop. Jack 5-5. Queen's good.
Not a good start for Cortolazzi. Gonna need an ace. No backdoors here. No wheel backdoors. No nothing. Only an ace from space. Only a berry.
87% chance that Glovny doubles up. Make that a 93% chance. Just has to fade Barry Greenstein. Just has to fade the ace on the river. If that happens, we have our champion. 30 million chip pot. The river cards are 10. Glovny doubles up and takes the commanding chip lead. That is a huge, huge momentum shift, and that's a rail.
That's what a rail looks like. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that rail.
You glove to see it.
You glove to see it.
That is Grzegorzy's girlfriend, Annette, you see, leading the cheering section there. And he has the huge chip advantage now. It's 30 million place, 5.6 million, 11 bigs for Cortolazzi. Griffin, now he can just open jam, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I guarantee you every decision Glovny's going to make right now is going to be very, very calculated, just as it has been all tournament. Don't give your opponent a chance to get back in this. You can see how erratic the Italian has been playing. One double up, another shove, and suddenly Cortolazzi's going to have the chip lead. Okay. So be careful, pick your spots, and you'll finish him off.
There's a lot of glasses going to waste.
5 milioni. 5.
We've had 4
Cinco.
consecutive days of squeaky chairs, and now the catering section is suffering a massive shortage.
Okay, thank you. All right, so just asking him what his chip stack is. He said he thinks it's around 6 mil. Yeah, and he was waiting for him. Absolutely waiting. I can guarantee you that Queens is very rarely a limp at that effective stack depth. But if you know your guy,
yeah,
you know how erratically they're playing, that's a trap all day long. And look at that result.
Hand 185, and it's 8-4, and he's all in. Cortolazzi shoves with 8-4 of clubs.
He's got it.
Called.
That is a quick call.
Cards on the back. It's King Queen of clubs for Gluvny.
Ja król dama suited. A on 8-4 w tym samym.
And now it is the PokerStars qualifier who is the 2-1 favorite to win EPT Prague.
But very large live cards here for Cortolazzi. You can see by the percentages, 32% to win this hand. Very, very winnable. I know all of you on the Twitch chat have had experience in a situation like this where you lose, and that's because the odds are this close.
10-7 deuce. King high still ahead. Of course, Cortolazzi does not have a live suit.
Nie no wiadomo, że ma, nie ma.
Gluvny, 3-1 favorite.
6 or a 5. Straight draw here.
And that will seal the deal on the turn. Cortolazzi drawing dead. And Grzegorz Gluvny has taken down EPT Prague for just shy of 700,000 euros.
Yes, that's the rail we're looking for. Listen to that.
Say his name.
A deserving champion, played an excellent final table.
Yep.
Well, it's hand 234 of the final table. There is the shove. King 10 for O'Neill. The call, the compulsory call. Oh my word, he's not even live. He's got 10-5.
Yep, and look, he's doing the right thing here, guys. O'Neill needs to shove any 2. Kite needs to call any 2. It's just the absolute dregs, bottom effective stacks.
Well, if King 10 holds, and that will happen 3 times out of 4, we have a champion here in Prague.
That was the turning point.
Yes. Yeah, well, look, it's not over yet.
A good observation.
Can I have a 5 on the river as well?
We've seen a lot of chip swinging in this final table at this heads-up battle. 5 is not beyond the realms of possibility.
It is not, no.
Time to run the board. Deal the flop, turn, and river that will decide their fate. Queen at 9-3, King high still ahead. John Kite looking for a 5. Three outs for the Norwegian. Turn card is a deuce. He only stays alive if the river is a 5. O'Neill on the verge of victory.
Can I use my river like last time in tournament?
Been lucky so far.
The river card is a 9. It is over. Congratulations to Porrig O'Neill, the winner of EPT Prague 2023.
Unbelievable stuff. What a comeback story. 1,030,000 euros.
So the guy who came into the final table with 2/3 of the chips in play is the runner-up. The guy who came into the final table with just 12 big blinds is the champion.
Unbelievable stuff. I'm so pleased for both of these guys. An absolutely monster score. Commiserations to my friend John Kite. Could have gone the distance. That heads-up match easily could have gone either way. Both players playing stellar poker. And Padraig O'Neill just clinches it in a couple key hands, and that is that.
Celebrating there with his friend Mark McDonnell, the man known as Smidge online, a very popular member of the Irish poker community, the second ever Irish EPT champion after Steve O'Dwyer, winning the title here in Prague and that first prize of more than €1 million.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than €5,000 and a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
As we go back to the heads-up battle in the main event, blinds are up to 250,000, 500,000, and we have Marcus raising with King-Queen, Runken shoving with Queen-Jack.
Wow, and this could be it.
And that is a call, and it is a domination situation, and if King-Queen holds here against Queen-Jack, we have a winner.
Pedro Marquez, long time pro.
Good luck.
On the brink of a title which he will forever be associated with if he can hold. Join a long list of EPT champions. Runken looking for that jack.
24% chance. Five cards to come. The flop is king high. It's not looking good for Runken. He's down to 4%. It could be all over on the turn.
Runken stands awaiting his fate.
The turn card is a deuce and it's over. We have our champion here in Prague. It is Pedro Marques, the second most successful poker player in Portuguese history. Only João Vieira has more than him on the Portuguese all-time money list, and he's just added another 963,450 euros to his poker CV.
Yeah, an absolutely wonderful final table performance. A great guy, really liked within the poker community, and now poker immortality with an EPT title. And congrats to Paul Runken, second place finisher.
How much have we enjoyed watching this guy over the last few days? How much have we enjoyed the way he wielded that chip lead yesterday and today? That bluff he pulled off yesterday will live in poker history. It's going to be one of those hands you see again and again and again. Well, Joe, it's time for you to step inside Urbanovic's brain. We're going to sweat with Dimitri on this hand.
Looking forward to it. This kid could do anything except have a legal drink in America.
Well, he's raised with 8-5 of spades. Gilles is counting out a raise. He makes it 575,000.
Urbanovic is not folding. He's Polish, he's no fish, and he's in position. Couldn't make it work for suited.
That's a call. So 1.17 million in the pot already. The flop is King Jack 8 with 2 spades. Bottom pair and a flush draw for Urbanovic.
I mean, you really can't ask for a better flop than that. I think he almost smiled even.
Berniers continues. 625,000.
How much? 625.
I would probably just call here in case Berniers is just messing around. If you do anything more than that, you can get away from it.
That's a raise to 1.475 million. Is this a raise with the intention of folding if Bernier shoves?
I doubt it. I think if he does have it, we're going to see it go in here, and if that happens, we are probably behind.
What do you think, Sven?
All in.
There's the shove and a call.
Not much.
but better.
Yeah, I'll say it's better. We are not behind.
Nice hand.
Bernius has 4 deuce.
Well, that was wrong, but this time it's in a good way.
Yeah, I don't get it either, guys.
You better tell your boy to geel out.
Well, the turn is a 7. That means Bernius is drawing dead.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Abanovic doubles up and reclaims the chip lead.
I think Bernier's lack of experience is starting to show.
Come on, 4 deuce.
Love the attitude, though. You're going to be rich either way.
At least everybody knows now that I'm fish, you know?
Don't worry, dude. Dimitri's a 20-year-old millionaire. He thinks everybody's a fish.
And we're back with a big game. Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stacks one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
And Bornstein is getting closer into shove or fold territory, but with this particular hand, I would, like to see a limp, but instead did shove and got quickly called by the ace-10.
Wow, Borenstein shoves from the button with the 10-9. Besherhead wakes up with ace-10 in the big blind.
We're not.
Borenstein doesn't even have live cards, Griffin.
No, but nines have been hitting today.
A domination situation on the 4th hand of heads up. And it could be the last hand of heads up if ace-10 holds. Sammy Besherhead, who has dominated short-handed play, is on the verge of winning a North American Poker Tour title.
And Sammy thinking over there, oh, I deal so much faster than this guy. Can we just do this?
Well, it's a king-10 tray flop. That doesn't change anything. The 9 is the card that Borenstein needs. There are 3 of them in the deck. Sammy on the verge of sealing the deal. Ace on the turn, and it is over. Borenstein drawing dead. We have our winner. We have our first NAPT champion in 12 years. Sammy Besherhead has taken down the Las Vegas main event.
We did it.
He'll lift that trophy and he'll collect $268,000.
And bring out his newborn baby. What a performance.
So cool, calm and collected. I'm not sure it's hit him yet.
Very emotional. Wow, yeah, that feeling is something. It is something to win a big event like this.
Now it's hit him.
Can I have my phone, please?
Yeah, you need to tell everyone. Meanwhile,
thank you, sir.
congratulations to John Borenstein for laddering up to 2nd place and cashing for 168 grand.
Yeah, what a brilliant result for Borenstein. Played a great final table. But it was a heck of a hill to climb at the end there against Sammy Mountain. And what a moment.
Did it. We fucking did it.
I just won an NAPT. No one's been able to say that for more than a decade. A reminder that NAPT Las Vegas returns next month. Right now we are in Malta with the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We are still heads up at the final table of the main event. Yes, a deal was agreed some time ago, but they are still playing for near enough 30,000 euros in prize money and the all-important title and trophy. And right now, Mikhailo Ostach is on the ropes. He has just 17 big blinds. We're still at the 100K, 200K blind level, while chip leader Tomasz Brzezinski has more than 115 big blinds. It's 23.4 million, plays 3.5 million. Chances are all the money is going in the middle sooner rather than later, and we will see whether Brzezinski can close this out or whether Ostach can get back in the game. He has done it a couple of times already, but then he gets chipped away at again and finds himself back in the danger zone. I am James Hartigan, and joining me live via satellite is Maria Ho. Maria, are you enjoying this heads-up battle so far?
I am, but you know, I feel like Ostach not enjoying it so much.
Yeah. And seeing him on break, talking to his friend, the guy who was translating for him during the deal, he just had the air of a defeated man. But it's not over yet. He's proven that he can come back. But then, just when he thinks momentum has shifted, just when he thinks he's on the ascent, another cold deck situation occurs, and it's advantage Brzezinski once again.
I think it's nice to be able to show some of that emotion at the poker table. And in general, I do think that there's a place for emotion at the poker table. I just don't know if that could potentially hurt him a little bit, because maybe that's just a reflection of his mindset as well. And that's why I usually caution myself when I'm in big spots like this to really just try to keep an even keel, because you don't really want to lean too much into those feelings of frustration, because that could potentially affect the way that you play.
Well, first hand back, we saw Ostach limp, and immediately Brzezinski reached for a fistful of grey, enough to put Ostach all in. He did not call. So Ostach down to 16 big blinds, and 2 of those are posted already. Pocket threes, I think we're going to see the fistful of grey again. Sure enough, it's all in to call. Quick fold from Ostach. This is what I'm going to expect to see, Maria. Now he's dropped below the 15 big blind mark. Brzezinski's going to be open jamming on him a lot.
Definitely, and we kind of started seeing little shades of this with the last few hands of right before break, and it's just going to keep continuing now. I mean, the only thing for Brzezinski is he knows that so far he's been 0 for 2 in all-ins against Ostach to finish him off.
Yeah.
And so maybe, you know, if he can just keep dwindling his stack down little by little, then whatever he comes back from won't be enough.
Ostach shoves with ace-deuce suited. Brzezinski with king-5. Let's it go. So a reminder of the deal they agreed when they were almost even in chips. Brzezinski had the slight advantage, but he conceded that he was willing to do an even chop. 603,000 each, with 30K left to play for and the trophy. The exact number is 28,534. I'm rounding. Lobster says, heads up. Exciting. Yes, I agree on. And a reminder for those of you looking forward to the new episode of The Big Game on Tour. It will come out tonight, either once this final table has finished and the stream is off air, or during the dinner break, if this heads-up battle goes the distance. And we'll see what happens in the next 10 hands or so, which will be decisive.
Okay, a little smile from Oustach. That's what we like to see. Your heads up in an EPT main event, and you made a deal. You're taking home a whole lot of money. Definitely a lot to be happy about, but I get it. You know, as a poker player, it never feels like good enough unless you win.
Yeah, and he's pretty much back to where he started the level. Still playing fewer than 20 big blinds. And Brzezinski does the fistful of grey shove. Ostach shows a deuce. He was indeed dominated. Dan making an astute observation. The coffee's bringing him back to life. Maybe, Maria, when I saw him on break and thought he was looking dejected, maybe he was just tired. Maybe he just needed that caffeine boost.
Yeah, maybe this is optimism from his end because he thinks it's going to be a long night.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the good news is for, you know, what seems to be two pretty experienced players, there's not a whole lot of mistakes you can make at this stack depth, just in terms of if you're familiar with your shoving ranges, if you're familiar with the calling ranges. But the bad news is it does make you a little bit more at the mercy of the deck because you have lost a little bit of room to maneuver. But actually, Ostach still has plenty of fold equity, still able to go post off of his stack size, as we could see here.
Well, we're going to see a flop here. Ostach called, Brzezinski checked. Has the best hand, having paired his 5 on the flop. Brzezinski is going to bet the turn for 350,000, gets a fold. Ostach down to 16 big blinds. Singing to himself. Sweet.
I mean, those are some real expensive mics, could pick up on anything.
Exactly, as we see the fistful of grey from Brzezinski. And Ostach does not call all in.
Thank you.
Nine, 8.
5 seconds.
Ostach calls. And Brzezinski checks his option with Queen 5 of clubs. 7-4-4 on the flop.
I think it's important to note that at this stack depth, 13 bigs effective. Ostach certainly could have limped in with some traps as well.
Yeah.
So Brzezinski is going to respect that. You know, you can be balanced here pre-flop with some limp traps, some limp folds, of course.
$250,000 gets a fold. So it is currently approaching 7 p.m. local time, 7 o'clock in the evening here in Malta. The dinner break was originally scheduled for 8 p.m. I believe it's going to be pushed back to 8:30 to give them every opportunity to, shall we say, get this done before dinner. So at least another hour and a half of play, assuming it doesn't end before that, of course. We have got a player with 14 big blinds right now. And 10-9 for Brzezinski. Fistful of grey. And a call! Ostach calls all in with pocket fours, and we have a coin flip on our hands.
10-9.
Ostach looks pretty happy with the situation.
Well, he's gotten it all in twice behind and won. So what's going to happen now that he's ahead technically, but as we see by the percentages, not really.
It is a coin flip for the title. If Tomasz Brzezinski wins this flip, if 10-9 gets there, he is the champion of EPT Malta. The flop is Queen, Tray, Deuce with 2 diamonds. Get out of the way, green t-shirt guy. Crucially, Brzezinski has the 10 of diamonds in his hand. And it is a diamond on the turn. 14 outs now for Brzezinski. He claims victory with a 10-9 or diamond on the river. That is the king of spades, and it's another double up for Ostach. That's number 3, right, Maria?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Faded a lot there on the river to stay alive.
Too many outs. And just like that, Mikhailo Ostach is back up over 30 big blinds, 6.2 million. Brzezinski still with the massive advantage, more than 100 bigs, more than 20 million chips. But Ostach still very much alive. Brzezinski having a bit of an Austin Powers moment. Why won't you die? Sunglasses guy needs to lose. What a pathetic way to play poker. What, losing coin flips? I mean, it sucks. It's not exactly pathetic. There's nothing you can do about it.
People are aggro today.
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. You know what? I don't like your vibe. You're banned. Ostach is raised to 400,000, and Brzezinski decides to re-raise with 9-3 offsuit.
A little out of line, but you know what? we can see it's not going to work here, but I don't mind it.
Ostach responds by moving all in. Quick fold from Brzezinski, who drops below the 100 big blind mark, drops below 20 million chips. Ostach now playing nearly 40 bigs.
I mean, how many double ups do we think it's going to take for Brzezinski to get frustrated? Like, I think we're close. Like, 4's got to be a good line.
Well, another double up would completely change the dynamic. $10-8-4 on the flop. I think, trying to work it out in my head, I think another double up might actually give Ostach the advantage. So 2 pair for Ostach, and Brzezinski is betting into him 400,000. Brzezinski with a gut shot here. Oustach raised to 1.3 million. Brzezinski has called. Board pairs on the turn.
This is quite an interesting card because it's not one that Ostach is going to love, because along with all the straight draws, Brzezinski can certainly also have second pair. And so now that second pair becomes trips on the turn. You do see him check, and I think that I really like Brzezinski barreling here, because not only does he have equity still, but if he feels like Ostach was raising the flop with perhaps just one pair, which technically now 10s and 4s being counterfeited is just 10s and 8s. It's not as strong as it was on the flop. You do put a lot of pressure on these hands if you are able to fire another barrel on the river.
Brzezinski with the straight draw. Ostach with 10s and 8s. Ace on the river, but the board has bricked out for Brzezinski. Ostach still has the best hand.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate part is that now with the ace on the river, Ostach does just chop with some other 10s that had him outkicked on the turn. But you wonder, you know, the only sizing I really see Brzezinski being able to go for is all in here.
And that's what happens. Brzezinski shoves on Ostach, who has the best hand. If he can find a hero call, he's going to get another double up.
Now we see that obviously 8x clearly going to be a part of Brzezinski's range. There are some of these missed straight draws. Ostach doesn't block any of those straight draws. The 9-7, Jack-9, 7-6. But it is a very aggressive line from somebody who I feel like there were a couple hands we saw that Ostach maybe didn't believe that Brzezinski had these kinds of bluffs in him. I don't believe that he's caught Brzezinski bluffing in these types of spots. You know, there was one hand I remember from not too long ago where Brzezinski check raised the river with the best of it, and Ostach pretty quickly folded top pair. And to me, that signaled that without any consideration, really. Oh,
he makes the call.
That
is a double up for Ostach. That is a huge change in momentum. That is a change in the chip lead. Mikhailo Ostach doubles up to 15.6 million. Tomasz Brzezinski drops down to 11.3 million. Ostach playing 77 big blinds, Brzezinski playing 55 big blinds. You ask the question, Maria, at what point does Brzezinski get frustrated about these double ups? I would argue now.
right. He had so many chances to put Ostach away. And, you know, now he's on the back foot, but to no fault of his own. I really loved the play. And unfortunately, you know, great bet on the river, great call by Ostach.
It's all change at the final table, all change in this heads-up battle. And also, we have been playing relatively shallow because Ostach has never really got above 30, 35 big blinds. Now, Brzezinski still has 55 big blinds, so we're playing 55 bigs effective. This is deep stacked once again. We play on. Advantage Ostach. He was the start of day chip leader coming into the five-handed final table. He has the advantage once again. I think the lowest he got, by the way, Ostach, was 14 big blinds. When he doubled up, he had about 17, but at one point he was down to 14.
Yeah, seems like that break couldn't have come at a better time for Ostach. It just gave him a chance to maybe reset, reel in the emotions a little bit.
The power of that coffee, doing its thing. Someone did ask earlier on if we've ever seen someone come back when they're on the ropes heads up, and I said, yeah, it happens all the time. And here's another example. You're never out of it. 2 double ups, suddenly you're the chip leader. And now we have to see how Brzezinski recovers psychologically, having been so close to victory, having had his opponent all in 3 times, having had that huge chip lead for so much of this heads-up battle.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame him if he was in his feels a little bit right now. It's really hard to tell between the sunglasses, and there does seem to be a little bit of a pondering, a little bit of a self-reflection happening.
Oustach raising 8-5 on the button. Queen 9 for Brzezinski. Queen 10. Okay, looks like Brzezinski's good fortune has returned. Ostach continuing with 0% equity for 300,000. Brzezinski check raises with trip queens.
Sorry.
And I'll tell you something, the prospect of a dinner break in 1 hour and 15 minutes is actually looking realistic now, because this could go the distance.
Yeah, sometimes I think people falsely assume that once a deal is made, perhaps that the players are not really going to be, you know, taking it quite so seriously, in the sense of maybe there's going to be a little bit more gambling, a little more variance. But these two have really been fighting for every chip.
Brzezinski continuing the flop. Does have a wheel draw. Oustach ahead right now with Jack high.
Oustach with, you know, a couple of backdoor possibilities with the interaction between the Jack-7 of clubs in his hand and the Ace of clubs on board. And these are maybe moves that you might not have seen from Ostach when he wasn't in the chip lead. Now that he is, he's definitely willing to take some more of these aggressive lines, punishing Brzezinski a little bit for perhaps maybe a high c-bet frequency, even though the board technically favors Brzezinski as the pre-flop aggressor.
Ostach playing 80 big blinds, Brzezinski playing 52. 4 more hands till the blinds go up. Worth recognizing that they were pretty much even Stevens at one point when they did the deal, when they decided to chop most of the prize money, setting aside 28,500 euros for the eventual champion. 603,000 euros each. 4-3 suited on the button. That's a raise. I mean, as far as I can tell, Maria, Brzezinski still seems pretty composed. Obviously disappointed, obviously frustrated to have not been able to close it out when he had the chip lead and when he had his opponent all in. But he doesn't seem to be going to pieces. He's not punting, doesn't seem visibly frustrated.
No, and I think that that is going to work out in his favor, because whether he is able to come back and win now, I think it's something that when you look back on, you'll be really proud that you handled it so well and that you continue to just play your game. And I think if you're not results oriented about it, you're going to be in this position hopefully again. And when you are, you know that you're capable of being in control of your emotions, even at what feels like a very critical point. And it doesn't hurt that, you know, in the back of your mind, you know that you've already locked up that money. There is that consolation, quote unquote, prize. What's the worst that could happen?
Also, still being able to pick up hands like the trip queens, betting there with the flush draw, getting a fold. Everything like that, every little moment helps just kind of regain confidence and hopefully momentum. Oustach opening on the button with ace deuce. Brzezinski 7-3 of clubs. He's going to call. Well, it's an ace-high flop with just one club. Advantage Ostach. More than a 9-1 favorite. Oustach betting 400,000. Brzezinski.
Oh, cheeky, float here.
And picks up equity on the turn, picks up the flush draw. It's a good job you can't see me right now, Maria. I'm swaying side to side. Had an unfortunate back injury last night, and I can't find a position to sit in where I'm comfortable.
How did that happen?
It just happened. I'm old. You're
old.
2 million is the bet from Ostach. And that is not a call. That is a check raise from Brzezinski.
Yeah, and I like it because, you know, having the 7 of clubs, that was a quick call, by the way. But having the 7 clubs is really nice, right? Because you can certainly rep 7-6 in this spot. And you had that equity with the clubs that comes in. So, you know, a lot of good things can happen when you take that line.
$5 million.
5 million, the value bet on the river. And you highlighted, Maria, that Ostach called the turn really quickly with top pair. Now visibly frustrated as he considers what to do on the river.
Yeah, and a lot of discomfort because of the sizing in particular, you know, very big size, close to pot size. So now it's not really, you know, some of these other hands that potentially, oh, is that also a call?
That is a call, and we are going to see another switcheroo at the final table in this heads-up battle as Tomasz Brzezinski reclaims the chip lead and a decent advantage over Michalo Ostach. 18.75 million for Brzezinski, 8.2 million for Michalo Ostach.
Yeah, I think what surprises me a little bit there about the speed of the calls, you know, it's not that Brzezinski hasn't shown himself very clearly now to be capable of taking those lines as bluffs, but I think there needs to be a little bit of consideration in terms of just all of the other value hands that Brzezinski could have there. That I don't know, Ostach just wasn't thinking, you know, maybe he just wasn't running through enough combos in his head. Like clearly the turn fills in the straight draw from the flop, the river fills in the flush draw from the turn. I know that Ostach had the ace of clubs in his hand, but that's a little bit less relevant, especially in heads up when the ranges are, you know, quite wide. He doesn't need to just have, you know, he can have a lot of suited combos. And so, again, I'm not really wanting to opine too much on the call. I think it's more like the speed at which he called that I feel like made me, I don't know if it's a sense of just maybe wanting to get it over with now, you know, finally having the chip lead and then maybe thinking he could end it. But I would have liked to see a little bit of thought go into it just because of how careful all the consideration has been leading up to this point from both players.
1 million. 1 million.
Ostach calling on the button. Brzezinski raising from the big blind, gets a call. By the way, this is the first hand of level 33. Blinds are now 125,000, 250,000 with a 250k big blind ante. Ostach, the effective stack, started the hand with 30 bigs. Brzezinski still ahead on this queen 8-8 flop with ace high. Brzezinski's bet of 1.2 million called by Ostach. And an ace on the turn. Top pair for Brzezinski. It is the ace of hearts. So Ostach has picked up a flush draw and a straight draw.
Yeah, does he want to check back, try to realize his equity? Looks like he does.
Well, Ostach does not improve on the river. Instead, Brzezinski improves to trips. Barry Greenstein.
All in.
Brzezinski shoves on Ostach, who has king high. He's up against a full house. He may think that the king is good here.
Yeah, maybe beating some Jack 10, 10 nines, but it's not as nice when you do block a lot of those bluffs with the 10 in your hand, so it does end up folding.
Well, that's going to leave Ostach with 22 big blinds. Once again, the double up, back in contention, in the driving seat, have the advantage and then get chipped away at and then find yourself back moving towards the danger zone. It's just a familiar narrative. So if we repeat this vicious cycle, he's going to be all in soon and he's going to double up through Brzezinski.
Is this some kind of reverse jinx you're trying to put on them?
Hello.
That's okay if it is.
No, not at all. Just a firm expectation that we're stuck in this loop for
But
another
also you have a dinner reservation.
10 hours. I do not have a dinner reservation. I will be consuming the catering, assuming that we last another hour and get to the dinner break that has been put into the tournament schedule.
Yeah, and earlier we were kind of wondering, you know, if Ostach was frustrated, and then after the third double up, if Brzezinski was frustrated. I think it's fair to say that both players are a little frustrated now.
Maybe they're hungry. Maybe they're struggling to find a comfortable sitting position.
Wait, are you flying straight back to LA from Malta?
No, I'm in London for a few nights.
Okay, because I was going to say that's a very long flight for a back injury.
Yeah, but I'll probably take some painkillers tonight and need to get back on my yoga grind. Need to start doing my daily yoga again. As Brzezinski calls with 8-7 and Ostach checks with 5 deuce. 6, 7, 8, 9. That's an open-ended straight draw. 5 deuce of hearts. That's a pair and a flush draw. Ooh, ooh. And that is the flush for Ostach. Brzezinski with the straight draw and an 8 high flush draw. That's 400,000. Here comes the raise. 1.4 million.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to fast play first. You want to continue to build the pot.
Was that an all-in?
Wow, just all in from Brzezinski.
And Ostach calls with the flush. And we are going to see another Ostach double up unless Brzezinski can spike a heart on the river and make a bigger flush. Another double up for Ostach or a win for Brzezinski. The river will decide.
No? King. Jack. King. Jack hearts. Go.
Are we taking requests? It's the ace of diamonds on the river. It is another double up for Mikhailo Ostach. So Brzezinski still has the chip lead, but it's pretty even. 14 and a bit million playing 12 million. This is the heads-up battle that never ends. Didn't someone say earlier on that all you have to do to win a poker tournament is just win your all-ins? I think that Ostach may have been catching up with the stream during the break. He heard that and he realized it's a solid strategy. If I just win every single all-in.
6. Yeah, cracked the code there.
So I think I'm right in saying there have been 5 all-ins during this heads-up battle, and Ostach has won all 5 of them. He is 5-0 in all-ins.
Yeah, and that is starting to feel like, I mean, maybe he's destined to win, because really I don't see, I mean, winning 5 all-ins is pretty hard to do.
So bear in mind that I've read this one before. What happens now is Brzezinski starts picking up a number of hands. Ostach makes a big hero call and is wrong. Gets chipped down to about anywhere between 25 and 15 big blinds and then doubles up again.
Does seem to be the playbook.
Go.
Ostach dominated here. Calls on the button with King 6 of hearts. Brzezinski raises from the big blind with King Jack. Kojak. And it's the unsuited kind, so it's the lesser of the 2 Kojaks. It's Ving Rhames. Sorry, Ving Rhames, I am a fan, but Telly Savalas was better. Maria is going, what is Kojak? Who are these people? Who is Ving Rhames? What is a Telly Savalas?
No, I know 2 of the 3.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
No spice, he says. They want the dinner experience. They want to keep reliving this on loop until they can have some dinner. Fair enough. Okay. 550,000 apiece on the flop. 7 of diamonds on the turn. Brzezinski now near enough a 4-1 favorite.
Does end up checking though and giving up the betting lead. You wonder if Ostach might take this as indication to go for it.
Ostach does go for it. And it's hard for Brzezinski to know how far ahead he is here with King Jack. This is a bet of 2.8 million.
Yeah, I think sometimes he might have seen a raise from trips on the flop, but there's also, you know, could easily be the 9x, maybe some 8-6 in the mix here. You know, it's not great to be blocking some draws with the jack in his hand, so does end up folding.
And that will give Ostach the slight chip advantage, but it is pretty much evens, Stevens. In fact, this is pretty much where they were at when they did the heads-up deal. We can basically just cut out the last 2 and a bit hours, right?
Yeah, and this is why, you know, when you start heads-up play with more than 100 bigs effective, you could be in it for the long haul.
47 watching on YouTube says, OMG, both need to just go all in repeatedly and end it. I mean, I don't think they'll do that, but I'd allow it.
Oh, sorry.
Brzezinski's raise called by Ostach. King 5-5. Advantage Brzezinski. Deuce of clubs on the turn, and that has Ostach drawing dead. Brzezinski now has an 8-high flush draw to go with 2 pair. And that bet of 800,000 will get a fold from Ostach, and now Brzezinski has the slight advantage, but again, we're talking 13.9 million for him and 13 million for Ostach. It's really, really close right now. Yes, Scroll Wheel, you have observed correctly. Ostach has taken your advice and has won all of his all-ins. Ostach raising 6-5. 8-3 off for Brzezinski. So handy might 3-bet. Or just fold. Depends what mood he's in.
2-1.
He is going to re-raise. And gets a fold from Ostach.
Yeah, definitely been pretty polar here with his 3-bet ranges, and you definitely saw him do a lot more of that pre-flop, take a lot of these pre-flop aggression lines when he was in the chip lead. Now that obviously he only has a small chip lead over his opponent, I was wondering if he would still continue that aggression. It seems like he wants to, because it worked out so well before, and maybe he wants to use this as a tactic to maybe create more separation again.
So I can tell that some of the people watching on Twitch and YouTube right now are quite new to this whole EPT thing. When Gumba says, I was rooting for Brzezinski to win, but at this point I'm rooting for literally anyone to win, that is a 4 a.m. message. That's not a 7:30 in the evening message. When this goes past midnight, when things start getting surreal because we're losing our minds at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, then you can start complaining how long this has gone on. We haven't even hit the dinner break yet. If you were with us for PCA 2014, if you were with us for EPT Monte Carlo 2014, if you were with us for the first EPT Malta in 2015, you know what I'm talking about. We lived through those times. We somehow survived.
Yeah, there's definitely been some very epically long streams in the history of poker streams.
I cannot look at Jack Salter without having PTSD.
Yeah, just be glad that we're not, that this is in the time of time banks, and we have 2 players that are playing in a pretty speedy fashion, because, imagine Christoph Vogel saying with no time banks introduced.
No, thank you. So with it being a Sunday, it's big game day on the PokerStars YouTube channel. New episode of the show to be released tonight. Remember, here's the deal. The new episode either will drop when we hit the dinner break, so you can watch it during dinner, or it'll drop once the stream ends, whichever happens first. So worst case scenario, you've only got to wait another 50 minutes for episode 8 of season 2 of the big game on tour to appear on YouTube. Now, if I really wanted to throw out a deep cut, I would mention EPT Copenhagen 2008. I doubt we have many, if any, people who are watching that live stream. That was a cards down heads-up battle that went on till the early hours of the morning, with about 7 hours of heads-up between Tim Vance and Soren Jensen.
Brutal.
It did not break me. I'm still here all these years later.
Yeah, surely if James is not complaining, especially because he can't really sit down because of his back, I feel like it's a little too early for chat to want it to end so badly.
Patrick can testify. I'm pacing up and down right now, Maria. I've found that helps. Movement is helping.
Yeah, I got to keep it loose.
The Broshan asks, when did card cams get introduced? So the key thing is, the EPT initially was televised when it started in 2004. So of course we had the card cameras to capture that information for the TV shows. We started live streaming in 2007, but because it was literally live with no delay, we didn't show the cards. The idea of showing whole cards on a 30-minute delay, I think, I want to say like 2011 is when it started. PCA 2011, EPT from Madrid that year, and then from 2012 it became all final tables were cards up, and then from like 2016, 2017, every day of the EPT main event went cards up.
So in the beginning it was lipstick whole card cam. When
Yes.
did RFID get introduced?
I remember the guys demonstrating the technology back in, I want to say like 2013, 2014, and I think we adopted it maybe a couple of years later. Well, this is a fun one. As we see, Brzezinski improved to trips on the turn. Ostach now drawing dead.
Yeah, King High might still remain a little intrigued on the paired board. We'll see what sizing Brzezinski chooses. Pretty big sizing.
Ostach calls with King High. Huh. And that 4 on the river changes nothing. Ostach was drawing dead on the turn.
Yeah, and if Brzezinski chooses a larger sizing again, I think Ostach might still strongly be considering it with the King High, because you know that Ace High wouldn't be betting for value with a bigger sizing. That's going to be pretty unlikely. So you're not really afraid that Brzezinski would have Ace High.
Well, he's going to go big on the river. 2.6 into 3.6.
Yeah, I think if Brzezinski chose the size smaller, then Ostach starts fearing, you know, maybe some thin value bets from Ace High. But this sizing, very unlikely to be those Ace Highs, you know. So really it's just about, you know, what potential draws could have missed. Is it? Oh, it does put it in.
Makes the king high hero call. It is an incorrect hero call. And here we go again with that familiar narrative as Brzezinski starts to grind down Ostach, opening up a gap of near enough 7 million chips. It's 17 million versus just shy of 10 million. 66 big blinds playing 40 big blinds. Stacks on the screen. Brzezinski with the advantage once again. As this heads-up battle continues. Third of the way through level 33. Blind still 125,000, 250,000 with a 250K big blind ante. Ostach calls with king queen. Brzezinski checks his option with 9-6 of diamonds. And flops pretty good. 62% equity, even though king high is currently ahead. Ostach betting here, 250,000. I mean, this is a prime check raise opportunity, right?
Yeah, I would think so. You know, this is a situation where you just assume Ostach will have a lot of hands that he will just bet folds, and you're just denying Ostach in this particular case that overcard equity. A little smile.
Coffees for everyone. I think it's going to go the distance. They want to break the record.
I mean, at this rate, it's, you know, past 5 o'clock. You guys have made a significant amount of money in this tournament. Why not start with the espresso martinis?
Never say no to an espresso martini. 8-5 for Brzezinski. Raises to 650,000. King 3 suited for Ostach. He calls. Jack 9 deuce on the flop. On the turn, so Brzezinski now open-ended. Ostach still ahead with king high. Oh yeah, of course the queen would be a bad card for Brzezinski, but he doesn't know that. He doesn't know what Ostach has.
Yeah, with that check on the flop, Ostach takes this opportunity to lead the turn, and Brzezinski not going to let that go unchecked here.
$2.4. A raise of 1.4 million.
Almost feels a little better to take this aggressive line with, you know, an open under that we see is no good, but you're in position versus Ostach needing to continue there with a gutter.
Well, we know what happens if Ostach makes the call. It's a 7 on the river. Brzezinski value bets his straight and gets paid off by king high. Ostach has dropped below 30 big blinds once again. How long till his next double up?
Well, we are nearing that territory stack size-wise.
I know, right?
Ostach was last all in, so could be just around the corner.
Yes, Dark Matter MVP. They did strike a deal. They did agree a deal earlier, a lot earlier, several hours ago, when the stacks were pretty even. Locking up 603,000 euros each. They are playing for 28.5K and the trophy.
Let's finish, no? They wait to drink some alcohol and... Me too, actually.
It does feel like the rail has gotten bigger since the beginning of heads-up play, and you know, both players seem to have enough support here that they want to spend a little quality time with them when this is over.
Look at this
and
guy in front. He's
you don't
so
want it to
thirsty.
go too late.
Yeah.
On to the next hand. Brzezinski, ace deuce. King Queen for Ostach, who is going to re-raise all in, and Brzezinski asks for a count.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, might 30 bigs be too much for ace deuce?
Kind of feels a little bit too much to warrant an ace deuce call off, right?
Yeah, I would think so.
And sure enough, Brzezinski folds. And that's going to take us to hand 150 of the final table. The final table that started five-handed at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I want to say, the majority of that time has been heads up. I'm willing to let a lot of the, quite frankly, terrible analysis that I'm seeing on YouTube and Twitch fly. But the one thing I'm not going to tolerate is in any way linking the player's ability or lack thereof because of their nationality. There's a slightly nasty strain of xenophobia starting to creep into some people's messages. So I'm going to urge our mods to just, you know, err on the side of caution and bring down the ban hammer.
For the hospital, okay?
Yeah, I know. I feel like it's a little rare to see that from chat, but it's been rampant.
$650.
8-5 for Brzezinski, a raise to 650,000. Ostach calling with ace-6. King, queen, 8. Advantage Brzezinski. It's called banter. The first 3 letters, my friend, are correct. The rest of it, not so much. And you're banned.
Brzezinski coming with the delayed C-bet. Just exercising some pot control.
Yeah, with Ostach pairing his 6, he calls the 800k bet on the turn. No improvement for either player on the river.
Brzezinski maybe wondering if he needs to turn his hand into a bluff, maybe try to fold out some rivered 10x from something like Jack 10 or something, but does end up just checking.
Okay, so Oustach is now down to 6.8 million, down to 27 big blinds.
At 8, you will have 40-minute dinner break. Okay? Half an hour.
What time is it? In half an hour?
In half an hour, 8 p.m. And from the next level, because a deal has been made, from the next level, we're going to play 18 hands instead of 30. Okay?
Okay, so the players being informed that the dinner break is 30 minutes from now. 40-minute dinner break, assuming this is still going. I appreciate it could end before then. But also, once we get to the end of level 33, the level we're currently playing, future levels, they will be playing 18 hands per level instead of 30.
I mean, I don't know. If I were playing right now, I'm not sure if I would even want to take a 40-minute dinner break. I feel like I'd be like, you know, let's just take a standard break, maybe even cut down the standard break to 15 minutes or 10 minutes.
So
and
the
then if we're going to move on to 18 hands.
Is, Maria, the players are not in a position to negotiate that because there are other people affected and there are rules regarding crew breaks, for example. By the way, Brzezinski has just flopped a straight against 2 pair. So maybe, just maybe, the dinner break doesn't need to be a thing.
Yeah, WWCW, like what would the crew want in this situation? Would they want to have, what do you think, James? Would they rather have the 40-minute break
They need
to
it,
go get
in all
some dinner, or
seriousness.
would they
They've been
rather gamble? Yeah.
No. They've been working since 1 p.m. They need to be fed. They need a rest. So we do get a bet of 250,000 raised by Brzezinski, called by Ostach. We now have the queen of clubs on the turn. Things just get better for Brzezinski. Not only does he have the straight, he's the only player with a club, so he picks up the flush draw as well. He is better than a 9-1 favorite. Ostach, 2 pairs, still a very strong hand, heads up.
Yeah, certainly not the ideal run out for 2 pair, but as you mentioned, just still a really strong hand. Certainly going to be beating, obviously, the 1 pair hands, the flush draw hands, the 8x that's potentially going to stick around.
Ostach bets 1.2 million. Interesting that Brzezinski chose to check the turn after check raising the flop. No double check raise, just a call, taking us to the river. 4.75 million in the middle. Ostach with less than pot behind. 10 of diamonds. A better straight now for Brzezinski. And he's checked it. If Ostach falls into the trap, it's over. If Ostach jams the river, we do have a champion.
Yeah, well, I think it's about what Ostach thinks he could get called by that's worse. You know, obviously, it's a pretty dicey board for Queen X, for 7X.
Well, he hasn't jammed, but he has bet what looks like most of his stack. 3.1 million, leaving himself 1.5 behind.
Yeah, and I get that.
3,100,000. I think I cannot fold.
Brzezinski says, I can't
fold.
fold. I mean, obviously there are certain hands that beat him, but he's good. And that is going to leave Mikhailo Ostach with just 5 big blinds.
Yeah, I could appreciate that. Obviously, 9-8 isn't the nuts there or near the nuts, but you do just have to call. I don't know, maybe he felt a little shook by some of the other hands he's played, or maybe felt like he put too many chips in the pot in some other spots, maybe on that last double up earlier, but this is just not really the same spot, I don't think.
$25.5 million plays 1.5 million. Oustach very much on the ropes. And yeah, of course, Brzezinski's just going to open jam on him. And looks like Ostach is called Queen 9 versus King 3. So this is all in number 6, right? Well, if Brzezinski can go 5 and 1, just one of those 6, it's over.
You know, statistically speaking, it feels like it might be Brzezinski's turn.
Equities are very close, 46-53. Strictly speaking, Ostach is ahead. He is the marginal favorite to double up again. Granted, it'll be a double up to still a very short stack. So many times in this heads-up battle, we have been so close to a champion. The flop, ace, king 8, no hearts, and it's looking good for an Ostach double up, 97%. This is crazy.
Yeah.
He is now 6-0 in all-ins in this heads-up battle against Tomasz Brzezinski. We need to bring in the cooler. Joe Stapleton, what can you do for us?
My hands are chapped. I've got blisters. I've been cranking it so hard.
Well, to be fair, you've given us setups, but
yeah, he could have jammed the previous hand.
they've all
strong, though.
gone Ostach's way. That being said, he's doubled up to 10 big blinds, right? It's like a 9-1 chip advantage for Brzezinski.
Look at these two. They're trauma bonded. They've Stockholm syndromed each other.
I fear that, you know, maybe Joe cranked it a little bit too hard yesterday when we had that string of, you know, aces versus kings.
Yeah, the problem is I've been cranking it for fun instead of when it's really necessary. And I think I've run out of cranking goo.
Well, we have you to blame, Stapes. Not surprised.
This is great. This is, hey, there are some people out there.
I'm running good on the board. You're running good in the flips. Who will win?
Who love watching heads-up poker. These are the same people that love a middle seat on an airplane. Or love accidentally brushing their knuckles up against a cheese grater. But there are people out there that are really enjoying this right now. We've got another all-in.
What should I do now?
Once again.
I have to change something.
Mikhailo of the stash, all in and behind.
Okay, I know
Brzezinski
what
with
you can
paint.
do, Brzezinski.
Yeah.
You need to sit down. You've done a lot of standing at the all-ins. You've gone over to your rail. Now you need to sit down as if you're ready to play the
That's
next
right.
hand.
Yeah.
Thinking that Oustach is going to double up.
I agree. Deal it out. Hey, I'm glad that Oustach has got a rail now. Even if they are rentals. Dank Jewel is calling 7-0 right now.
Sit down, take a sip of coffee.
Put your feet up. Get a sleeping bag.
Put your feet up.
All right, let's get serious here because this could be the end. Brzezinski, 60% to... All right. Well, Oustach with 3 more outs now. 4 more outs. Counting is hard. And so is getting King Jack to hold here. Brzezinski needs to fade. Nope, it's over. 7 double ups in a row. This guy really does have the luck of the Irish. His name really might be Oustach. 7 all-ins won by Mikhailo Oustach.
Brzezinski's got a smile to keep from crying here.
Yeah, let me flip that. 7 all-ins in a
Today I thought
row.
that I'm the luckiest poker player alive.
Lost
It's my turn.
by Tomasz Brzezinski.
$2 million.
This reminds me of that Liverpool-Manchester United game. Did I get that right? You're right, Pepperouche. The 7, it is always coming. I don't know how these players can keep their sanity. I'd be losing it. I'd be like, you know what? I want a lot of money. What's 28,000? I'll burn that in slots. Anyway, I'll just take the L here and I'll stay out of the pit tonight and we'll call it even.
Yeah, maybe just like concede if you're Brzezinski. Just be like, why waste time?
650.
Let's just you win.
Ben knows what I'm talking about. Says, thanks for mentioning that, Joe. You'll never walk alone. A little soccer humor for you. Mikhailo Oustach back up to 5 million, back up to 20 big blinds.
I mean, with how good Ostach has been running in all-ins, I feel like throw the ranges out the window. Just start shoving any 2.
That's what I mean. Like, you don't have to just concede, but you can just be all in every hand and let it, in the words of 3Coin, let it do what it gonna do. Or in the words of my cranking machine, let it goo what it gonna goo. Sweet, sassy Mo Lassie. What a match.
It does feel like it's been a while since we've seen one of these.
We've been relatively unscathed by heads-up matches recently.
We were due.
We were goo.
Stop it.
Ah, boy. Real Poker Fool says, I would freak out.
Alan.
That's for you.
Oustach jams. Brzezinski can't call with 6 high. Chris Olson says, running good isn't a thing. Each hand is an individual probabilistic event. They don't influence each other, Maria. Hey, guess what is a thing? Being frickin' banned. Of which you are. Thank you for your comment.
I guess that just shows that nobody in chat takes what you say seriously, Stapes, but everybody thinks I'm being serious.
Yeah.
When I say something.
Welcome to Clown World. Ace-8 suited for Oustach.
Like, we got these people thinking that I'm playing Baccarat and keeping track of all the numbers. Or roulette.
I got a system. Don't. With me. Brzezinski is in with King Trey. Has a couple of hearts here. This was an unraised pot. Brzezinski, the favorite, despite being behind. Check, check. Turn card's a 7. Brzezinski no longer the favorite. Still behind. I love this question from Yeti1002, who says, I think 280,000 is the difference between first and second place. No, it's not. They made a deal. It's 28,000. It's less than 6 buy-ins for this tournament.
Yeah, this is all about just the prestige of winning an EPT title.
Brzezinski calls the bet from Oustach, and Oustach makes another straight. Hell yeah, let's go.
Yeah, Brzezinski has the bad end of the straight.
Whoa, yeah, look at that. Straight versus straight. Oustach bets 1.1 million. How do you fold? How do you fold this? It's heads up. You have a straight. Oh, I got it backwards because the graphics are still being funny. My bad. It was Brzezinski who bet. Now Oustach is raised.
Yeah, the action went check, check on the flop, and then Brzezinski check called a turn bet from Ostach, and now Brzezinski leads the river and gets a raise by Ostach. It does seem like a pretty hard spot to find bluffs, but you know, certainly you don't think very often that your opponent would necessarily raise a lead on the river with a 4-liner out there with 2 pair.
Brzezinski seemed like he called. He did indeed.
Yeah.
And that's going to get Oustach up to 33 big blinds. So now he is a double up away from having the chip lead again. Yeti, don't test me. First of all, he writes at commentator. Rude. The difference between first place and second place is 280K, so I was right. The 28K they're playing for is 10% of the difference. Please clear my name of this. They made a deal. There's only $28,000 left in the prize pool. They made an even chop of 600 some odd thousand, 603,000 each, and the winner is going to get an extra 28,500. At viewer.
I'd rather have 28,000 for my celebration when I'm in Malta than in Monte Carlo. Though, you know, it just goes a long ways.
It goes
here.
a long way at Malta. Wow Factor lets me know, Joe, your blood pressure. Thank you. I got him. Hey, do you have a mantra I can use? 9 of clubs on the turn. Brzezinski with the only club. Both of them have the 7 straight draw, but Oustach has the double gutter. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9, 10 jack. Yeah, the double gutter. Oustach has bet 1.9 million with the double gutter. I don't see how you can fold this. Oh, he does. All right, cool. Well, he's playing heads up and I'm not. I'm just at commentator. Maria, I'm so glad that if this is happening, it's happening with you.
I'm happy that I could give you a little bit of relief.
There's no other person I would rather go to hell with. Ostach up to 37 big blinds after that hand. At player folds. GS says, Joe, please have an espresso martini. Here's the problem, and I've learned my lesson on this. I can't start drinking when we don't know when this is going to end. This is me nearly stone cold sober. Nearly.
But to be fair, an espresso martini kind of serves a dual purpose, right?
Yes, it both kills the pain and makes me continue to stay awake through it.
650? No, it's like you're hedging. It's like if it goes for a long time, you've got the caffeine. If it ends the next hand, you're ready to party.
What am I missing here? All caps says, Yeti, I know you're technically right, but the fact that at commentator doesn't know makes it more funny. And what am I missing? Are they playing? They're playing for 28,000. Ooh, Brzezinski gets a little bit out of Oustach here after he gets out of line, 3 bets to 6 deuce off.
Yeah, that time Brzezinski had it. There's definitely been a lot of wide opens. You know, at one point I feel like Brzezinski was opening near 100% on the button, but this time he had an answer for that 3-bet.
Mamo, tato, przepraszam. Dobra. Sending message to my parents.
I hope they're young parents, because if they were older, they may not make it through this. Oustach limps in with king 7.
Do you mean they might not live to see
Yes,
you win?
yes. Yes, that's what I meant.
Oh my gosh. It's getting morbid in here.
Ace 5, 6. A pair of sixes for Brzezinski is the best hand. He checks. Oustach is going to continue. Not a continue. It was just a limp in pre-flop. Oustach with the O-stab. People are saying that he actually was apologizing to his parents. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry. That's so funny. And the 8 on the turn gives Oustach another straight draw.
Yeah, but Brzezinski with the pair of sixes does have the jack of hearts to go with it. So unlikely to fold even if Oustach decides to continue betting here.
Continue betting 900,000.
Got a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I mean, this seems fine. A pair, a flush draw, a good flush draw. And that river 7 is the winner for Oustach. And it goes check, check. This one goes to Oustach. Good for him. Good for him. He's up to 32 big blinds. Jose Ellen says Yeti is banned for 10% of the remaining stream. So what does that mean? 28,000 hours? I still contend if we could reset and get serious again for a second. Two great stories here. We've got Mikhailo Oustach, biggest cash up until this point, 4,000 euros, $4,000, whatever you want to call it, 4,000 something. We know he likes to play online, probably a pretty good player online. Now has burst onto the live scene in a big way, regardless of whether he wins or not. And Tomasz Brzezinski makes back-to-back final tables, Barcelona, Malta, and he's not even really a professional poker player. Has a day job, lives here in Malta, works in the industry.
Yeah, and just watching the way that both of these players have maneuvered throughout the final days of this event. I mean, I think that they've both showed a lot of heart. They've both shown patience when it's needed, aggression when it's needed, and they were up against some heavy hitters as well.
Yes. Ace-6 versus Ace-5. Sourdough is out-pipped. Not sure how relevant that will be. Ten, 7, 4, 2 hearts. Check, check. Queen of clubs. These ace highs are cruising toward a chop. Okay, so how do we do this? How do we do this? How do we do this if it's a chop pot? How does it work? So you go right away. I'm going to wait an extra
Just
beat.
you do your thing. Yeah, you do your thing pretty much. I feel like I've got it figured out.
Well, this ain't going to be a chop.
Six.
Check, check. Brzezinski shows the 6. Gonna take a little pot here. You know, this heads up match has been going so long that Mikhailo Oustach has grown a mustache. Look at it. It's coming in nicely.
It does look a little thicker than when we started.
Because not only is this going on for a while, but he's becoming a man. Every double up, an extra millimeter pops out. Jack 10 suited for Brzezinski. Maria, can you see outside from where you're from? What's it like?
I don't want to tell you. I feel like it's going to trigger you.
Okay, fair enough. Oustach just calls with ace-4 diamonds. 8-8, 6, 2 clubs. And Tolfa says, Maria have so sweet voice. I don't really like your tone, your band. Brzezinski makes a club flush on the turn as Oustach makes top pair. The True Duck says ace of clubs ends the game. Let's see. Let's see the True Duck. Brzezinski bets 800,000.
Yeah, and I went check on the flop, so you certainly can't just be folding aces and eights.
You sure can't, as Ostach commits chips to this pot. 3.1 million in the middle. board pairs on the river. Oustach checks, hoping to maybe bluff catch. Remember, the true duck said the ace of clubs on the turn would end this.
1-5.
So Brzezinski bets 1.5 million, and Oustach shoves with top pair, no kicker to end it. Oustach makes the call. Well, the true duck, more like the true. That's all right. I'm not going to ban you. I'm going to make you sit here and live with the abuse you're going to get. It would be too good for you to ban you.
Do you ever feel like you've wasted a ban on someone, or there's just no such thing? Like a ban is always a good ban.
Bans are always good. It's the closest I'll ever be to being a god. Except for when you put your like apps on your phone into app deletion mode and they all start to shake like they're on death row.
Like, how nervous do you get, by the way, when that happens? You're like...
And they're like, the fitness apps got it last week. Except on my phone, Tinder just stays perfectly still. It's like, go on, MF, or I'll be back.
I don't know about that one.
Oh, I do. I re-downloaded it today.
Stop.
Today. Fold there from Brzezinski. I think. Oh, here's a hashtag fun fact. That was hand number 100 of Heads Up. Just kidding. That was 10 hands ago. That was hand number 110 of Heads Up.
I thought the fun fact would be like, oh, Oustach down to 15 bigs. Time for him to double again. This is usually the threshold and the point where
That's true.
It's happened.
Grind and down, double him up. All right, Prince of Kenya, who says, give me spank, please, Daddy Mod. You got it. There you go. Ooh. I'm tickled. Oustach jams the 15 bigs. Was that a question or a reply? Oh, okay. Brzezinski folds. I think the blinds did go up, though.
They did, didn't
A couple of hands ago. And I guess I have some good news. Since we're about to hit the dinner break, we are going to release the new episode of the PokerStars Big Game on tour for people to watch on dinner.
You know, who needs a dinner break, Staves? Why don't we just stay here, have a viewing party, and chat?
Well, believe it or not,
the new
Do you want the
episode.
dinner break? Because maybe we can just play till...
The thing is, we have to, because of the broadcasting reasons.
Okay.
See, they want to keep playing. But, you know, and bless them. Camera people, all the folks out there working on the floor, they're on their feet the whole time. They haven't had a break in hours, a real break, a dinner break. So we do have to take the dinner break. I would do like a live viewing party of the big game on tour and just sort of do commentary over the commentary.
Last hand before the break. Ooh.
Oustach jam sixes. Brzezinski is not going to be able to call.
Dinner break.
Dinner break. Sorry, Mom and Dad. I promised to eat some vegetables at least.
Dinner break.
Let's have a look at the standings as these folks head to get some grub. Tomasz Brzezinski with the chance to close this out 7 times. And 7 times the deck did not cooperate. 71 big blinds for him. Mikhailo Oustach with a chance to lose this 7 times. And 7 times snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Folks are going on a 40-minute dinner break. 7 more levels of heads up when we return from EPT Malta.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros and a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Oh.
Oh boy, okay, back to the poker.
Yeah, Brzezinski, who's been, by the way, pretty quiet. Has made a couple of big blind defends, but other than that, hasn't been opening a lot. Raises with kings. Boyka wisely just calling in position with the ace-jack suited.
Oh.
An ace-queen for Bedell. I mean, I know I'd be walking into it here, Nick, but with fewer than 20 bigs and an awesome squeeze spot, I'm ripping this every day of the week.
Yeah. And also, guys, don't forget.
650.
Yeah, that makes sense. Don't forget, guys, we're playing 5-handed as well, so under the gun is not as early position as it would have been 8-handed. And so I'm falling in this trap every day, and I don't know if maybe I'm making a mistake here, but I'm with you, James.
It's not a mistake. Brzezinski could be opening any number of hands that you are beating, any number of hands that will fold.
Right. I mean, as a
flat
spot
in the middle is some dead money.
As a spot with cards down, this is actually a very good spot most of the time for you. We can see he's running into kings.
Brzezinski announces, I'm all in. Boyka can now get away from this. Bedell, however.
A big mistake. Count, please.
Count.
Count? Call?
Count.
You don't need to count. He's clearly got you covered. It's all into call. I know why he's asked for the count.
He's trying to spare the time.
Correct. If you ask for a count, they pause the clock. Which, by the way, I don't actually think should be allowed if the player clearly covers, but it's not me to make that judgment.
I mean, it can still impact the way that you interpret the hand, right? Because if Brzezinski ships for 1 million big blinds and is, you know...
All right, that's a good point.
You know, I think it could have be a thing.
I contend that you should know what you're going to do.
What in life?
If it doesn't get 2 folds.
I'm surprised that Bedell didn't just rip. I'm surprised he just 3-bet to 650k. I guess on the plus side, he has given himself an opportunity to get away from this, but how do you get away from this?
Well, first of all, you ask Boyka if he folded an ace.
So Brzezinski was in for about 48 big blinds here, and he was covering both by a considerable margin. Both players sub 25.
I have the idiot hand. Oh,
Can Bedell...
I could have lost more if I just called. Like 2 I started.
Very bad hand.
Bedell folds it.
This is wild.
I'm here for it, guys. I'm here for it.
On the left, sorry, on the right.
Oh, that smile. Ah.
Brzezinski's girlfriend, Viviana.
Mami, ¿por qué lo haces?
And Brzezinski now playing 56 big blinds. Boyka raises small to big, gets caught by Kalonja with a dominated hand.
Kalonja with the better draw now.
Absolutely. But Boyka's still ahead with ace high.
And if I was Kalonja, I would start betting here. See how he feels. We're blocking that made straight. We are blocking hands like Jack 10, 9, 10. He decides to check here.
Okay, well, open-ended Kalonja, but one of those straight draws, no bueno.
You know, when our opponent opens here blind v blind, then checks on 6, 7, 8, they'll sometimes have a 6 or a 7 as well, just kind of pot controlling. But as played now, the king is a dangerous card, eh? If we see a king on this river, it will be disastrous for Kalonja.
Do you ever take a stab here, Nick, and not rely on having to make a hand?
Well, I would have bet flop, but...
So yes is the answer, just
I think maybe
earlier.
It's time to start betting. But also Kalonja so far has proven to be an extremely talented player. Probably much better than I am at cards, so I default to his wisdom. Boyka's loving life here. He thinks he's going to get ace-jack suited down to showdown. So far, so good. If he's going to let me check, just let me check. He's giving me all these free cards.
So far, so good.
Yeah, and now at this point, Kalonja might opt to bet, might opt to check, but we haven't really repped anything strong yet. We haven't really played our hand as though we have many good cards. I'd say it's possible for him to have a 6, I suppose, but that's still kind of a thin rep.
850.
Ooh, slight overbet.
Well, big enough.
And now this is a great size, right? Because what we're saying is we have one of those very, very, very well-disguised hands. However, ace-jack suited could absolutely hero call this. We've not represented much all throughout the streets. So on the river, what we're saying is we have a queen that we played very unusually. We have a 6 that we played very unusually. It's so far hard for us to have 7s or 10s or queens. Given the pre-flop action, given the flop and turn action, I think Boyka might make the call here. It's a rough spot, though, and the size is very good.
This is the second tough decision we've seen for Alexei Boyka in the last 50 minutes or so. That huge hand against Ostach. This time we know he's good. This time we know he has the best hand for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to bet this river and try and put your opponent to the test, this is the right size. So I applaud that. But this is exactly the kind of hand that can hero call here, given the action thus far.
Mr. Rochester watching on Twitch says Boyka is hating life the last 20 minutes of this table.
Yeah, it's been pretty rough go for him. Just kind of getting kicked around. I could see him making this call, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
And that's a huge momentum shift, not just to win this pot, but get the confidence back. Get your groove back.
At least he knows the password to the free roll.
Might be on tilt, says he is not calling because no bluffs make sense, honestly, after checking back the turn. This bluff makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you mean no other bluffs?
I think that this is a rough one.
Again, several time bank cards have been played.
You can see the look on his face. He knows that he's pretty much representing a 6. He's like, really, bro?
Bird highlighting that if he does bust the final table, he can always enter the free roll on PokerStars. Not really sure he's thinking about that now. Boyka does make the call. He heroes.
Sick. Let's go.
Sick.
Heroes with ace high, and that is a huge boost, a huge momentum shift, and it is going to see him move ahead of Adria Kalonja on the leaderboard. Boyka now playing 35 big blinds. Kalonja drops down to 32.
That was a sexy call. Boyoyoyoinka.
Kalonja is out, so it is Bedell, the short stack, on the button. Deuces, 10 big blinds. You know what you got to do, Tom.
We know he likes his deuces. I know last night he got involved on the ace-king-7 there.
Yeah.
And was hoping to spike a deuce. I think it was a 3 on the turn, so he came close, but seems like a pretty good spot for him to go all in and hopefully pick up the blinds. Or
Yeah. I mean, thus far he's been very reserved. I mean, there's a couple spots that I think might have been 100% like sort of 3-bet jam, but he's avoided them. But actually, all of them worked out really well. They were all really well timed. I think he like 3-bet folded half of his stack with ace queen correctly against kings just a moment ago. Now, I would hope that he would just run with this one as a shortest stack. We want to generate some variance. And I was saying to James, even though he did correctly 3-bet fold his ace queen against kings, it's still one of those spots that you probably just always rip. And then if you get lucky, that's how you go on to win the tournament by, you know, generating some variance and getting lucky once in a while.
Yeah, I think that's well said. I did catch that hand before I got on here, and I was also quite surprised, but at the same time, he's still in the tournament.
It's
so
still kind of cool. It's still kind of cool.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Maybe he has some magic up his sleeve. We'll see here.
Here we go. It is triangle time for Tom Axel Bedell, all in for his last million. And it's Ostach in the big blind with the decision. He's got threes.
Oh, no.
Poor Tom.
And these are the these direct sort of negative reinforcement spots where you go, so the computer told me to shove deuces and I knew it felt wrong, and then of course he had threes.
Yeah, I don't know how much of the computer Tom's looking at, but I think his gut told him to shove it in. I think he still made the right play regardless. So.
It may not be fair, but it's the reality of the situation. Tom Axel Bedell all in, at risk, and dominated.
No!
You feel for him because, you know, if you're up against kings or aces or queens or something like that, it's like, oh, whatever, I just ran into a big hand. But here, you're just as dominated and you're pipped by 1. So we'll see. Maybe he can spike a 2 here.
Flop.
Mamma mia, no me dejes ya. No quiero irme.
Oh, has a 3 on it.
Not a good window card.
Yeah, and his spade isn't live either. This is pretty brutal, and he's now down to 2%.
Yeah, 5 would be good. Oh, no.
And
like
he's
drawing dead.
Drawing dead on the turn. So sadly, we do lose Tom Axel Bedell in 5th place.
Yeah, great game to Tom. He was a lot of fun to watch. I think all of us would agree, and the chat would agree. He brought some excitement and a unique factor that definitely made it more enjoyable to watch.
Absolutely. The king of Benidorm exits the events.
Going back to Benidorm with an additional 200,000 euros. That's what 5th place paid. Everyone else is now locked up 260 grand.
And we're back with a big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting. Stack's one of you 2 right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
Kings for Boyka here. Exciting spot. Opening onto the chip leader's big blind. Could have chose to size up. Typically you will see, especially in this case, they're quite deep, and Ostach is covering by about 3.5x. So you will see the opener choose to size up, but it might be one of those things where Boyka thinks Ostach isn't going to adjust his calling range anyways.
Oh no. Oh no. Ostach defends with 5s and flops a set, and I don't know how you get away from kings on this board.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that might save him is the fact they're still quite deep. 41 effective going to the flop here, but on this kind of a texture and with the big blind range being what it is, I mean, you just feel like you're getting a lot of value from the spades and from the 8x and the 9x and the straight draws.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a dynamic board. I would have liked to see Ostach take a little bit of time and at least consider a lead here. It seemed like he pretty much snap checked, but this is a texture Boyka's going to check back so often. And a lot of the time when you have such a advantage as the chip leader, a texture like this from the big blind is just going to be a slam dunk lead with a lot of bluffs, but especially when you do have an amazing hand like bottom set, you want to balance those bluffs with the great value hands that you have here. And we can see he, is keeping the pot smaller by avoiding that, and Boyka checking back.
Yeah, so now on the turn, we do get the lead from Ostach for near enough full pot, 500k into 550k.
Yeah, now I think we'll just see Boyka call and like I said, keep the pot quite small. He just has a pretty easy call down. There's not really a point of him raising, I don't think, especially after checking back the flop.
Yeah, and as you say, like the opportunity to lead the flop is definitely there on the turn, though, using a sizing that we can then use as with semi-bluffs and all kinds of similar too. So keeping it nice and balanced in the turn at the very least.
So deuce on the river. How does Ostach get the maximum here?
It's very bricky. What do you think of Jamil? Like, is he weighing up whether or not he wants to try and get a missed draw to barrel here, or does he have to do most of the betting, especially with the check on the flop, do you think?
Yeah, I think he's just got to put the money in himself.
Right, yeah.
I mean, Boyka's just going to knuckle back so often, even if he had, something like
Ace-8 or something?
No, but even something as strong as, maybe Ace-8 or even like a vulnerable overpair. Oh, he just
goes for it.
Wow.
Wow.
He shoves on Boyka. I mean, this is effectively, what, 3.5 million into a pot of 1.5 million? And Boyka makes the call.
Wow.
Boyka calls all in and is KO'd.
Good game. How does he find that size? That's so sick. That's actually insane.
Just like that, we lose Alexei Boyka, here to defend his title from 2016, made the final table of this tournament 9 years after his win in Malta, but it is a 4th place finish for Boyka, no title defense, 260,000 euros, and now near enough 20 million chips for Mikhailo Ostach.
Brzezinski here with just an easy defend, and we'll see. Oh wow, that is a good flop. I was going to see. We'll see what can happen here.
Thinking of a flop that's good for pocket fours.
It's a pretty good one to choose.
Yeah, and the way Ostach has been blasting, probably. I mean, this is just a texture we want to see bet often, right? So I think we're going to see at least one very small bet to start.
Yeah, absolutely.
Goes teeny tiny, like 150K. Yeah, just a smidge over one big blind. I think is really nice on these textures. Brzezinski, like, please have a 10. Please have a 10. Oh, my days.
Just turns quads.
Improving from a full house to quads, MBD.
It's just your daily quads.
Yeah, that may kill his action a little bit, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because now Ostach just has showdown value to try to navigate the river, just check it down. And Brzezinski obviously could still have a 4, which he's no longer going to be able to get to fold.
Oh.
But looks like he could lose some more money here now as your Ostach.
Wow. Brzezinski checks his quads on the river as Ostach rivers a piece of this, pairing his jack.
You know what's great about this, though, is he might just still check the jack on the river. It's so annoying.
Well,
He's
I think
gonna get some action.
Bet, but I mean, what bluffs does Brzezinski have at this point? I think I would have liked to see Brzezinski at least consider leading the turn as well. When you peel this flop and board double pairs, a lot of time you are just going to go with a small lead. And in this case, he didn't get any more money in on the turn, but thankfully the river gave Ostach top pair. But
can't be too careful here. You could be up against 10s.
Oh, and the cute size as well.
Yeah, I mean, as we've said, Ostach obviously has a great hand, but at the end of the day, what bluffs does Brzezinski have here?
Yeah.
Would he turn a missed flush draw into a bluff? I don't think so. He would bet that himself.
He would just bet the river,
yeah,
right? Yeah,
exactly. Would he turn ace high into a bluff? No, there's no need to do that. I mean, we have seen Brzezinski make some unique plays, yesterday near the end of the day, but I think those plays were more in the passive line where he was calling down.
Yep.
As opposed to the aggressive line. And just because you're someone who can make unique plays, let's call them, making a unique passive play is also very different than making a unique aggressive play.
Right.
But we'll see how Ostach interprets Brzezinski's gameplay from yesterday and from the first couple hours of today here.
Makes the call. Can you beat quads? No.
Yeah, he does pay it off.
Very nice for the quads. The check gets rewarded.
Okay, well, how does that change the dynamic? The gap between Ostach and Brzezinski has narrowed significantly. The chip leader with 140 big blinds, Brzezinski with more than 90.
It's the second to last stage of the tournament. Threads up, heads up, over. Oustach on the button makes it 250,000. King 6 suited. Kalonja, King 9 folds the K9.
Sorry, Joe. Foster Saab in Twitch chat says, LMAO, this host thinks he's badass. He is, and you're banned.
Later. Brzezinski with Jack 10 in the big blind. Anybody else? Here we go to the flop. I see a club. I see three clubs, flop, flush, and unfortunately, this is a top pair situation for Brzezinski.
Revenge, question mark? It has been really going Brzezinski's way in the card distribution front against these two, or when these two face off. Gonna come out barreling.
Let's see what the damage will be here for Brzezinski. I mean,
He's just gonna fold right now. It's just a dead-ass soul read. Okay, maybe not. We are off to the turn. 1.1 million in the middle. Another jack.
And here I was about to say, hopefully for him, another club will roll off or something.
Comment to this curse, yeah.
Brzezinski is either going to lose a huge pot or win one if the river is favorable.
Yeah, this is going to cost him for sure now.
What's the size turn? What's the turn size?
With Oustach, I think he'll go 80% or so. He seems to keep going around that lately, 75%. Yeah, okay. About 2/3.
Close enough. 750,000, 3/4 of a million.
I was going to criticize you, but then I realized I couldn't actually work out what that was in percentages.
Yeah, I mean, typically when he sizes up, he's been going around 70 to 80% pot from what I've seen, so it seems consistent with that. And lucky for him, Brzezinski does have trips, so this pot's going to get even bigger here.
And the river.
Board pairs, that is a runner full house for Brzezinski.
Revenge, question mark?
Very interesting.
Double paired board with a flush. Oustach
You do hate to see a snap check there.
manages to
would
not
like to see
lose.
Brzezinski.
I mean, bet when he's ahead, bet when he's ahead, check when he's behind.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he definitely didn't do anything wrong, but you would have liked to see a little bit of thought go in there, Nick, I think, to a lead on the river when the clubs miss. And
So I was going to say, this is not that dissimilar from the spot where he had quads, right? Where he kind of snap checked the river, and it was a spot where you're kind of like really, really begging for a call in a spot where there's going to be a lot of checking back and maybe just a couple more beats to go. Do I really ever get paid like with a check here? Now, in that spot, he managed to river the jack. Oustach managed to actually hit a jack, which meant he found a bet, but...
Now, I know I wasn't in here for a little bit, but is this the first time we've seen Tomasz Brzezinski with the chip lead?
Yes.
It is.
So we have pocket tens for Brzezinski. King 5 suited for Kalonja, excuse me. Brzezinski made it 250,000. Kalonja has decided to ship it with King 5 of spades.
Yeah, he does take the rejam here, about 17 big blinds, and unlucky to run into it. I think it's a fine jam here by him. As we keep alluding to, no one to wait out. You got better hands to fold. Even in this case, a hand like Ace-5 is supposed to be folding.
Tomasz on the rail with Viviana.
King offsuit should be folding.
For this big sweat, we could be going heads up. 68% of the time, we will be going heads up between Tomasz and Mikhailo. Kalonja looking for a king. Ace, 8, deuce, no help for Kalonja.
Yeah, not the flop he was looking to start out here.
A 3 or a 4 would give him a little bit of hope. Still looking for that king. There is a 4. Kalonja can spike a king or a tray to survive.
Yeah, can't be a heart, though. That was 4 of hearts.
That's right. One of 2 kings.
No.
The 8 is a brick for Kalonja. And the Spanish player, that's right, celebrations all around. And Kalonja, who has made a very deep run in what appears to us to be an early start to his EPT career. Not sure how many he's played, but it's the first time he's been on our radar.
Yeah, great game to him. I was actually looking up his Hendon mob just to get familiar with the players.
I assume this is his biggest score?
Yeah, I believe it's for sure his biggest score, and I think he played EPT Barcelona, and maybe this is his second one ever. So, I mean, definitely should be very proud of his work and accomplishment, and nice to see his friends there supporting him. Great score, and I'm sure we'll see more of him in the future.
Congratulations, Kalonja. 339,000 euros.
It's King Jack and calls. 10s for Brzezinski.
550.
Raises to 550,000. And just as we saw with an earlier hand, Ostach was limping with the intention of re-raising. He shoves and gets called. We are flipping for the title. Ostach at risk and behind. If 10s hold here, Tomasz Brzezinski is the EPT Malta champion.
Ten in the window.
Five cards to come that could decide the outcome of this tournament. King on the flop. Ostach takes the lead.
Good understanding.
Ostach now a 9-1 favorite to double up.
Dama.
Another king on the turn. Still 2 outs for Brzezinski. And if he does spike a 10 on the river, he is the champion. Any other card, we play on. So 4 on the river. Mikhailo Ostach doubles up to 61 big blinds. Brzezinski now with a 2-1 chip advantage. And we play on. $10-8-4 on the flop. I think, trying to work it out in my head, I think another double up might actually give Ostach the advantage. So 2 pair for Ostach, and Brzezinski is betting into him 400,000. Brzezinski with a gut shot here. Ostach raised to 1.3 million. Brzezinski has called. Board pairs on the turn.
This is quite an interesting card because it's not one that Ostach is going to love, because along with all the straight draws, Brzezinski can certainly also have second pair. And so now that second pair becomes trips on the turn. You do see him check, and I think that I really like Brzezinski barreling here, because not only does he have equity still, but if he feels like Ostach was raising the flop with perhaps just one pair, which technically now 10s and 4s being counterfeited is just 10s and 8s. It's not as strong as it was on the flop. You do put a lot of pressure on these hands if you are able to fire another barrel on the river.
Brzezinski with the straight draw. Ostach with 10s and 8s. Ace on the river, but the board has bricked out for Brzezinski. Ostach still has the best hand.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate part is that now with the ace on the river, Ostach does just chop with some other 10s that had him outkicked on the turn. But you wonder, you know, the only sizing I really see Brzezinski being able to go for is all in here.
And that's what happens. Brzezinski shoves on Ostach, who has the best hand. If he can find a hero call, he's going to get another double up.
Now we see that obviously 8x clearly going to be a part of Brzezinski's range. There are some of these missed straight draws. Ostach doesn't block any of those straight draws. The 9-7, Jack-9, 7-6. But it is a very aggressive line from somebody who I feel like there were a couple hands we saw that Ostach maybe didn't believe that Brzezinski had these kinds of bluffs in him. I don't believe that he's caught Brzezinski bluffing in these types of spots. You know, there was one hand I remember from not too long ago where Brzezinski check raised the river with the best of it, and Ostach pretty quickly folded top pair. And to me, that signaled that without any consideration, really. Oh,
he makes the call.
Ah,
that is a double up for Ostach. That is a huge change in momentum. That is a change in the chip lead. Mikhailo Ostach doubles up to 15.6 million. Tomasz Brzezinski drops down to 11.3 million. Ostach playing 77 big blinds, Brzezinski playing 55 big blinds. Ostach opening on the button with ace deuce. Brzezinski 7-3 of clubs. He's going to call. Well, it's an ace-high flop with just one club. Advantage Ostach, more than a 9-1 favorite. Ostach betting 400,000. Brzezinski.
Oh, cheeky, float here.
And picks up equity on the turn, picks up the flush draw. It's a good job you can't see me right now, Maria. I'm swaying side to side. Had an unfortunate back injury last night, and I can't find a position to sit in where I'm comfortable.
How did that happen?
It just happened. I'm old.
You're you're old.
2 million is the bet from Ostach. And that is not a call. That is a check raise from Brzezinski.
Yeah, and I like it because, you know, having the 7 of clubs, that was a quick call, by the way. But having the 7 clubs is really nice, right? Because you can certainly rep 7-6 in this spot. And you had that equity with the clubs that comes in. So, you know, a lot of good things can happen when you take that line.
$5 million.
5 million.
5 million, the value bet on the river. And you highlighted, Maria, that Ostach called the turn really quickly with top pair. Now visibly frustrated as he considers what to do on the river.
Yeah, and a lot of discomfort because of the sizing in particular, you know, very big size, close to pot size. So now it's not really, you know, some of these other hands that potentially, oh, is that also a call?
That is a call, and we are going to see another switcheroo at the final table in this heads-up battle as Tomasz Brzezinski reclaims the chip lead and a decent advantage over Mikhailo Ostach. Welcome back to Malta and the PokerStars European Poker Tour as we return from the dinner break. Still heads up in the main event. After several hours of back and forth, right now, Mikhailo Ostach has a 7-0 record in all-ins. He has doubled up multiple times. He has been whittled down multiple times. He is short right now with 17 big blinds, but at one point he was down to 5 big blinds. We cannot discount him. Tomasz Brzezinski must be wondering, what does it take to close this out? What does it take to finish my opponent? He has the big chip lead right now, but again, I emphasize, things have changed before. We still have 13 hands to play at this blind level. The blinds are right now 150,000, 300,000 with a 300K big blind ante. It's James Hartigan, rejoined by Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Very shortly, we'll be joined by Griffin Benja as we reposition the satellite over Montreal, Canada. Nick, a chance for us very quickly to talk about the Spin and Go Championship Live, Prague 2024, Barcelona 2025, 2026, EPT Paris.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it. Upgraded everything, new structure, new expectations, possibly a new way to do the spinner. It's all coming soon. Keep your eyes peeled and let you guys know about when that's going to happen and what it's going to look like, and I will have a hand in advising that team. So I'm excited to see how that turns out.
Yeah, the key thing you need to know right now is that the qualification period is running right now. 81 qualifiers are going to get to go to Paris next February to compete for 300K in prize money. And the package, I believe, if you qualify, is worth around 5,000 euros when you take into account the equivalent of the buy-in plus travel, hotel, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you guys aren't aware, it's not hard. You just play, and play means points, and points mean leaderboards, and leaderboards means prizes. So just get involved, play your normal spin and goes, and see how you end up on the leaderboard. Nothing fancy.
So eventually this final table is going to finish. Eventually one of these two guys is going to win. We have got Prague at the end of 2025. We have also confirmed and announced the first 2 stops of EPT 2026. Well, you knew Paris was happening already because I just mentioned it, where the Spin and Go Championship Live is happening. But the full dates of that series, February 18th through March 1st. Monte Carlo confirmed, April 30th through May 10th. Future stops of EPT 2026 to be announced. We've said a few times this week, Nick, neither of us will be surprised if Barcelona gets announced for August, but right now we don't know that. Great that Paris is coming back, though, not just because the Spin and Go Championship Live, but because we didn't get to go this year.
Yeah, and the previous Paris before we didn't get to go this year was such a good one. I was so looking forward to return to the City of Lights because it was just awesome.
Who's that bespectacled geek wandering across the tournament floor?
Uh-oh.
He looks a bit confused. A reminder that in the PokerStars Live League, you earn points to win prizes. The top 3 in each tier, high, medium, and low, are going to win, and the top 10 in each tier will go through to a season-end competition to win a contract as a member of Team PokerStars Pro. You can check out the leaderboards in the PokerStars Live app. 3 more chances to earn points after Malta, the Open in Manchester, the EPT Prague, and the final PokerStars Live event of the year, the Open in Cannes. Finally, Nikolai Oustach has returned from dinner break. You know there's a countdown timer app on every single smartphone? There's an alarm function on every single smartphone. Well, we're waiting.
Welcome back.
Brzezinski with the tone of a man who can't win in all-in to save his life.
Yeah, he is 0-7. I mean, that's a really depressing stat. That's not in the tournament. That's obviously during the heads-up battle.
Yeah.
You've had your opponent down 7 times. You've been on the verge of winning this tournament 7 times.
Yeah.
And you just can't close.
So as I was walking back in here to return to this action, David Lappin said, "Oh, it's 15 big blinds effective, Nick. That's right in your wheelhouse. Ha, ha, ha." Well, he's not wrong, first of all, but also something that I've encountered throughout my lots of heads-up career is getting your man down to a few big blinds and you can't finish it off. And I think Mr. Brzezinski is experiencing that exact situation.
Well, at this point, we can welcome Griffin Benja as he rejoins us live via satellite. Hopefully all power and internet issues sorted, Griffin.
Yeah, they had to get me up there to the satellite to do some, fiddling around, but I figured it out. I'm a real tech-savvy guy.
A bit of Benja, jiggery, pokery. So action underway again. A reminder, we're at the 150k, 300k blind level. And a reminder that the guys did do a deal earlier on, shortly after they got heads up. When the stacks were even or near enough even, they chopped the prize money 50-50, earning 603k each. That's locked up. Now, there's always a set aside. There's always a percentage of the prize pool they have to still play for. In this case, it's 28,500 euros. And, of course, the title and trophy. That's what they are still playing for. And the fact they're taking this battle so seriously demonstrates how much that means to them.
Absolutely. This is still for all the jewels, regardless of the fact if it's not for all the money.
Ostach calling, Brzezinski shoving, Ostach folding.
Yeah, if you want to be really fancy, I think you're allowed to do some like 1/3 effective stack ISOs with ace-king off, and then you balance it with hands like 8-7 suited, and then some of the super garbage at the bottom. But with the big blind ante in play, it doesn't really matter. I don't think at this stage it's going to be all that extra effective, despite being perhaps slightly more GTO. So 15 effective into the next hand. Ostach, the shorter of the two. See, 10 tray off as a fold there. Griff, I don't know about you, buddy, but I think we're supposed to be limping that still.
Yeah, I mean, close to 100% range is what you're going to be playing. So, I mean, I guess it's one that maybe it's a bit of an adjustment Brzezinski's making. Maybe found that has been attacked in some certain spots where he's over limping, but yeah, I think it would be more customary to see the limp there.
Yeah, big blind ante in play. I mean, I think it's almost 100%, if not the whole lot. Just be present, just be involved. VPIP.
Brzezinski.
We would be running it.
Gets a walk with fives. This is, of course, his second EPT final table. He was fourth in EPT Barcelona just a few weeks ago. That score was 493k. He's guaranteed well more than that now. Not a poker pro, lives here in Malta, works in the sports betting industry. Mikhailo Ostach from Ukraine is just 25 years old. This is his first EPT main event. That's pretty special. Your first EPT, you make the final table, you're heads up and guaranteed at least 600k.
That's how we all draw it up, right? That is the dream. And Brzezinski getting more opportunities to shove. So whittling Ostach down a little bit here.
I love the way that EJ has phrased this on YouTube. These guys are best friends now after this trauma. I understand the use of the T word there because it has been something, this heads-up battle.
Yeah, and it's a shared struggle, and they obviously have struggled to get here to be heads up as well. So I get that. I reckon these two will remain friends regardless of the outcome, absolutely, especially when they've chopped the cash already.
Another walk for Brzezinski. Smiles to himself because he had a6. And Ostach is down to 14 big blinds now.
Yeah, I would have expected to see a bit more limping from certain hands. Hands like the queen 5 off. You really can't fault Ostach for open folding the 4 deuce. But actually in both of those cases where maybe it would be a bit more expected to see limps, Brzezinski did have shove hands in the 5s and the ace 6 and goes for another shove here for about 13 blinds and going to get snapped by the dominating 7s.
Oh my word, Brzezinski gets it in with 9-7. Ostach happy to call it off with 7s.
Careful, guys.
And Ostach is a favorite to go 8-0. Of course, if Brzezinski gets lucky here, if he spikes a 9 or some hearts, he is the winner. I've said that multiple times already.
Maybe you're the one jinxing it, James.
Seven.
Apparently it's always coming, but there's only 1-7 left in the deck.
Stop calling for outs. You don't need them.
That is true. Do not call for outs when you're ahead. That's a surefire way to bring a bunch of 9s. Brzezinski on the verge of victory again, but will need some help here from this board. Ace, ace, 6, 2 diamonds. Ostach now a commanding favorite.
That is just a great start for Oustach. No diamonds, you know, no over to the ace. Only a 9 saves him.
3 cards.
Oustach.
3 cards that would give Brzezinski the win. 3 cards for Ostach to fade on the river. That queen means Ostach does go 8-0 in all-ins in this heads-up battle. He doubles up again. We begin the familiar narrative of Ostach doubling up to near enough 30 big blinds, and now Brzezinski has got to wear him down again.
So you're saying there's a chance?
To quote the great Austin Powers, "Why won't you die?"
I did that one during the last session, Griffin. But to be fair, you weren't watching because you had no power.
That old chestnut.
You did it so much better probably too with your actual British accent.
Why don't you die?
Why don't you die?
So good.
Brzezinski still ahead with 18.3 million. Ostach now with 8.6 million. Just shy of 30 big blinds. Someone clapping rather vigorously in the background. That last hand, a walk for Brzezinski, who we can see had a suited ace in the big blind. Queen 7.
So it's going to be about 50-50 limp or raise.
800.
Yep, min raise is good.
Ostach with 8-3 of clubs.
No, you cannot be folding any suited hand here, sir. Not a single one, not a single time.
He's playing a style, Nick, where he basically folds his way down to like 15 big blinds, then doubles up. That's how it works.
Yeah, so I can say that with some confidence. So at 25 big blinds effective with absolutely no ante whatsoever, you defend at least 100% of all your suited hands as a raise or potentially limp, or call, excuse me. And so with the big blind ante, is it possible to defend even more than 100%? That's how valuable suited hands are facing a min raise there. On to the next one anyway.
Yeah, and it's Ostach first to act. Limps with ace-3 of diamonds.
I would suggest that maybe it's don't get me wrong, I agree with what Nick is saying, but I think that it was a raise to 800 at 300K big blind, so it was close to a 3x, a little over 2.5. So I think in that respect, maybe it changes the math a little bit for Ostach.
It does, absolutely. My apologies. I thought it was a raise to
no,
the
not
pure
at all.
min.
It was just only because he announced 800 that I noticed it.
So Ostach bet 300K on the flop. Brzezinski called with a pair of 7s, which is the best hand. Ostach picks up the wheel draw on the turn and checks. Does not improve on the river.
Yeah, and even could have hit that little disguised 6 for the other straight, but doesn't come in.
Brzezinski bets 400k on the river, gets paid off. Ostach with the ace-high hero call, and that takes him down to 21 big blinds.
What do they say the definition of insanity is again?
Griffin Benger.
This wry smile from Brzezinski. Yes, but this wry smile from Brzezinski, almost like, oh, you know, this is just a tale as old as time. I start whittling him down, we get him all in, and we do it all over again.
I'm not sure you can accuse Brzezinski of making mistakes per se. He's just getting phenomenally unlucky by not being able to win a single all-in.
Let's see if you use that same size again, Griff. I did misspeak earlier. So the standard open would be to about 6, right?
6, yeah.
He's using that larger sizing, and if he's getting more folds, then I guess that's a cute little adjustment.
Well, Oustach, who defended his big blind with King 7, has flop best with a pair of 7s.
Yep, definitely C-bettable. I would fist pump C-bet this board, especially given that action pre-flop. There's so many ace combos that will be all in pre-flop here. You're going to have basically top pair on ace 4-7. A lot of players just defaulting to shoving most of their ace combos versus the open, especially with that larger opening size.
Brzezinski bet 1.1 million on the flop, checks back the turn, 10 of diamonds on the river, and Ostach going to bet for value here with his pair of 7s.
You are getting called, sir.
You think a queen is calling?
Or getting raised?
Interesting.
No, I don't think the queen high is going to call. I think Ostach is going to have to let this one go. There was an opportunity perhaps to barrel the straight draw.
I think you have the hands reversed, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. Excuse me.
Oustach is value betting the 7 on the river.
I see. Excuse me. I had the hands reversed. My apologies.
Brzezinski playing a time bank card. Is he thinking of doing something funky here? Because I don't imagine he's considering a queen high hero call.
So there are a couple of heart combos that have missed here.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm very surprised by this shove because you're really only representing, I mean, this is very, very interesting. The check back on the turn, I don't think you really do this ever with 5-6. You certainly don't do it with a big ace. So you're pretty much saying you have pocket 10s, 10-4 suited maybe. It's a line that doesn't really make a great deal of sense, so I don't really know. I mean, Brzezinski is reading right, and this sort of calls back to what Nick was saying, was that you wouldn't expect Oustach to have any aces in this spot. Would have shoved pre-flop against the open, so it makes it a lot easier.
He's
and
calling!
Look, he reads it correctly.
Nice.
Yeah.
Makes the correct call with a pair of 7s. That, ladies and gentlemen, is 9-0. 9 all-ins, won by Mikhailo Oustach. And look at the stacks. It's evens, Stevens, 13.5 million each. This is absurd.
Perhaps this poor luck in the all-ins for Brzezinski maybe getting to him a bit. That was a really erratic bluff, especially against a player that is certainly capable of bet calling third pair in this very, very unique, specific spot. So I think that's a big mistake, as now they're even, and we might need to buckle in.
Cannot believe we are level. Ostach with the slight advantage, 50,000 chips.
I would have really loved if out of nowhere just Steve O'Dwyer was suddenly dealing. after that hand.
Ostach raises to 800,000 with Queen Jack of clubs. Brzezinski with Queen Jack offsuit. Calls. And we do get a King 7-5 flop, one club.
Ostach definitely feeling the c-bet here, even more so when you got the backdoor clubs, backdoor straight drop.
Ostach increases his advantage. 14.6, plays 12.3. One more hand and then the blinds go up.
You know, I know much has been made of how lucky Ostach has gotten in all-ins in this heads-up match, but we really need to, I think, give credit to the 25-year-old for some of these remarkable calls all in on the river.
Yes.
It's not an easy thing to do. We did talk about, you know, how difficult it would be for Brzezinski to maybe have the best hand in that spot, but at the same time, it's still third pair. You think about other hands in this heads-up match, the 10-8-4 board where the 10-4 got counterfeited by on that 8 turn, still called the all-in on the river. So he's really shown, you know, experience beyond his years, and if he manages to come back and win this EPT, I really think he's a deserving champion, even if the biggest headline has been how lucky he's been as the short stack so often.
Yeah, well said, Griff, well said.
I mean, both players have shown their skill to get to this point in the tournament. 35 big blinds, playing 32 big blinds because we've just gone up a level. 200,000, 400,000 with a 400K big blind ante. Level 35 underway. And that noise we can hear in the background is Andre Moreira winning the 10K high roller, defeating Clemens Reuter heads up. Enrico Kamoshi finished 4th in that tournament, so Reuter will extend his lead over Kamoshi in the live league high leaderboard.
Very impressive. He just keeps doing it, James.
But congrats to Andre Moreira, the winner of the 10K high roller here at EPT Malta.
Yeah, that should give some separation for Reuter, right? I mean, it had a decent lead.
Yeah. Brzezinski giving Ostach a walk. Oh, he had ace-9 of strawberries. What a pretty hand.
Very pretty hand, especially 30 big blinds heads up. That's definitely stackable.
Did you still cringe a bit because you don't want him folding anything on the button, Nick?
Yes.
I felt it. I felt like a little shiver down your spine, all the way from Canada.
Despite calling a few of the spots heads up since we've run the action, that one still haunts me. I mean, to be fair, if he's playing a strategy where he's opening that large or folding, I guess, you know, it's going to class him back.
Ostach opening ace-jack here, raising to $1 million. Snowmans for Brzezinski.
Yeah, these chips are going in.
Oh, yeah.
And if Ostach manages to win this flip, wow. What a comeback.
All in and a call, a coin flip on our hands. And just to be clear, this is the first all-in where Brzezinski has been the at-risk player. So if Ostach goes 10-0, if he wins his 10th all-in in a row, he is the champion.
Hold!
What a momentous, unlikely comeback this would be. Ostach 9-0 in his last all-ins. It just might be destiny for the youngster.
Brzezinski's like, I'm due, right? Come on, give me one, just one out of 10.
Bet they're happy they're chopping when it comes down to literally a flip.
5-4-4 on the flop. It's looking good for the eights right now. Brzezinski, a 3-1 favorite to double up.
Міша, треба кричати вже, походу. Міша, треба кричати, вальта. Вальта треба. Валет!
6 on the turn. Brzezinski now 86%. Ostach needs an ace or a jack for the win.
Just on time.
It's a 9-8 hold. Finally, Brzezinski wins it all in. The score now 9-1. And that has done a lot of damage to Ostach because the stacks were pretty even. That's going to leave the Ukrainian with just 8 big blinds. It's 23.5 million playing 3.4 million.
Wow. And he's in the big blind as well. Oh, my goodness.
That's right, Optimus Clang. 9-1, but in terms of the player who's been all in terms of the at-risk player, it's 10-0.
Back to beginning.
Got to do it all again. You get whittled down, then you get short stack, then you double up, then you get whittled down, then you double up. It's
on this occasion, though, he did manage to find the pots in between to put him in the lead. So credit where credit's due once again. And look, I'll say it again. I think these guys are probably happy that they chopped all the money when it's coming down to this many all-ins.
I think people who say, oh, I would never deal, this is why you do a deal, right? We can see how big the variance is right now.
Yeah. It was a different picture earlier on today, but there we are.
Yeah, time to find out if this cat only has 9 lives.
Oh. Well spotted, Griff.
So yeah, we are playing 8 bigs effective, and as you highlighted, Nick, a quarter of his stack is already in the pot here.
Oh, and he has absolute air on the button. Do you know what range he can ship in this situation, James? It's so wide, but 7 tray is not going to cut it. I want to know the exact percentage, but it's a lot of cards you're all in with there.
Yeah, what an adrenaline dump for Oustach, thinking he might have found a way to win EPT Malta. You got to start feeling a bit invincible, right, guys? Just winning all those all-ins, and then suddenly you have them covered. You have a clean flip.
Yep.
Ace 3 all in.
Again, this calling range is going to be really wide. What?
7-3 again?
No.
Can I get a count?
Don't do it, Brzezinski. He's going to take this opportunity to figure out what the count is, obviously.
Yeah, good to know what your opponent has.
Yeah.
But
that is very unlucky when he could have just closed the deal and he just has 2 unplayable hands. It's actually brutal. Now, again, I know I was banging on about you want to place like almost 100% from position, but when we get this shallow, the same doesn't apply. We're not deep enough to make some of the weaker combos run. So we do need to fold the absolute bottom, and he had it twice in a row. Very unlucky.
I thought that I'm good in all-ins before, but all in.
Brzezinski shoves on Ostach with 10s. Ostach is called. He's got King Queen of Strawberries. We have another coin flip on our hands, another all-in. Suffice to say, if Brzezinski can win 2 in a row, he's going to close this thing out.
This is ridiculous.
Ja mam 10. Tens for me.
I'm starting to think that these people might not be bringing you good luck, bro. You might want to stand somewhere else. Brzezinski on the verge of victory
Міша, кричи аут, я тебе прошу.
again.
Queen, high flop. Sorry, bro, but battle roar is working. Queen.
Queen high flop it is! Advantage Ostach.
This is crazy.
4 nines picked up, though. 6 ways to win.
King on the turn, 2 pair for Ostach, but Brzezinski now has 10 outs, aces, 10s, and 9s. A deuce on the river. This guy is great at calling for cards, by the way. You want to stay friends with this guy.
He called for the queen high flop. He called for the deuce on the river.
So that means Nikolai Ostach has just gone 10 and 1 in all ends and has just doubled up to 20 big blinds. And Brzezinski's not finding this funny anymore.
It was funny, but not anymore.
See? I could tell. I could tell from his face. I could tell from his demeanor. He's like, enough already. Stop.
Sick read hard again.
Body language read. I should play poker more often.
That was great. And I just got to say, if we are stuck in some sort of Black Mirror poker purgatory sort of situation here, guys,
that's what it feels like.
There's few people in the world that I would rather be stuck with. So let's make the most of this, and hopefully we can get out of this thing.
Can we slip Charlie Brooker a couple of $100 to like do a script rewrite?
So you think you want to be a poker commentator for 1,000 years?
You can live forever, but you can never leave.
So Brzezinski still has better than a 2-to-1 chip advantage.
You can check out anytime you want, Griff.
Just pull your power cable out again.
But you can never leave.
I gotta stop chewing on the telephone wires. They're just so yummy.
Ostach.
They taste like power.
Calls with Jack 7. Brzezinski checks his option with Queen 5. King, Queen, tray. Brzezinski with the best hand by far. Ostach betting 500,000, getting called by Brzezinski, and Ostach has now picked up a piece, pairing his 7 on the turn. Brzezinski checks a second time. Ostach checks it back. Deuce on the river.
Yeah, it's actually quite a problematic river, particularly for Ostach as well as the turn, because clubs have bricked. You know, some straight combos like 10-9, Jack-10 have also. And, you know, does call the quick bet because of the missed draws and pays off $1 million. And that's a significant pot here.
Well, the tale as old as time, and I mean that quite literally, rings true again as Ostach chips down to 14 big blinds, ready for another double up.
All right. Let's line it up again. Play it again, Sam.
How much you have?
3, 4, 5, 6.
All in.
Brzezinski shoves from the button with 10-9. And that's a fold from Ostach with a dominating hand, Jack-10.
Yeah, and at this point, a shove and a fold is still a huge chunk out of Ostach's stack, right? 2 big blinds, when you're 14 big blinds effective, is more than 10% of your stack relinquished. So, again, the power of the aggressor working in Brzezinski's favor.
You're quite aggressive, though. 15 big blind shove with 10-9. You are going to be folding out 1, maybe 2 better hands in the... you know, Jack-10, Queen-10 sort of range, but it's a bit aggressive.
No.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Nash, but perhaps not the GTO optimal line.
King-10 of diamonds shoved there, and Brzezinski with trash in the big blind folding. So Ostach continues to play around 15, 16 big blinds. Still 9 hands to play before the blinds go up again. Brzezinski gives Oustach a walk. I mean, again, I appreciate this heads-up battle has gone on a while, but again, important to keep things in perspective. It's not even 10 p.m. yet, as we were discussing earlier on. Back in the day, we've had heads-up battles that have gone on until the wee hours, like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. So I'm not going to start getting concerned. I'm not going to start going into like, oh my word, is there a problem with the casino license until we get past midnight.
Yeah, I mean, it was just the fact that we got to heads up so quickly, and now this is extended that makes it feel like that, but you're quite right.
I think it's just also the nature of this ridiculous cycle, this narrative cycle that we're stuck in, this loop, and the fact that Brzezinski has just been on the verge of victory so many times.
The Black Mirror EPT, it shall be known as.
Nines for Brzezinski. Shoves on Ostach, who folds the 6-3.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest. I'm seeing a couple of holes in the heads-up game of Brzezinski. I appreciate that he's at least balanced between shoving sort of medium strength hands with the big ones, but these are kind of hands nines that are so strong that you really want to find some limps, let the 6-3 see a flop top pair or middle pair, and you know, nines is just absolutely massive, and we saw the shove with tens as well, the similar stack depth. So I'd like to see a little more limping using that button. So I think that's something that he needs to work on.
Yeah, we discuss that quite often, don't we, Griff, when we get to the heads-up stages, even in, you know, big online events, especially live to a certain degree, but you know, studying the heads-up bit is the bit that's the hardest to study, because so frequently you're spending the time studying how to get to the heads-up in tournament poker. So very understandable, but he's making a lot of other situations work for him, absolutely.
Brzezinski.
Yeah, I mean, just as a blanket statement, I've been very impressed by his play, but just in heads-up, maybe hasn't had as much experience or put in as much work.
10-7 here.
Yep, there you go. That's one as well. 10-7's got to be in there.
Yeah, just limp it in.
Free?
What's Ostach's problem?
Maybe I put wrong, but I don't know.
200,000, 400,000.
Yeah, two more? Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, because he had was more blind. No, wait.
No. I big blind, yeah.
Yeah, the big
he was
blind,
big
so you
blind.
should have got
Yeah,
200,000,
yeah.
not 400,000. You got a walk.
I don't know.
Okay, can we check?
No,
Because
it was correct. It was 400 for the big blind. For the
yeah, 6, so you got your big blind.
Ah, yeah, small blind and 9. Sorry.
Just complete.
Long day. Understandable.
Yeah, understandably exhausted.
We'll give him a walk and a break for the brain fart.
Yep, there's another combo that needs to be played.
Blinds are going up again soon. And that's going to put the pressure on Ostach as he once again approaches the danger zone.
Danger zone!
That's right, Phantom. They're still playing! That's the voice I heard when I read your message in all caps.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Tobias Lechner's, aka Senkel92, joining us on Twitch, Griffin, to agree with your point. A bit surprising seeing so many fundamental pre-flop blunders from these guys.
Yeah, you know, obviously we want to appreciate all the days these players have been playing. The fact that, you know, heads up, unless you sort of play it online in cash game format, maybe you're not as familiar, but a big hand here for Oustach.
Yeah, all in with King Queen have been called. Brzezinski gets it in good with ace-8, and if ace-high holds, he is going to win. How many times have we been here?
Straight back to the rail, baby.
Queen, high board.
Starting to lose count.
Już nie wiem, co mam robić. Tomasz, mamy to. This is the last one. This is the last one.
Queen, high board. Queen, high...
Oh, wow. The predictor.
He's good.
King goes...
Guy's a genius.
He's good at those.
Let's give some ace. Ace. Ace.
King 5.
It's just not right. So many times.
Less than 1% chance that Brzezinski wins this hand now. And that is going to be another double up for Mikhailo Ostach. He is now 11-1 in all ins.
I mean, look, I'm saying it's not fair, but look, all of these, so many of these spots are very standard, right? He's just on the right side of the variance today, and it's working out great in this spot again.
And he has the chip advantage right now. We're back to a situation where it's practically even. Ostach with the slight advantage. 14 million playing 13 million.
At this point, this is almost feeling a bit anti-Canadian. I mean, it's Canadian Thanksgiving. I have dinner in a few hours. Like, this is ridiculous.
Blame Canada.
Next hand will be the last hand of this blind level. Ostach once again, slight chip leader.
I mean, if Ostach can pull it off, mate, it would be quite the story. So close now, knife's edge. This really comes down to just who's going to have the cards and who holds up.
Yeah, Mikhailo Oustach. You can't spell Mikhailo without Halo, and he's certainly had one around his head for this match.
Ace-Jack for Brzezinski, and a raise to 1.2, a re-raise. Is that a re-raise or a call? Oh no, he's just putting the blinds out.
Oh,
that's a re-raise. That's an all-in.
No way. Straight back into the fray.
Wow. This is a domination situation in Brzezinski's favor.
Just right back into the furnace. This is unprecedented.
Absurd, insane. If Brzezinski holds here, he gets a huge double up, and Ostach is left with fumes.
Tell me why they do deals again, James.
But crucially, if Ostach gets lucky here and goes 12-1 in all ins, he is an EPT champion.
Dealer, you're the best dealer.
Ace-Jack is holding on a 6-4-4 flop.
Chop opportunities.
We all know what could happen, James.
Don't say it.
I mean, we've seen so much absurdity, I kind of feel that a chop pot would be just the thing we need right now. Look how much these guys would love it. Okay, Ostach needs a 10 on the river for the win. Any other card we play on. There are some chop opportunities, but there is an 80% chance that Brzezinski gets the double up here. And that's what happens. Brzezinski not just back in this, but very much on the verge of victory because he's going to leave his opponent with one big blind. And they are going to check the stacks. It is very, very close, but we're pretty sure the stacks are right. It's not over yet, but Brzezinski has never had his opponent on the ropes like this.
Who was it who said all it takes is a chip and a chair?
Look, we've seen Ostach make a fair few comebacks over the course of this heads-up battle. This would have to be something. I feel that we could be breaking the narrative loop here.
One big blind and a dream.
So we calculate that it's 650K that Ostach has here. And as I referenced, the blinds are going up to 250K, 500K. So he is pretty much committed. I think he's going to be on the button now.
Yeah.
But I would expect him to go with pretty much any two cards here.
I think it's got to be ATC. There's not enough big blinds to give it up. Do you concur, Griffin?
I concur. Get it in. Let's finish this thing. I mean, you just keep on getting it in now, over and over until it's over, pretty much.
So the record now is 11-2. And on this next hand, what is likely to be this next hand, if Brzezinski can go 11-3, if he can just win one more all-in, it is over. Well, I heard the words all-in. There is the call. Ostach with 5-4. He's dominated. He doesn't even have live cards. Brzezinski with 10-4. And this, I've said this so many times I've lost count. This could be it.
This could be it. Domination situation with the 10-4 off.
Oh.
5 cards to come, which could just decide the outcome of this seemingly never-ending heads-up battle at the final table of the EPT Malta main event.
Come on, dealers, let's go home.
Let's go home, say the crowd. They don't want to see a 5 on this flop. The flop has a 10 on it. That is going to make Brzezinski a huge favorite, 94%. It could be all over on the turn. The 4, that's it, it's over.
That's it. We had to double and triple check. That is definitely it. 100% tick mark on the turn for Brzezinski.
Finally, Brzezinski breaks the cycle and takes the title and trophy here in Malta. He is an EPT champion off the back of a 4th place finish in Barcelona just a few weeks ago. He makes back-to-back EPT final tables. He goes 3 spots better to win, and he does it the hard way. That was an epic battle. That was a seemingly endless duel. Credit to Ostach for his series of comebacks. He would not go down without a fight, but he will have to settle for a 2nd place finish and a huge score, 600K for a player in his first ever EPT. But this guy gets more than 600 grand and the trophy. Tomasz Brzezinski, you are an EPT champion.
Oh, well deserved. You can see the passion there, not only pulling it off and having an exceptionally awesome 2 back-to-back events. However, taking the trophy here after that battle, James, has got to feel extra, extra, extra good.
Wow. Yeah, and we've seen Brzezinski, I mean, play a lot of poker between the last 2 events, and he wouldn't have been faulted for thinking he's some online super high stakes shark, but this is a guy with a regular day job. Who's played these two events and really mixed in well with these pros, between the big bluffs and the great calls. And I mean, this is just an unbelievable back-to-back accomplishment. And to finally finish off Oustach, who just wouldn't go away, this is definitely a heads up for the record books. Absolutely, two very talented players who've impressed us over the course of this final table and the run-up to today as well. Congratulations again to Mikhailo Ostach. I think his single biggest live cash coming into this tournament was $4,000. 600,000 euros is significantly more than that. Absolutely, and he's going to feel frustrated. He could have taken it there a couple times. Obviously was running super good in the all-in department, but when it came down to it, Brzezinski got it done.
Jedziesz ze mną na każdy festiwal teraz.
Brzezinski, congratulated by his friends, a very popular member of the Maltese poker community. He lives here on Malta, where he works in the gaming industry. He is an EPT champion. This final table started five-handed, what seems like days ago. The story was, would Alexei Boyka defend his title? Would he become a two-time champion, having won this tournament back in 2016? Answer, no. Instead, it's this guy. It's Tomasz Brzezinski. Let's go back down to the tournament floor. It is time for the winning presentation.
Hello and welcome to the trophy presentation for the PokerStars European Poker Tour Malta. Joining me on stage with our worthy champion is EPT Live Events Manager Margarita Kuzmina, Tournament Director Toby Stone, General Manager for Casino Malta Sławomir Szpitalski, and PokerStars Associate Director of Live Event Operations Cedric Below, who would like to say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. It's been 9 years that the EPT hasn't come to Malta, and what a fantastic festival it was. 10 days of poker, thousands of players, more than 70 nationalities, just to show how international the EPT is. Amazing performance. So of course, a big, big warm thank you to all the players who came, to all the staff who worked at the event. A special thank you to Casino Malta, our partner for this event. You can applaud the staff. And of course, there are still more PokerStars live events to come this year. We hope to see many of you in Manchester later this month or in Las Vegas. We have also BSOP in Brazil, EPT Prague at the end of the year, and Cannes to finish the year. So many more action to come. Again, thank you very much. And now it's time to crown our winner. Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. Now, before we hand the trophy over, just a couple of questions. Tom, you kind of made history here, back-to-back final tables, closing out the second one. You are not a professional poker player. How did you pull this off?
I don't know. It's been a fantastic run. Obviously, I was running very lucky entire tournament, same in Barcelona. It's just a great run, and hopefully I added a little bit from myself.
Do you think that the run will continue in Prague? Can we go 3 for 3?
Of course.
Of course, he says. All right, now there's only one thing left to do, besting a field of 898 players to take the title in more than 630,000 euros. Please give it up to Tomasz Brzezinski.
Clearly, he is delighted. Clearly, this is an amazing moment for him, but you can also sense the exhaustion. You can sense the fatigue. You can sense the feeling of, oh my God, I'm glad it's over.
The reaction is great, though. It's somebody who really cares about it.
So that is a wrap from EPT Malta. A reminder that there are updates and stories from the European Poker Tour on the PokerStars blog. And as Cedric highlighted there, plenty more live events to come between now and the end of the year. We will be streaming EPT Prague in December, but our next stream will be from the United States of America, from the North American Poker Tour. We'll be streaming the final table of NAPT Las Vegas on November 12th. Hope you can join us then. But for now, thank you for watching. From Nick Walsh, Griffin Benja, Maria Ho, Joe Stapleton, and everyone at the European Poker Tour, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from Malta.